Sweden, there's a building that is named the Oscarian Opera in Operan. And just as a reminder, and to shine some perspective on this, remember that we have the Kleksinski Federal Building in Chicago, and they got to use power tools. They had proper construction training, and we were all here to see it. And that took us 14 years to build. So now let's go back to this opera house in Sweden. Apparently, there was an opera house before this one, which is absolutely insane. And this is the original opera house. But I'm just gonna go with it so we can destroy this narrative. This is where we're told, for the first opera house, that Sweden finally had their own opera singer because they found a music academy. So Sweden figured out what music was, and now they need a place to show it off. And here is where things get very interesting. At some point in 1775, construction began. While living in huts and without a power tool in sight, the Royal Swedish Opera was completed less than 7 years later. They supposedly knocked this thing out twice as fast as our civilization took to build this pathetic box. And their way of transportation was a donkey. I thought that we were evolving and advancing. So let's continue. We are given Axel Johan Anderberg as the architect, who designed this palace and constructed it all by himself, which is a total joke that they never mentioned that anyone ever helped these incredible master drawing characters that we, for some strange reason, can't reproduce today. So to show you all what's going on here, I'm gonna make this very simple. Since they make us bounce around from page to page to get this information, we are being told that Axel, the architect of the current opera house, that somehow replaced the original 1782 opera house, where we, of course, don't have any pictures of, and in my opinion, is the same building, was selected because he was the only person in the world that could get this job done. Oh, wait, what is this? There were so many people that could get this job done that Axel Anderberg had to win a contest against all of the other 1700s master builders of Sweden? Can you believe this? Another contest winner with the architecture of the gods flowing through his veins. I would love to see where this guy lived. I'm sure it was a shed or a hut, since this is what we were told about the 17 and 1800s. Not palaces and massive opera houses that last forever. So the first opera house is done in 7 years. No pictures of that one. And they demolish it because it was very easy back in the 1700s for some reason to get this type of building constructed again, and even better than the first one. So they did it in their spare time, of course. So how long does this one take to get opera house number 2 done? Well, let's check out their website, where they tell us a major key as to why I believe that this is the same building. They did not knock any building down. They didn't build 2 opera houses. This is the only one. The first one took almost 7 years to build. How long do you think the second one took to build? If you guessed the exact same amount of time, almost 7 years, well, you're the winner. Okay, so I have a few more things to say about this opera house before we move on. Because of course we can't leave out the fire story that we have heard so many times, and are the nod that these buildings are from the past civilization. During the years where the first opera house, which in my opinion is the exact same opera house, but during the years where the first one was being destroyed and the new one was being built, the Swedish National Theater that was being used burned down in a fire. And one more thing, to really drive this thing home for everyone. This so-called new opera house underwent a renovation. They say that it was nearly impossible to make out the subjects of the artwork in the stairwell inside the building because of all the smoke from the outside of the building, from the city, accumulated in just 91 years. So 91 years, and you can't even tell what the paintings were on the inside because of the smoke from the city on the outside. What are they even talking about here? This is a clear cover-up, that this was the original building. This is Opera House number 1. And those paintings were from the previous civilization. How much clearer could this get? And of course, they were restored to the exact same condition it was in the inaugural ceremony. Yeah, sure it was. Let me know what you think about that one. You all know what I think about that. Let's stay here in Sweden for now. and take a look at the Ritterholmen Church, where we are told that we have located one of the oldest buildings in Stockholm. So this should be fun. And after what I just found, you'll all enjoy this one. Knowing what we know here that any construction project going on before the 1800s that looks like this is basically a laughing matter. We know from the AI ChatGPT what kind of manpower and what requirements would be necessary for something like this to actually take place and be constructed, and then go on to last forever, unlike anything we've ever constructed today, 200 plus years later. So 1800s is a stretch. 1700s, basically forget about it. It becomes nearly impossible, based on what the mainstream history tells us, that they rode on horses and suffered in the winters. Pulling granite, stone, brick, and the rest through muddy roads would be insane. Then each horse needs 10 gallons of water per day. So you'll have all of these things that the mainstream narrative blatantly ignores all over the world, every single time. They tell us that this church was constructed in the year 1300, over 700 years ago, before Sweden ever even wrote their first book, which happened 183 years after this building was constructed. It is so backwards, it's unbelievable. How can anyone look at this stuff anymore and say, yeah, that all adds up? It 100% does not add up. It's logistically impossible. It isn't realistic. This is their website. They literally just say it was completed around the year 1300. Could have been. It might be, but who knows? Now, we all know that this is a lie. They're making up a random date, and people just believed it for years, until now. So they say that 725 years ago, they're over in Sweden knocking this thing out. With perfection, of course. Now, I've emailed the old Treasury building on Spring Street in Melbourne, Australia, and what they emailed me back should get anyone thinking. I asked them a basic question, something that they should be able to provide, since the camera was invented in 1816. And they tell us that this building was constructed in less than 4 years, from 1858 to 1862. Now, the question I asked them was, do you have any construction photos? They replied saying that there's a couple photos attached. Unfortunately, these are the only ones that we have from the construction. Now let's take a look at these photos for a second. There are some very strange things going on here. First of all, this building is not being constructed. It's clearly constructed. And I put an arrow in this photo, pointing at the right side of the building, because it's clearly being dug out of the dirt. This is not the way anyone would ever construct a building today, or ever. And I want to make this point very clear. So I sent the photo back to them with the arrow in there and said, just looking at the photo you sent over, was it originally built with the dirt covering that right side of the building? A reply that should shock anyone and at least begin to show anyone in the world that there is something seriously wrong with the history that we have been told. They replied saying that it was originally built with the dirt covering the right side of the building. Due to the rise and the fall of the land, the building is submerged. The rise and the fall of the land? I'm sorry, what? The south and east sides are fully exposed. So what we call the basement, the lowest level, is technically on ground level. In other words, they had to dig this thing out of the dirt. What we call the ground floor is elevated above the street level. So from one side, it looks like we have 3 floors. And from the other side, it looks like we have 4 floors. I'm sorry, but this is insane. Take a look at this photo that they sent over again. There is clearly a digging process going on here. They are removing this building from the mud flood, in my opinion, and they admit it without even knowing it. The way that the building sits today is exactly how you would construct it. You would build a foundation and then construct the building. You wouldn't build the building into the dirt. And I'd be willing to bet, after all of my research, that this building has a few more basements under the ground that we just aren't being told about. And before we go on, I've been wanting to show everyone this photo for a while. This is Mont Saint-Michel in France. This photo was taken in 1925. Now, on the ground, you can see there is a railroad track in the dirt. Railroad tracks need to be screwed into wood. If they were constructed in our timeline, just like this picture, you can see the wood because we constructed it. Now, the train was basically brand new to the world at this point. So we should be able to see the wood planks in this photo. They are completely covered up by the dirt. The only thing sticking out is the railroad tracks from, in my opinion, the previous civilization. and we are reusing their technology. This entire area was dug out of the dirt. You can see where the previous ground level was, here off to the right-hand side. This is an incredible structure, very clearly a place that was built by the previous civilization, considering Paris City Vision lets us know that this was built before cowboys and Indians. In fact, they tell us that it was built over 1,100 years before cowboys and Indians. In the year 708, very casually knocking this one out in the year 708. Any year would have worked, honestly. 706, 707 would have also been a winning number. Anything goes if you're the mainstream narrative, until now. Because we all know that this is just ridiculous and a complete lie. The logistics in building this before anyone even knew how to make paper is complete nonsense. 708. Wow. Oh, and did I forget to mention that this thing is in the middle of the water? Did I leave that part out? Well, yeah, it's in the middle of the water. And we are supposed to just believe that they had a great shipping company, an architect, a financial guy that would make sure that they had this all covered in the year 708. Oh, and it of course lasts forever. With 0 issues and not one flaw in the construction. It's perfect, unlike anything that we have ever constructed today. How does the mainstream history make any sense at all at this point? You cannot go from this in 708 to evolving and advancing into sheds. And now we build Motel 6s. It's crazy. How can anyone ever go into a history class again without laughing? The year 708 was just a year of brilliance, I guess. Yeah, right. These buildings are from the previous civilization, and more people are realizing this every single day. And once you know, you know. You don't go back to thinking that the year 708 built massive structures on a cliff in the middle of the water with a train that just pulls right up to the front door. And I was on Google Maps just looking around and saw this city in Italy. And I went down to the street view and I saw that they have this fountain. The whole city clearly was found, repurposed, and is being used today. And as we spin this camera view around, we are going to see a griffin right above their front door. So we see the Tartaria logo all over the world. And then I was going to show you these door frames. Look at the size of the people compared to the size of the door frame. The wood door is obviously our work. The stone frame is from the past civilization. The size of the people were at least double. Why build a door frame this big? Well, you would because the people were bigger. Today, we construct standard door frames at 96 inches for newer homes, which is 8 feet. We can all agree this man is probably 5'10", so let's say 6 feet to round it up. The existing door is double his size, let alone the entire stone frame. It's massive. It's at least 15 feet high. So I spin the camera around, and of course, they're doing construction, because what would these buildings do without our help? And you can see this lady here. Look at how small she is in comparison to this door frame. You can see our small entrance that we have built here at the bottom. This is the door size for us. Why would a civilization that is struggling through winters, riding around on horses and wagons, go out of their way to construct a door frame that are 15 to 20 feet high? When we are supposedly bigger than they were, they show us Civil War outfits where they're like half our size. Using common sense, the narrative is backwards. It's clearly lying to us. They understood construction and were very good at it. It lasts forever. And they built their door frames proportionate to their size, the exact way that we do. What an interesting city. Especially when we stay here in this city and look at the Rocca Pallina, a fortress that was built in less than 3 years, like 500 years ago. How can the narrative get away with this? They can't have this technology and then go live in sheds and have cowboys and Indians too. It can't have both. Either humans knew how to build or they didn't. The whole Abe Lincoln being born in a shed thing is just nonsense. That was over 300 years after they were knocking out this fortress. In just 3 years. So in 300 years, they forget everything? Or are we evolving and advancing? Which one is it? In my opinion, these narratives are nonsense. They are lies. The dates are all over the place. Just because a building is built in a different location of the world doesn't mean the narrative gets a pass. If a cell phone is created, the whole world advances. If a plane is created, the whole world gets the plane. The USA supposedly broke away from Europe. In the process of breaking away in the 1700s, did they all forget their brain? No, this was the start of the worldwide reset, in my opinion. An event took place right before this that started our entire worldwide narrative over. And we're seeing through their nonsense now. So this fortress is insane. And if anyone is there and can send me photos of what I'm about to read, please email me. Here we go. They destroyed a large number of Roman medieval buildings in order to build this fort, including houses, as well as over 100 tower houses, destroying gates and churches and monasteries. And here we go for the part that shows there is much, much more to this city. And honestly, the whole world below our feet. A civilization was here before us that was incredible. It turned the former city streets of the historic city center into underground passageways, which are now open to the public. Unbelievable. If anyone can get in those underground tunnels, please send me any photos you can. I'm also on X if you want to send it to me on there. I am definitely adding this city to my list that I want to go to and investigate for this channel. And like I said earlier, the reset happened, in my opinion, around the time that the USA and the Australian governments were founded. So in the mid-1800s, the fortress was partially destroyed and rebuilt. But in 1860, of course, only 12 years after they supposedly built it again, it was demolished and the Kingdom of Italy took over. I'm surprised that they didn't say that it burned down in a random fire, since they love to say that stone burns down in fires, which it doesn't. So in 1932, they go down into these tunnels and destroy whatever was there that they don't want us to see, as it would ruin their narrative in a second. And they call it a restoration, when we know that restoration really means destruction. And another destruction project in 1965. And guess what? They left us a wall to look at. Incredible. So I hope this clears up more for everyone, that the history that we've been told and forced to repeat over and over, generation after generation, is a lie. And they just throw dates around, and everyone just believed it for years. It doesn't matter what date they say. Nobody was there to verify it. And stone doesn't change the way that wood does over time. So if a building, or in this case an arch, is built 100 years ago or 5,000 years ago, if it was built in New York or in Italy, nobody would know the difference. So in this story, they're gonna tell us that this arch right here was built by people that were about 1,100 years away from creating paper. 2,300 years ago. We are told that this arch was made in the second half, not the first half, the second half, because they're gonna get specific now. So the second half of the 3rd century BC, which is 300 years before we started counting years the way that we do. So then they restore it in 40 BC, not 41 or 42 or 39, but exactly 40. And we fully trust that. Oh, we don't? No, we don't. Especially when they can't tell us the logistics of a building from the 1800s. There was no restoration project going on in 40 BC, 2,063 years ago. And yet again, we are given a doorway that in my opinion was not built thousands of years ago. This is possibly only a few hundred years old and shows the size that the people really were. The arch is part of a massive set of walls, which are 30 feet tall and 9,500 feet long, covering approximately a quarter of a square mile, over 3 hills, built in the year -300. Yeah, right. In episode 47, we talked about the Stone Sea in St. Louis, and we discussed that they are technology. And I want to go a little deeper here and make a connection and say that in my opinion, these are from the past civilization. They are being hidden by this cafeteria that the museum doesn't even need, since like 10 people are walking around it all day. But they clearly know the technology that these stone structures hold. I believe they recreated this technology, and I believe that the St. Louis Arch is a much bigger, possibly much more powerful recreation of this technology, being hidden behind the blinds in the basement. Where else in the world do you see these arches? And what are the odds that these are right next to each other? We have proven that they are attempting, and seems like it's successful, that they are able to extract an energy from the earth in this location. What is under the ground in this location? And what is the true meaning of the St. Louis Arch? The patterns and repetition. We are getting closer and closer to the truth. We know that one of the nods is the fire story. We have found that pattern here on this channel. And we have also found that they create characters, fake names, and that it is most likely through AI because the repetition is overwhelmingly obvious. And we all remember from episode 47 when Henry Hobson Richardson was off building F.L. Ames gates, memorial halls, libraries, and cottages. F.L. Ames. F.L. Ames. Well, we all know what F.L.A.M.E.S. spells. Putting the word flames right in the narrative. Putting the period after the F and the L so that we can't search it. Putting this right in our faces over and over and thinking that nobody would ever see it. Thinking that nobody would ever be locked into their code and that nobody would ever put their lies right on the table for all to see. Do you fully trust the mainstream narrative? Are you on the fence? Well, if this is the first time finding this channel or hearing anything about the previous civilization, get ready to have your mind blown. We are given the St. Anne Shrine, located in Fall River, Massachusetts. We are given the mainstream history, where we are told the church was designed by Canadian architect Napoleon Bourassa in the Romanesque Revival style, with construction beginning in 1891. Well, I have located a postcard from over 120 years ago of this building, and there is a major flaw on the back of this postcard that I don't think that anyone was ever meant to see, and we're about to see it right now. St. Anne's Church and Shrine, Fall River, Massachusetts, founded in 1869, which is 22 years before they tell us that construction was just starting on this project in 1891. Not only do they give us the date of 1869, they also say that it was founded. We have proven in episode 35 that the legal definition of the word founded is not constructed or built. You do not find your home, you build your home. It is constructed. In 1869, they found this building, and they are attempting to lie to us in the narrative time and time again. This time we can see the lie right on the table for everybody to see. What a horrible mistake by the narrator. It is 100% undeniable proof that the story is lying to us, with a total mix-up, having this 1869 founded date on the back of a postcard that they thought nobody would ever see. This building was not built by people riding around on horses and wagons. This building was found. It was built by the previous civilization that had incredible knowledge and architecture skills and understood how to construct buildings that last forever. So now that we know that this building was founded and the narrative is a complete lie, let's take a look into this architect character, Mr. Napoleon Bourassa. And when we take a look at his biography, the character never actually leaves Canada, besides a little vacation to Europe. If he is truly constructing this palace in Massachusetts, this would have been mentioned, considering it's more impressive than anything we have ever constructed today. But the fact that they act like this is pathetic and not even worth mentioning, especially in a time period where presidents were being born in sheds. This should be alarming to anyone. They say his office is in Quebec, Canada, born in Montreal, Canada, visited Europe, founded the Canadian Journal, doing more in Montreal, Canada, in 1880 finding the National Gallery of Canada. Him and his fellow artists are doing more in Quebec, Canada, then dies in Canada. Where is the part that he throws his cowboy hat on, saddles up, heads down to Massachusetts on his horse and wagon, and works for the shipping company Donkeys Incorporated, and knocks out a massive palace? It's not in the narrative, because Napoleon Dynamite didn't do this. It was already found in 1869, exactly like we have shown. The narrative is fully lying to us, and we have fully documented this throughout the first 50 episodes. Now, we have talked about the Samuel Hannaford and Sons in episode 24, I believe, and I thought I would let you all know that they also decided to knock this building out, the Greene County Courthouse in Ohio. And don't forget that they were just incredible. Their chisels just moved a little faster than the rest of ours. Beginning this project in 1901 and completing it in less than 12 months. The winters, of course, weren't an issue. They never were in the 1800s. Honestly, I would love to see someone in 2023 or 2024 try and recreate this project in less than a year. It wouldn't even be close, and we all know this now. So we might ask, in 1901 to 1902, we were able to get these projects done so fast all over the world. It was so easy. What happened? Where did this technology go? Why do we not still do this today? The answer is clear at this point. These stories aren't true. These buildings were not built in 1 year. They were found and repurposed. They used the same architect characters for multiple buildings to attempt to explain them away. We lost this technology within the last 122 years to construct massive structures in a year? No. Our timeline never had this technology, and we are being lied to. Just adding in primary features of 4,500-pound clocks that are inside of a clock tower that reaches 145 feet into the sky. With perfection, of course. Oh, and the 4,500-pound clock inside of the frame that weighs an additional 3,000 pounds, and of course every hour, still ringing today. This alone would have taken us 5 years to get done. Considering it takes us like a year to get a sidewalk done, and our sidewalks fall apart in like 5 years. This building, on the other hand, with a clock tower and all, will be there forever, as long as nobody touches it. In September of 2022, we have an article in the Dayton Daily News, where apparently the building needs our help. We all know that restoration really means destruction at this point. In my opinion, something happened within the last year or so, where a lot of these buildings are being destroyed or restored. And we have a lot of episodes where we have gone to these places and documented that. The Greene County Courthouse will be getting a facelift. Oh, incredible. This fall, as the county seeks to repair and restore and destroy the exterior of the historic building. A $322,000 project to destroy the outside of the old building, which is obviously one of Greene County's most recognizable landmarks. And this next sentence is going to show how old this building really is. The courthouse currently has some limestone that is spalling and in need of repairs. The definition of the word spalling is break off in fragments. Now, how long does it take for stone to break down? You could say that stones decompose over many thousands and even millions of years. Do we all believe that this limestone is spalling in just 100 years? Or is this building much older than we were told? I'd like you to comment below with your opinion. But you all know which way I'm leaning. Incredible stuff. Oh, and of course, they've wanted to do this for a very long time. I mean, how much clearer could this get? This building was not built in less than a year in 1901 to 1902. They've wanted to fix the spalling stone for a long time. And I have to be honest, I don't even know if they realize what they're saying at this point, but they're actually admitting that it's way older than 1901, whether they realize it or not. And of course, additional destructions will be made to the courthouse that they just aren't going to let us know about. Now, this was all back in 2022, so I'm guessing it'll all be done by now, considering it supposedly only took them less than a year to complete the entire building in 1901 to 1902. And we're evolving and advancing, right? Now, while researching this, I thought Greene County only had one courthouse, which they do, but all of a sudden, I was sitting there with two Greene County courthouses, but they're both in a county called Greene. What is with the AI repeating itself over and over? Duplicates all the time. Is this how all the names were created? For all the towns, all the cities, all the characters that they give us? Is this even how our last names were generated? It's all so strange. So we have the Greene County Courthouse that we just talked about over in Ohio, but we have another Greene County in Illinois with another courthouse that was supposedly constructed in less than a year. So both built in less than a year. And this one is even older than the last one that we just talked about. Built in a year from 1891 to 1892. And we all know that this is logistically impossible at this point. We have gone over this for anyone that is new here, or for anyone that wants to revisit this. I think episode 41 is awesome at going over this. There are so many key factors that come into play when designing, preparing, constructing, and executing a building to perfection. You have to have everything go perfect. And even then, knocking it out in a year over 130 years ago is insane. It's almost turning into a test to see who gets the joke at this point. Both named the same thing and both built in less than a year. In an interview from 2014, the Greene County clerk and recorder says in an article titled Greene County Courthouse stands the test of time. Exactly what we've been saying here on this channel. And of course, exactly how our construction that we only take 10 months on lasts forever. It stands the test of time. Oh, it doesn't? No, it doesn't. So she says, we have done some rewiring and other things like that. But that's about the only thing wrong with the place. Knocking it out in a year. Good forever. Very standard work for the 1890s. Because they just worked harder than us, of course. Just more dedicated. Less distractions. And less code restrictions. Yeah, sorry, but that doesn't cut it anymore. The 3-story limestone Romanesque revival style building will be there forever, as long as they leave it alone. So in the article, they start saying that there were multiple courthouses here before this one. Because why not? And we all know at this point that this is the first courthouse. It's the only one that's ever been here. But I wanted to see what they had to say about all of these other courthouses. So the county was created in 1821. What do you know? They knocked a courthouse out in 1821 to 1822. Now we've talked a lot about recurring names, and this is not the first time we've seen this. I brought it up before and I'm gonna bring it up again. Episode 43, for anyone new here, is the best example of this. The AI is generating these names and these stories in my opinion. And here we have another example of this. The courthouse was a long frame structure and was built by William Finley and another Finley, Thomas. So those names would be fine if we didn't have hundreds of examples of this. We would just say that they are brothers. The problem is that we know what is going on here. It isn't brothers. And I will prove this because in the exact same paragraph, we have Thomas Finley and Thomas Ratton. Multiple Thomases and multiple Finleys. The odds are 0%. There is no chance that this is remotely possible, especially with all of the hours and hours of documented evidence that we have provided. This has happened so many times. This is becoming clearer and clearer by the week. It's in every single city, every single town, all over the world. It's the exact same thing. In the comments section, you guys are all saying the exact same thing in your towns, where you find a fire story, and you find the same thing with reoccurring themes and names. It's the same thing all over the world. These are AI-generated names, in my opinion, where they throw a bunch of names into this system and it twists them a little bit, making each story basically the same thing, but just dedicated to that one specific spot. It's undeniable at this point. And then you have the classic half windows at the current ground level, where there is clearly more to this building under the ground, and most likely a tunnel system connecting it to surrounding buildings. Now it is time to go to Brazil, more specifically Rio de Janeiro, where we have the National Library of Brazil that was shipped from Europe in 3 shipments and easily put together in the year 1810. This was a standard construction process in the year 1810, 213 years ago, and wrapped right up in 1811, 1 year. I don't even understand how anyone can even think to question this narrative. It must be a crazy person. Anyway, let's question it. The history of the National Library began on the 1st of November in 1755, when Lisbon suffered a violent earthquake. Now, it's possible that they had an earthquake, but honestly, it could have been an explosion of some kind. So, this is clearly, in my opinion, an attempt to find a way to explain why the exact same type of architecture style structures that are all the way over in Portugal are also in Brazil, which is a total of 7,695 miles away from each other. They are telling us they shipped this massive building 7,000 miles, and this was normal. I keep bringing this up, but it's to keep perspective on what they're telling us, that they lived in sheds, yet they could just simply Amazon Prime a palace and get it put together no problem, and it's there forever, with the help of their cowboy and Indian friends. This is actually insane when you put it all out there like this, especially when you see that they had to come up with a date and assign that date as the official founding date of the National Library. This is the date that they found it. Look at the size of this thing. This was shipped perfectly, without a single issue, over the sea for 7,000 miles, 200 years ago. Which shipping company was used? How many men? Which company put it all back together so that it would be there forever without an issue? Why are we not being told the information that we need to hear in order to fully trust the narrative? Well, because this never happened, in my opinion. And I found this photo from 1909 where they're trying to tell us that this is a construction photo. Now, for anyone that needs to revisit episode 49, this building is done. There is zero construction going on here. They are simply painting this building. The scaffolding is for the painting, not building. You can even see the columns are all in place. The whole thing is done. There is no building going on here. How can they get away with saying that this is construction when it's clearly done? 100% for show and 100% for this photo. They are putting a brand new coat of paint on this thing and saying, look, it's brand new. Just DoorDashed it from Portugal. Oh, and we all caught that, right? This is a construction photo from 1909. But the problem, they told us that this thing was founded in 1810, 100 years prior. Honestly, the narrative is unraveling so fast. It's incredible to see in real time that a fire broke out on November 22nd, 2023, at the Tesla Science Center in Shoreham. This is going right along with our fire narrative. It is 100% still happening today, where this hidden group is destroying these old world buildings and calling it a fire. They collect the insurance check, and nobody is standing there with a wrecking ball, ready to be blamed at the end of the day. The fire, or as we know here, a demolition, is the key to understanding which buildings are from the previous civilization. Because time and time again, we have proved that they do not give us the person, or they give us the dumbest reason as to how these fires start, or simply no reason at all. For this one, we are told that the cause of the fire is not yet known. And honestly, they're never gonna tell us the real reason, because we know what the real reason is. The building dates back to 1901, supposedly. It is definitely earlier than that, but let's continue. 1901, and was the final standing laboratory of American inventor Nikola Tesla. I'll keep you all updated if there's anything more on this, but just another eye-opener, that this is a very real thing that is still happening in real time. So 1901, this building is built. 1902, Tesla moves in and gets all of his projects done here until 1906. Are any of us shocked that Tesla supposedly worked in Budapest, a city that is well documented here on this channel, that is my clear-cut #1 city in the world when it comes to this research? What was he told in Budapest as the head of Budapest Telephone Exchange? What did he learn there and then bring over here to the USA to kickstart all of the old world technology in this current timeline? The whole thing is very interesting. I have founded this photo of the Summer Street fire. And honestly, these are brick buildings. Fires don't look like bombs went off. This is not the result of a fire, in my opinion. It looks like the city was carpet bombed. It's just completely wiped out. It's a total mess. Fires don't do this kind of damage. I mean, it looks like the whole area is in the middle of a garbage site at this point. There's just dirt everywhere. There's nothing left. And remember, there was a great fire in nearly every major city. Check it out. I guarantee there was one in a city near you. So, were these really fires? Or were they being bombed to wipe these buildings out that were everywhere? Buildings that we have shown that hold dates on them. Buildings that 100% do not fit in our timeline. It's incredible stuff. I mean, look at these photos. This is the result of a fire? No. In my opinion, there is no way. House fires do not melt stone and brick. It has to be close to 1,500 degrees to 2,000 degrees to melt stone. And house fires simply don't get that hot. Look at the destruction. The ground is really messed up. I mean, what building was in this location that they did not want us to see? Just knowing what we know, seems like it was probably a good one. And just a few more photos here, showing the destruction of these fires that started by a cow tipping over a lantern. But at least they switched it up. From horses and cowboys to the stone and marble shipping company Donkeys Incorporated, to a cow just rubbing it right in our faces for decades. Until now. So we have an understanding of how these names, towns and buildings are connected through the AI. There is a reoccurring fire theme. There are all these strange patterns where we have hours and hours of documented evidence of this. We focus on the old world here and the previous civilization and the hidden coded messages within these false narratives, and it all translates into today's world. 100%. We know that the airports are so strange, and in my opinion, especially the big ones, they were previously there, and we have added on to them. We know that the Denver airport is strange in itself, said to have many buildings that are under the ground. And when we look at the O'Hare International Airport, and we have its location and see the address, we find something very strange. Again, coded messages, even in addresses for airports. Here we go. We see 10000 Bessie Coleman Drive, Chicago, Illinois, with a zip code of 60666. We have a lot of interesting things to look into today, including giants. And I sent out a poll on X, and you guys voted that you wanted me to talk more about orphans and go much, much deeper. We visited the Cahokia Mounds, which is clearly a massive pyramid, right next to St. Louis. We have boots on the ground footage in episode 45, and I thought that we covered the best parts of that story until I found this article titled The Cahokia Mounds Complex, Ancient Open Air University of North America, for teaching navigation and cyclic astronomy. Here we go. We scroll down and find this paragraph. In the 1880s, archaeologists went into the site and found a vast amount of skeletal evidence in the mounds, sometimes in deep chambers, far from the surface. They found very large individuals, achieving heights of 7 to 8 feet in stature. In a few instances, the skeletons had 6 fingers, 6 toes, and double rows of teeth, where hair was still present. It was often red or blonde in color. All right, interesting. I don't remember being taught of the 6-fingered giants. Well, let's keep going. Here in the very next paragraph, I think we find which group is being controlled and being told to hide this information from us. I look at this group as a front. I think they're being told to do this by the hidden group, but let's see what happened here. And you, of course, can decide for yourself. John Wesley Powell lived with the Indians, and of course, became the first director of the U.S. Bureau of Ethnology at the Smithsonian Institute. Powell started deciding what we were going to learn, deciding that the Indians were the only people who had ever been in the Americas prior to Columbus. So, he tells us that the Indians were responsible for the Cahokia Mounds. Very interesting. And also, Columbus, in my opinion, was not a real character, and just another story where if you think he was good or bad, you are admitting that he was real, when in reality, he's a fictional character to attempt to set up their ridiculous timeline. Are you ready to go even deeper? We have fully documented reliable accounts of the Smithsonian Institute personnel traveling to the 1800s communities in Middle America to take possession of large skeletons exhumed from the mounds, where they have this information documented in papers. Then we have Patricia Mason of Ohio reaching out to the Smithsonian Institute for more information to try to find these giant skeletons that were somehow gifted to this museum, or you could call it a burn pit, because they told Patricia that the Smithsonian Institute never received any of these items. So we clearly have an operation here. We are starting to see who is doing what. We are seeing key players in the game, and who is attempting to hide our past from us. At this point, there were 100% giants in my opinion. The doors that we've seen here are massive. They aren't for us. Buildings are way too big. They aren't proportionate to our size at all. And when you find this article from 1891, where it states that the old Catholic temple erected at Cahokia 120 years ago in 1771, which was 5 years before the USA was even found. It was abandoned as a church. The old temple has an interesting history. Well, I'm sure it does. A temple from 1771 And wait, what did they say was 24 inches under the dirt from episode 45? What appeared to be the outline of the temple. Was this temple and these giant bones here so much closer to our timeline than we are told, covered up by dirt at some point after 1891? They could be talking about another temple, located in the same town of. But how many temples does one small town have in 1771? This is all very strange. Either this is the temple, and it was built in 1771, and this was common knowledge, possibly by giants, or it was filled with temples. It's very interesting stuff. How many temples does your town have? In 1771, I guess they just had a bunch of temples all over the place. What is going on here? Especially when St. Clair County, the county that is located in, wasn't even found until April 27th, 1790, which is like 20 years after they say this temple was built. The mainstream history is a complete mess at this point. It isn't logical at all. The truth is smooth. It makes sense. There aren't holes in the truth. A lie is a mess and all over the place. And this is exactly why we fully trust the mainstream narrative. Oh wait, we don't? Now in Columbus, Ohio, we are given one of the most important narratives to this point, to our research, in my opinion. We have the Pontifical College, Josephinum, where Joseph comes over to the USA from Germany in 1867. 3 years later, he becomes a priest and has his own church within a few months. And he gets to buy the house next door, of course, to support 12 orphans. And do we all know about the orphans at this point? Possibly a repopulation tactic that was going on in the 1800s. It's very interesting. Was it only 12 orphans? Or was this one of the places that they would send the orphans through to get them into society? Because who would ever question Joseph the priest from the 1800s? You know, the guy that just randomly shows up from Germany, has all the money ready to buy houses somehow, to support orphans. It all checks out, of course. Simple stuff for Joseph. This was known as the St. Joseph Orphan Asylum. It grew so rapidly, for some weird and of course very random reason, that 5 years after it began, Joseph moved the operation closer to the railroad, which is how these individuals would be dispersed throughout the country. So this is a paragraph of admission. We are being told, down to the smallest detail, how this operation worked. It would go through churches. They would bring a manager type over from Europe, call them a priest, give them a house, give them the resources to run these operations, purchasing new buildings with ease to run the program. So not only do you have the World's Fairs that were a repopulation tactic, you had these orphan trains and orphan hubs where they would be dropped off and planted into society. The new facility that Joseph was just finding and saying was his. I want to make that clear, he wasn't building anything. He was given these buildings that were already there from the previous civilization. So the new building gave the orphans a training in the trades. So this Joseph guy was obviously sent with a purpose, to repopulate and teach to a brand new society, one that didn't have any skills. This right here is how you reset a society's technology level. The teacher is never in charge of what the students learn. This Joseph character is a teacher of a class. He is not the principal of the school. There are many schools. He is clearly taking direction as to what the students of the new society will learn. There were many classes like this one all over the country, happening simultaneously. This was an operation. This went on for 12 years. With zero backstory, finds the Collegium Josephinum, this massive college, is just found and ready to roll. No clue where the money came from. No mention of how many men were needed to build this place. Just found it. And its first class of 23 men began. It's unbelievable. This is one of the most important stories to our research, in my opinion, because it shows exactly how the operation took place. It's actually laying it all out there and shows us exactly how they repopulated these regions in the USA. It shows us the operation with the orphans, the teaching programs. And this was our base for our technological knowledge. Whoever controlled this operation from the top has all of the technology from the previous civilization and is controlling what technology we get to have and they've clearly been doing this for a very long time. And for anyone that's on the fence, we have the St. Vincent's Infant Asylum, located in Baltimore, where we have tunnels under the ground. This infant asylum was in use in the mid-1800s, during the same time period as German transfer Joseph. And what do you know? In the early 1900s, the operation was done, and they declined new orphans. 1941, they changed this to apartments. And in 2015, they light it up and try to destroy it with a fire, but they fail. So 3 years later, what do you think happens? 2018, the building was illegally demolished without a permit. You literally can't make this stuff up. It gets more and more obvious. If you're still on the fence, let's go even deeper. We have the St. Mary's Orphan Asylum, located in Galveston, Texas, where they tell us that this one is haunted. Now, I've talked about hauntings before briefly. I'm not going to say that there aren't any hauntings, but when it comes to these old world buildings, I think it was a tactic to keep people away from them. Just say that they're haunted, and it scares everyone away from investigating. So we have yet again another orphan operation going on in the mid-1800s. And I'm just going to let you know that this is going on and on and on. There were so many orphan operations going on in the mid-1800s because this was how they were repopulating these cities. So where were all these kids' parents? Is this where a lot of our families originated from? Is this why the family trees in the USA almost all end around the same time period? We are told hundreds of fire stories through the first 52 episodes. We know that that is the key, and the nod that it's a building that was constructed by the previous civilization. The St. Mary's Orphan Asylum. For anyone wondering where the parents of these orphans were, you might want to check the other asylum, the insane asylum, because they were not going along with the reset. Here's a graph showing that the insane asylums are disappearing over time, and I wonder why. Good thing they cared so much about us in 1955 and 1965, because surely that was the fix. And then a fire had devastated the St. Mary's Orphan Asylum in 1875. If anyone is still on the fence, there is room over here to get off the fence. And honestly, who would want to sit on top of a fence anyway? So we have Ohio, Baltimore, Texas. We have all these towns and cities being repopulated. Brand new people, brand new social structures, brand new mindsets, and resetting what people are taught. This all happened around 150 years ago. So this is all very new. This isn't thousands of years ago. Then we have another very interesting aspect of this in Germany during the same exact time period. And remember, we also have good old Joseph from earlier, also from Germany. So here we are given the Kinderbewahranstalt. And if I pronounce that wrong, I hope you all understand. This is where we are given kindergarten, another tactic to teach children the brand new social structures. What better way to trick people? Take them out of their family's home and tell them what to think, and then test them on it. Failing the test will then lower your self-esteem, putting a social pressure on children to agree with this new way of thought, or they will be called dumb and get an F. This is an operation. It's all connected, and it's designed to enslave the world's population. Year after year, we are all taught a false narrative. We've all been brainwashed into thinking that you are either smart or dumb based on a curriculum that holds zero value in the real world. Now, who knows if this Frederick Froebel was even a real character, but they do admit that kindergarten starts in Germany around the exact same time period that we're talking about, the mid-1800s. So I wanted to tie it all in with the rest of the world. This is a worldwide operation. This is not just the USA. We have a lot of things in the USA being controlled through Germany during this time period, especially the education aspect of it. And I want to point out that yes, we have borders and division now. We have so many countries in the world, and everyone is separated. And you're unable to travel to other lands unless you have a piece of paper that is registered and checked at the checkpoints. But who's to say that there even was a border in the previous civilization? Were there so-called elected leaders controlling everyone, deciding what we can and cannot do? Could they have had a truly free life where they were able to travel wherever they want freely and not feel like they're invading someone else's territory? I would say, in my opinion, this was the world that was here before the reset. And something happened where this past civilization was wiped out, and their technology was stolen by a group, and some of it is now being sold back to us. Strategically, the good stuff is kept. Here we have the St. Joseph's Orphanage, located in Vermont. And if you want to know where they get these horror movies, where they show a nun doing crazy things, there's a dark truth to it. These movies don't come out of nowhere. They come from the last 150 years. Here in Vermont, in the mid-1800s again, thousands of children came through its doors. If you want to demoralize, control, and manipulate a new population, make them completely forget their past and never question what they're told, you would make them suffer. You would take them from their families, and you would ruin their mind at a young age. This is exactly what happened in the wars, where all men between ages 21 to 45 were required to fight in World War I, which was in 1914 to 1919. 2.8 million men drafted, 2 million volunteered, where you get the term shell-shocked. To talk about destroying minds and making sure that the population is unable to focus on finding the truth. So we have millions of people in wars. We have more than 5 million American children passing through the orphanage system in the 1900s alone, hitting its peak in the early 1900s. So it began in the mid-1800s and really ramped up to populate these cities. The American orphanage system included more than 1,600 institutions, partly supported by public funding, but usually run by religious orders, exactly like we talked about in the beginning of this episode. So I think we have now a very solid understanding how the USA was repopulated, how this operation took place, and exactly when it took place. I think that we now have factual evidence as to when this reset really happened. And I think that every episode that is released makes episode 10 and 38 stronger and stronger, giving us more and more proof to our true history. Through forensic photo analysis, I've found a massive historical cover-up. I started by looking at photos from the late 1800s to the early 1900s. This specific photo caught my eye. Something was off, and that's when I zoomed in on it. The tree line has clearly been altered. It's much darker behind the trees, where the editor got lazy and didn't wipe out the sky. And this was just the beginning of it. Because when I see one flaw, I know that it's time to investigate. A forensic photo analysis uses algorithms that we can determine if it's a real photo, computer generated, or if it was modified and edited. So I sent the photo into the forensic photo analysis, and the results were shocking. We clearly have something in the sky that has been removed from this photo. Before I give my thoughts on what it is, I just want all of you to look at it for a second and let me know in the comments below what you think that is. I'll also show you a comparison to another photo that I had analyzed to show that having a figure in the sky is not random and not normal. There was something here in this photo, and it's been edited out. It's undeniable. It's been removed to hide it from our timeline. In my opinion, this was an airship. We were never supposed to understand just how popular this free form of transportation really was. It was much more powerful than we could ever imagine. Here we have a castle. Oh, did I say castle? I meant courthouse. We have the Royal Courts of Justice, located in London, England, where for some weird reason, they just couldn't decide on a design for this project. There were so many designs coming in with master plans that they needed to hold a design competition, which was very common back in the 1800s because, of course, these 1800s people were just brilliant. It was very simple stuff back then. They just weren't distracted. They worked harder than us. And as long as they could draw it on a piece of paper with their feather, Donkeys Incorporated had the construction side of things down. Never an issue in the 1800s. So the competition began in 1866, 158 years ago, and ended in 1867. After 12 architects drew up their master plans, something that nobody will ever create again today, they supposedly had 12 guys in just London that could draw this type of thing up. In 2023, or 2024, we have a total of 0 people that could draw this up and get it constructed in the entire world, let alone just London. 158 years ago, according to the mainstream narrative, this was, of course, no problem at all. Very simple stuff. So in 1868, they picked George Street He was the champion of this contest. He went and got Messrs. Bull and his sons. Because in the 1800s, every single construction company in the whole world has to have sons at the end of it for some reason. Going back to the great Samuel Hannaford's and Sons, and there's many other examples throughout the episodes. In fact, I would love to know how many times we found a company with sons attached to the name. In my opinion, this is another clear pattern, proving that the AI is generating these names all over the world. Now, just to put this all into perspective, if we are trusting the mainstream story, only 57 years prior to all of this happening, Abe Lincoln, a president of the United States, was being born in this masterpiece. The USA supposedly broke away from England and supposedly beat them in the war. If the USA was that smart and could beat England in a war, surely an architect or two would have followed along to America. I mean, London alone had 12. Surely the USA would have gotten one or two. So in 1809, we have shed masterpieces being put together with perfection. And all over London, we have the interior, holding more than 1,000 rooms that include various meeting chambers, administrative offices, and at least, but could be more, than 78 courtrooms. Additionally, there are 3.5 miles of corridors, and supposedly have all of this being constructed, even though we're told that the Masons led a serious strike in the beginning of the project. Bullcrap and Sons had to find more master builders, which of course was simple stuff in the 1800s. There was plenty to go around. So they were able to get some from Germany, and they knocked this entire thing out with perfection. And it will last forever. And even though there were some issues finding new people to construct this place, it wasn't a problem really. They got the whole thing done and settled in just 8 years. Are you on the fence? Should we go deeper? Not only was this done with perfection, the winner of the contest, George Street, as we have seen so many times before, dies before the project was completed. This is so repetitive, where the winner of a design competition doesn't live to see the end of the project, and they're able to just bring anybody else in to finish it. Doesn't matter who. Everybody could do this back in the 1800s with ease. So then we have the Church of St. Mary, the Virgin Ivanhoe. And this will all tie together, but this was found around 800 years ago, in the year 1220, or 1222, which, I mean, come on. It was the booming 1200s. They worked by moonlight. Very busy people, very dedicated. Lots of skilled hunters and gatherers, without a power tool in sight. Actually, 673 years away from a power tool, supposedly. And of course, the building will be there forever. They are addicted to lying, because it is thought that an even older church may have originally stood here. I'm just surprised they didn't say that the first one burned down in a fire. The church was of course rebuilt, for some reason, in the year 1234, which was only 12 years after they say they found it. And they say that some of the original features survived. Survived? Wait, why are they rebuilding it? What happened? Did I miss some? Oh, you gotta be joking. 4 years after they found it, it supposedly burned down in a fire. To believe these stories, it would take some effort at this point. And I'm just gonna be honest with you. In my opinion, that isn't even the craziest part of the story. Let's go even deeper. But before we do that, I just want to show you all the reoccurring AI-generated names really quick. We have Richard Blackhead and Richard Seward. So we have two Richards. And of course, Peter Desroches and Peter Checkapork. So we got two Peters and two Richards. We have more builders in London that like to build with their sons, John Warner and Sons, with, of course, another John down here at the bottom, John Downcombe, where he has two wives, marries both of them. And one's named Mary. We have John Downcombe, and of course, we can't forget about the other Downcombe, Thomas, and the other one, William. And for the best part of this name generator, William married two people, Mary and Alice, spelled A-L-I-C-E. John Downcombe. Guess who he marries? Do I even need to say it? I think we all know at this point what her name will be. Another Alice, spelled A-L-Y-C-E. If you're new to this and on the fence, if the AI is generating these names, this is not the first time that this has happened. You're gonna wanna check out episode 43 and all the reoccurring names in that one. Are we having fun? Are we ready for the best part? Remember, when we are told about the George Street guy, you know, the guy that died in the middle of the 1,000-room palace project that was done in 8 years, 158 years ago? Guess who the AI just had to add in here to try to explain this one away as well? Mr. George Edmund Street. When in 1871 to 1872, he of course knocked out some Victorian Gothic revival style elements and built the north and south porches, as well as a medieval style baptistry. Of course he did. None of that was original, and this is totally believable. Oh, wait, it isn't? No, this was here long before anyone named George Street came around, and he did not do any medieval style construction in a year, 153 years ago. This was constructed by the previous civilization that was much more advanced than we are today. And now that we know that George Street is a pawn in their generated system, it's time to investigate even further. I have located George Street and all of his supposed projects. And remember, in the 1800s, he was doing projects that we cannot recreate today in just 1 year. George Street was supposedly born in 1824. How old do you think he was when he was completing his first building? 35 would be shocking. 30 is insane. We are told that George Street got to work and built the St. Mary's Church in 1848, making Street just 24 years old. And if you go onto this church's website, they say he was 22, where his sister, an embroiderer, heard of a Cornish clergyman and needed a new church built. Who better to ask than a 22 or 24-year-old clerk? His sister, Mary, prevailed to give her inexperienced brother the commission for his brand new church. The rest, as they say, is his story. So obviously this is ridiculous. And we need to keep digging because, are they really gonna keep doing this today? What was his sister's name again? And what is the church's name? Both named Mary? Okay, I think at this point we can be sure that they won't do it again. Right? No way. George Street, his name is George. What is the guy's name that is building the building that hired George Street? They're not gonna tell us that this guy's name is also George. If they say that his name is George, then I don't know what I'm gonna do, but what is Reverend Prine's name? You know, the Cornish clergyman who intended to build the new Street Mary Church, where George's sister Mary went and asked George Prine. I knew it was the AI before. I don't get shocked at things very often. This one is just so in your face. It's incredible. The good old Cornish clergyman giving away work in Cornwall. Amazing. I think we can do a few episodes on this first George Street, and probably a few episodes on the second George and all the Marys. Let me know if you want me to dig more into their narrative. So George Street, the first George, the 22 or 24-year-old master builder. Remember, he was constructing this 1,000-room courthouse in London for 7 years because he was kicked out of the script a year before it got done in 1882. And remember, from our last episode, episode 52, this is the exact same time period where you have all this chaos going on around the world. Nobody is focused on these narratives. You have all these millions of orphans all over the USA. You have the Civil War going on. You have slavery. You have all these insane high-intensity type events going on all over the place. People were not looking into George Street and the hundreds of buildings that they were pinning on this character. In fact, even if they wanted to, it wasn't written in a book yet. And they didn't have the resources to prove anything. So they just had to simply believe it. And everyone accepted it as the truth. Until now. 1873 to 1881, George Street is pinned as the man in charge of the Royal Courts of Justice for those 8 years. I would love to know if he was fully focused on this project, one that we could never reproduce today in 8 years. And we have shown the Kleksinski building in Chicago, where it is a basic box that took our civilization 14 years to build, from 1960 to 1974. Or was George so good at his job that he could also get multiple other projects done at the exact same time? 1873 to 1881, George has been pinned and said to have had 42 other projects going on at the exact same time. Still believing the mainstream narrative? That we went to California and got some cool footage of some really cool buildings out there. So we will be talking about that and showing what we found. They tell us that the Linenwold Castle, located in Ambler, Pennsylvania, was designed by Milton Bean and built in 1890 without any details on its construction. It's just done in 1890, where Madison lived in the castle with his second wife, Mary, where after Madison died, the new people turned this palace into an orphanage called St. Mary's. Mary, Mary, Mary. So we have a massive castle, done in 1 year or less. And for decades, that's all we needed to hear for it to be true, until now, where we understand that logically, that is impossible, especially 134 years ago. And especially when it's a castle straight out of the old world civilization's home improvement catalog. Here on HouseHisTree.com, in the middle of this story that has zero logistical details or anything relevant to actually building anything, and just has a bunch of nonsense, like naming sons royal, retired business partners, and telling us how many rooms are in this castle that they found. They do give us a tip, and the tip is the Windsor Castle. The sentence reads that Madison might have chose to model his castle after the Windsor Castle, which is the most popular answer. And it's the most popular answer among which group? Because that is definitely not the most popular answer to us, but they think it might be modeled after another castle nearby, and they all dispute it for years and years. And remember, it's all nonsense. We have no idea who this group is that they tell us that this is the most popular thought. What I see in all of this is one thing: the Windsor Castle. And I want to see what year they say this Windsor Castle was built in, because I bet you it is connected to this castle. And this castle in Pennsylvania might have actually been built hundreds of years ago, if not thousands. And they will give it all away with this Windsor Castle connection. Located in Berkshire, Windsor, built in 1070, over 954 years ago as a fortress, and covers 484,000 square feet of living space, divided into about 1,000 rooms. So something is extremely clear here. We are 100% being lied to about our history. And we all know that, but I have to say it out loud, because 1,000 years ago, they are building 1,000 room fortresses with ease. And it of course lasts forever, no questions asked. And today we have evolved so much that we can't build a sidewalk without stepping in it before it dries. Now, this is my opinion, but I can see them adding this Windsor Castle into the narrative for a specific reason. And I personally think it's to connect the dates, that these castles are from nearly 1,000 years ago, when the previous civilization that had all the technology, had proper training, and had the logistics down. Instead of the opposite happening, where we are told that there were no classes in castle building at the local community college in the year 1070, where they would go home to their sheds and sleep with candlelight, freezing using barn hay as beds, and then waking up again traveling by horse and wagon to pull stone and granite miles on a trail, and getting this 1,000 room fortress done no problem. The timeline is clearly all over the place at this point. They could have told us that it was built in the year 1045. It would have made no difference, and people would have just believed it until you start digging deeper, which we are doing here. Episode 41 is awesome at showing the proper logistics of a project, if you're interested in that after this. The castle has, of course, 300 fireplaces and 379 clocks. Do any of our towns have any upcoming plans to knock a 1,000 room, 300 fireplace fortress out in the next few years? What about half that? No? With our modern construction, 1,000 years after they did this, we should be able to do this with ease, since they did, without a power tool in sight. Supposedly, we have a better education system, so we are told. We have more knowledge than ever, supposedly. What is wrong with this picture? I would say a lot. Do you understand that something is wrong with the timeline? Something massive? Can we all see the lie very clearly now? We have been lied to about all of this, starting around the year 1800, and possibly right before that, where everything in our timeline began. And the old world buildings from the previous civilization are still here for us to see, in every city, with insane narratives to try to fit them into this lie, where we are told that people from 1,000 years ago were less than us, worse off. And we are told that we have all this brand new technology in the last 200 years. Everything is brand new. Every company was created recently, all over the world. Is that not strange to you? And we're told this new technology has never been here before. Planes, trains, cars, phones, computers, internet, and the AI, when it has. And in my opinion, it's been here many, many times before. I believe that I have found possibly the clearest proof that these buildings are much older than we are told, and clearly built by a much more advanced civilization that was here before our current timeline, that we aren't being told about. We have the Pancharatna Govinda Temple, where the trees, the grass, the weeds, the rest of it are totally overgrowing and covering the structure, which would take decades of zero maintenance, which would also mean that in order for this story to be true, the one that they're telling us, they would have had to build the building and then left it immediately after, without it even ever being used. So when I tell you the mainstream story, remember this. This photo was taken in the 1800s by James Ferguson. This is the Pancharatna Temple. And when we take a look at the mainstream narrative, it's going to prove that they have no idea how to explain this one. A massive, perfect temple located in Pattaya, India. And today I want to show you just how horrible the mainstream historians are at their job. They tell us that the palace is reported to have been built at some point between 1823 and 1895, at some point. But they have no idea. But when we go back to episode 50 and read the narrative about this arch, they knew all about the history and told us that it was constructed in the second half, not the first half, the second half of the 3rd century BC. Because they, of course, know all about the negative 300s, but have zero idea what's going on between 1823 and 1895. Can you see how insane this is? They can't have both. Either you know what's going on or you don't. So it's reported to have been built. Reported by who? Did it get reported by Ron Burgundy? Who is the reporter, for one? And for two, their report is pretty terrible, giving us a 72-year gap. And on top of all of this, the photo has the number 73 written on it, which of course could mean anything and could be wrong, but let's pretend it's the year 1873, since remember, James Ferguson, the man who actually took this photo, died in 1886. This would make sense. This would mean that the mainstream history is completely wrong, and there is no way that it could have been built at any point after 1873, since we have a picture of it here. And it definitely couldn't have been built after Ferguson's death in 1886. Yet they tell us that it could have been built in 1895. It's incredible. And a clear lie, since we have a photo of it and proof that it was here long before that, and found with nature growing all over it. And here it sits today. So clearly they have uncovered more from the surrounding area that was also buried by nature. And when you zoom in on the building, this was something that was constructed in the 1800s by Donkeys Incorporated. And we can see that this is definitely the same building with the same 3 arches at the bottom. It's absolutely incredible. So I wonder if this is the way that a lot of these old world buildings were found, with trees and grass all over them. But we just never had a photo of it. And this gets even more interesting. When we take a look at this place from the sky, this was not a random building sometime in 1800. And I want to make that point very clear. We have a water system that has 90-degree angles surrounding this building. Not only that, but there are multiple temples. It honestly looks like a fortress. So we have these other structures within this area, with this one being the biggest of them all. And we have some damage done to the side here, which I wonder if it depicted something before they destroyed it that they did not want us to see. Now I'm gonna drop this view down on Google Earth and show you the detail of this place, and show you that this is obviously not from the last 200 years. We have seen so many buildings from the USA that were supposedly built in the last 200 years, or even in our last episode when we showed the Windsor Castle, which was built 1,000 years ago, supposedly, which is in perfect shape. In my opinion, this building that we're looking at today is thousands of years old, possibly covering not just one population reset, but many. I don't think the 1800s were the first reset. I think that whoever controls the resets fully understands how to execute them and have perfected them over time. They've tweaked them, giving us back less and less technology each time that was once here before the new timeline is revealed, which is why our architecture gets worse and worse. In 100 years, 99% of our homes with plastic siding without maintenance would basically be gone, which in my opinion is exactly what they want. So when the next reset comes around, if there is one, there's no proof that we were ever here. Here we have the Manitowoc County Courthouse, located in Wisconsin, where we have a building that is much older than we were told. And if you've seen the first 53 episodes, you'll enjoy this. The current courthouse is the third courthouse to serve Manitowoc County. The first courthouse was built in 1839. 13 years later, we are told that in 1852, this one burned down in a fire. Of course it did. Because 99% of the old world buildings, as we know, hold a fire story. The fire story is the nod to the hidden group, in my opinion. That this building is from the previous civilization, and we did not construct this building in our current timeline. In my opinion, this is the only courthouse that has ever been here, yet they tell us the second courthouse was all done and wrapped up in 1857 on the same site as the present courthouse. Of course it was. This is the same courthouse. In just 48 years, we are told that this one was outdated and needed to be replaced because in the 1800s, they could be picky and build a new building whenever they wanted. A time before the power tool. They could just knock buildings down and replace them very easily. Oh wait, no, they didn't knock the second one down? The second courthouse was moved a block to the south. So now they're just moving buildings around. After going through the trouble of moving this brand new courthouse that was supposedly too old, they demolish it to make way for a jail and a sheriff's department. This is incredible. Does this sound shady or what? Here we go. The courthouse that is a masterpiece and will be here forever was built in just 2 years, in 1905 to 1907, by another company with a guy and his sons, of course, because they can't seem to leave the sons part out. And then we get the old severe storm damaged the glass. The old world dome was destroyed by some rain. Sure it was. And then they rebuilt it with stainless steel, of course. I would love to know what that dome really looked like before it was destroyed. And what was it made of before they destroyed it? And what kind of artwork did it have? And all of this is not even the craziest part. The guy and his son's construction company were so good at their job that they could knock this palace out in less than 24 months, over 120 years ago. So their resumes should be long listed and hold other masterpieces. Right? Wait, no? What is this? George Rickman and Sons Construction Company only constructed 2 buildings in their entire existence, and both of them in the year 1906. So not only were they knocking out 2 palaces, so they say, but they were also doing it at the exact same time, and then never built anything ever again. How is that believable at all? Over 120 years ago? Well, it isn't. Especially when they were located in different states. One located in Benton, Iowa. The other one located in northern Wisconsin, which is over a 5-hour drive in 2024. Over 300 miles apart. Yet they are laying the cornerstone supposedly in late 1905, mid-October, and completing it basically that same year in 1906. And if you're on the fence and you haven't seen the fire narrative before this episode, get ready to have your mind blown. We already know that the Manitowoc County Courthouse holds the fire narrative and was supposedly built by the same people in the same year. The Benton County Courthouse, the first courthouse, where the county officers occupied 2 rooms. In the supposed unfinished second floor, before the building was destroyed by a fire the following year. Now the third courthouse was built in December of 1856. The second and third courthouses were built on the same location as the present courthouse, the 4th courthouse on this site. At which point can we all agree that the mainstream narrative of our supposed history is a complete lie? It is the exact same story over and over and over, all over the world, where we get multiple courthouses on the same exact site, and they all light up in fire somehow. And they all have the same architect and his sons, with 0 details ever given to us on the actual construction process. And then you go look at the finished product, and it's a masterpiece, something that will last forever, and something that we don't recreate today, and something that was supposedly built in 1 year or less. And we have never seen this happen. And we have so many more resources than they did, supposedly. And then whenever we're told that they're gonna go renovate one of these buildings, the renovation process takes multiple years and an incredible amount of manpower. And it only took the 1800s and early 1900s people 1 year or less. It doesn't make any logical sense when you really think about it. The Benton County Courthouse never had 3 previous courthouses, in my opinion. This is the only courthouse, and these stories are just that. They're stories. They're not true. A building that features a 112-foot central tower. It contains a 4-faced illuminated clock, a 1,500-pound B-flat bell, and is topped with a dome. The 2-story structure sits on a raised basement. All of this, we are told, was built in a year or less, while the builder was off in northern Wisconsin at the exact same time. And both buildings holding basically the exact same narrative, where they have multiple buildings on the same site, and both buildings holding the fire narrative. Can you see the lie very clearly now? And are you ready for the most eye-opening part of this story? The part that gives this all away, that this is mathematically impossible for it to be true, considering everything that we have talked about to this point. Here we go. The Manitowoc County Courthouse was supposedly completed in 1905, when the Benton County Courthouse started that same exact year and was completed in 1906. And the Manitowoc County Courthouse again holds its fire story in 1852. What are the odds that the Benton County Courthouse stood unfinished until the exact same year of 1852, when the county officers occupied 2 rooms in the unfinished building, when it was destroyed by a fire the following year? The fire narrative is the key and the nod that these buildings were built by the previous civilization. When you know what you're looking for, it becomes extremely clear that the narrative is a lie. And these buildings have a hidden past that we are not being told about. Both fires happening a year apart, having the same builder characters with sons attached to the name, having the same year of construction. Both narratives having multiple courthouses located on the exact same site, located over 300 miles apart, built with perfection, and both lasting forever. And we all remember that George Rickman and his sons only built 2 buildings in their entire existence, which would never hold up in court, since it wasn't like they were out there building 7-Elevens. They built 2 massive palaces with perfection and fast. They would be the most sought-after construction company in the world today, based on what they did. And they did it all with 0 formal training, which was standard back in the 1800s, according to the mainstream historians. So 2 buildings for them, both in the exact same year, totally believable, no. And then we have the supposed architect, Bell and Detweiler, where you will all enjoy to hear that Bell and Detweiler also only constructed 2 buildings in their entire existence. Also in the exact same year. And both buildings just happen to be palaces that last forever. How can this be possible? You would think that these 2 would team up for a few more projects, just for old time's sake. And maybe build some houses for some people. Maybe a local business would be interested in hiring them. No? It never happened again. Just 2 massive buildings in the exact same year. And then they both call it a career. If I'm being totally honest, this isn't even close to possible. This is honestly incredible that this is what we've been told. And this is the explanation for these buildings. How have we all just allowed this for so long? Could you imagine today that Bell and Sons, with 0 backstory, both knocking out these courthouses and state capitol buildings in the exact same year? One in Iowa, the other one in South Dakota, and 0 information on their training processes. Every architect will tell you, and every engineer will tell you, that this is impossible. Where are the materials coming from? How many men did they have working on the project? Were the workers also trained somewhere? Or were they just local prisoners, like we've been told so many times? And then after all of this, they get these buildings done with perfection, and nobody ever hires them again. With nothing on their resume. They were hired for 2 palaces in the exact same year. It just isn't logical. And both the architect and the construction company definitely would have built something else after these 2 incredible buildings. So here we have the Saints Peter and Paul Church with a location that you would think that they might want to change, since it is a church. Located at 666 Filbert Street, San Francisco, California. I mean, what is going on here? When I saw this, I couldn't believe my eyes. This is the address that they give a church? Really? So not only is the address bizarre, so is the history, where we're told that this is the second church on this site. The first one being built in 1884 and was destroyed by an earthquake 22 years later. So the next one was built on the same site of 666 Filbert Street. And of course, when you dig deeper, you get more than just an earthquake. You get the fire narrative and the nod that this building is from the old world, where the church succumbed to the destructive forces of the 1906 earthquake and subsequent fire, leading to them demolishing it. How long did it take to construct the first one? Who was the architect? The construction company? How many men did it take to build the first one? Because this is the first church that is here today. This is the only church that's ever been on this site of 666 Filbert Street, San Francisco. And we know that now. And we also know that they want to destroy these buildings and have for a very long time, because these buildings give it all away. That the narrative isn't logical. This supposed second church, which we know is the first church, but the second one, we are told, was completed in 1924. 2 years later, in 1926 and 1927, St. Peter's and Paul Church was bombed 4 times. What were they bombing and destroying inside and on the outside of this church that they didn't want us to see? Dates? Artwork of the old world? The bombs were always placed at night, and no one was ever around to see what was going on. Bombs would go off every few months, and for the clear giveaway that this, in my opinion, was a planned operation. Another bomb went off inside the church, January 1927. Though there was a police officer monitoring the church, he was unable to catch the bomber. I've been here a few times, and I'm back now. We just flew out to California to show you all buildings on the west coast of North America that definitely don't belong in our mainstream timeline. Buildings that are so incredibly detailed that were supposedly built for a fair by a man and his chisel. Are you ready to have your mind blown today? Well, here we go. We are going to visit and investigate Balboa Park, located in San Diego, California, a place that I've wanted to go and investigate for a very long time. Before we go to Balboa Park today, I want to set it up so that we all understand what's going on in California. So we have the St. Mark's Basilica in the year 828, not 1828, 828, located in Milan, Italy. We have perfectly detailed buildings all over the world. We have all this incredible architecture for hundreds and thousands of years, supposedly. And this is what they tell us. So when we find a photo from Los Angeles in 1860, we have unpaved roads. We have sheds. It looks miserable. The narrative is completely contradicting itself. You can't go from perfect masterpieces all over the world, and just because they aren't feeling up for it today, they build a shed instead of a palace. There is zero consistency. And this is the difference between the truth and fiction. A lie is all over the place. The truth, as we know, is smooth and makes perfect sense. There would be no debate. Yet, there is 100% a debate about the history that we're told. So our civilization has clearly lost the technology to construct in the Gothic revival style at this point in the 1860s. And in the year 1860, the reset had already happened. So this is when I want to show you a building in Los Angeles that was found in 1867, only 7 years after this photo of these works of art. This is when they tell us that they moved around using so many buildings until they finally decided on this one. When we all understand that this was the first building. This building was here from the previous civilization. We have proof that they were constructing huts with perfection. Not a single screw went loose. They were clearly not constructing palaces. So we can see at this point that something is seriously off about the mainstream narrative. It's all over the place, attempting to explain how this building could possibly be here in Los Angeles in the 1860s. during the exact same time of the shed construction days. So they say they moved around, using a variety of buildings, without giving any detail as to which buildings these were, or how they were being built, or why they were moving to so many buildings, especially when I don't see a single building in any photo from the 1860s. So they just settled on this one. This wasn't their first choice, but I guess this building would be okay for them. Unbelievable. I wanted to show you this because you now understand what was going on in Los Angeles, the biggest city in California, during the exact same time period. Because it's time to show what we found when we took a trip to San Diego, California, and investigated Balboa Park, home of the 1915, 1916, and 1935 and 1936 World's Fairs. At that point, only had a population of 40,000 people. Yet, of course, they had these massive structures and were supposedly in desperate need of multiple World's Fairs. Balboa Park is a 1,200-acre site. It's massive. You have to take a tour bus in order to see the entire thing. Now they tell us these World's Fairs are the reason that all of these insane architectural landmarks are just sitting here, when we all know that these were constructed by the previous civilization and have been here much longer than we are being told. The shape of Balboa Park's land layout is all over the place. It's a complete mess with jagged edges and, it's a perfect square with perfect 90-degree angles? A perfect land cutout, which we have shown before. How they do this with golf courses and zoos, normally to hide something that was or still under this land that they don't want us to see. Oh, and of course, right here, we have a golf course. Wait, there's also a zoo here? Of course there is. The San Diego Zoo is also located here. So we get both, the zoo and a massive golf course in this perfect 90-degree cutout here in one shot. Incredible. The things that they can hide under a golf course or a zoo are unimaginable by dumping dirt on top of the previous civilization's structures, and nobody's questioning it ever again. And a bird park up here, in case you're interested in that. It's very nice of them. Okay, so we're given a list of museums that are located within this massive layout. 16 of them. We get 17 gardens and 20 attractions and venues. I'm gonna show you guys inside the zoo and see what's going on there. But first I wanna show you what these buildings look like, so we're all on the same page, that none of these buildings are being recreated today, and they last forever, and weren't built for some fair. This one is the San Diego History Center, which is built with perfection, perfect architecture, and isn't going anywhere, where they say they found it in 1928. Balboa Park is also home to the San Diego Museum of Art, which is just mind-blowing that they're trying to tell us that this was built in just 24 months. 100 years ago. Does anyone see their towns getting ready to throw one of these together in just 24 months anytime soon? Since it was so easy back then, 24 months, you'd think we could do it now. Let me know in the comments, please. I've been checking for years, but I haven't seen any plans in my town getting ready to knock one of these out. And I'll tell you what, with our evolving and advancing skills, all of our tax dollars, you would think we could get one of these done somewhere in the world. But of course, we get the excuse that these 18 and early 1900s people, they just worked harder than us. They're so much more dedicated. When Donkeys Incorporated put their chisels to work, they didn't stop for anything. Did they need food or water? Heck no. They got the job done by moonlight and did whatever it took. No training? No problem 150 years ago. Well, we are just lazy. We are distracted. We spend too much time playing video games. Wait, this is ridiculous? Yeah. Oh, and we fully trust them that they have pieces that are from 7,000 years ago in this museum. In the year -5,000. Not -5,001. Not -4,999. But yes, exactly -5,000. Incredible. And they're just on it when it comes to those -5,000 people, but can't give us any construction details from the last 100 years, which is completely acceptable. No. We have seen William Templeton Johnson pinned as the architect for the last two buildings. So, we definitely know that there's something up with this guy, especially when he's out here winning the design competitions for palaces, which we have seen so many times, that there was no shortage of master architects 100 years ago, even 200 years ago. They were all able to supposedly get these drawings together. Everybody in the 1800s and early 1900s were just able to supposedly get these drawings together and get multiple buildings done at the exact same time. This was standard back in the day, supposedly. Beating 6 other architects to design 3 buildings. Of course he was. Okay, so at this point we know there's something major wrong with the narrative. And I want to show you some of the things that I found. Right when we walked in and saw this structure, the whole thing in Balboa Park was set up like a town of an advanced civilization. You had the buildings, and you have this stage where there would have been performances. The problem is that it looks like it's from ancient Greece, not California, with the Greco-Roman style columns and the detail in the architecture. The fact it stands the test of time, no problem at all. And the fact that it's not even close to the only thing that doesn't fit into the California narrative. So we started walking over into what I like to call, and what it feels like, is the city center, where you have this spot where everything kind of comes together, like a downtown area. And you can, of course, see in the background the main attraction. They call it the Museum of Us now, but it's clearly not a museum, and we'll definitely be getting to that. First, I just want to show you what I was seeing up close. And I know I've said this before, but please keep this in mind when you see this. Ask yourself, how many times have you seen any town construct one of these in our entire lifetimes? It is so important to ask yourself this, because this destroys the evolving and advancing evolution lie that we have all been told. This is clearly created by an extremely advanced society, people that were here before our timeline, and they fully understood what they were doing. If this was just a mold, could you imagine the size of the mold going all the way up the face of this building? It would be something that would blow our minds today. This is in California, a place that in this same episode, we were shown that they were living in sheds, yet at the exact same time, told that they were creating this masterpiece. At the exact same time. It's incredible. Now remember, this is all right next to each other. All of these buildings are like 30 feet away from each other. So here we have the Casa de Balboa, or at least this is what they're telling us it's called now, because of course in the last 100 years, they've already changed its name 5 times. First being called the Commerce and Industries Building, then the Canadian Building, and then the Palace of Better Housing, and then it's called the Electric Building, and now it's the Casa de Balboa. And this all proves one massive thing that we can remember and look back on for the first 54 episodes, and look forward to in the future episodes. And this is that they are 100% writing names on these buildings and messing with them to fit their narrative, where the new name is now engraved on the side, when we don't see the Electric Building engraved on the side, even though that was one of its names. So this obviously proves a lot. This shows that we can be 99% sure that they have changed the names to every single one of these buildings here in Balboa Park. And let's be honest, most likely all over the world, meaning that someone following the mainstream history would have zero idea of what any of these buildings were ever truly created for, which is exactly what they want. In my opinion, these buildings are from the previous civilization, and this is so clear at this point. The detail on these columns are on nearly every single one of these buildings. We have perfect grapes sculpted onto these pillars, with leaves intertwined into it. Not a single mistake all the way up. And you go inside, and we have this courtyard with arches all the way around the whole building on multiple floors. Everything was just perfect, and honestly, it all looked brand new. Which, if our current civilization built this, there is no way that it would look like it was constructed 2 weeks ago. We would have had to restore this place like 15 times. Look at our roads as an example. They last 10 months, and then we need to take 5 years to repair them again. Here we have yet another building that looks like it was chiseled by the gods. We have 2 balconies built into the front of this thing. We have an incredible window in the middle. The detail is mind-blowing. If anyone has the chance to go here and see all of these buildings in person, I highly suggest doing that, with possibly the biggest giveaway that these buildings are from the old world and built by a much more advanced civilization that was wiped out and erased from the history books and completely taken out of our timeline. When we zoom in on the front of this building, right above the sign that reads its new name, Casa del Prado, you can see that this building had something written on it that we're not allowed to see today. This section right here was a plate. It was a stamp that told us the true narrative of this building, in my opinion. And they have clearly covered it up and scratched it out so that the building now fits their new timeline and their new narrative. And when you know what to look for, you understand what is going on with these buildings. You know that this is the kind of stuff to look for. It's something that we were blind to before, and now it is so clear. And once you know, you know. You don't go back to not knowing. As we kept going deeper into this place, there was just more and more incredible buildings. You have this fountain, and right next to it is the San Diego Natural History Museum, where we have the oldest scientific institution in Southern California, and the second oldest west of the Mississippi River, where we are, of course, told that it was found on October 9th, 1874. They tell us that they moved from building to building, repurposing buildings. The museum even occupied 3 different buildings at one time. But none of them, of course, were up to their standards in 1917. So they moved again that same year. But in 1920, they wanted to move yet again to the Foreign Arts Building, where they kept remodeling. And when I say remodeling, I mean destroying. Because we all know that remodeling or restoration really means destruction. So they're all done destroying that building. So on to the next one, of course. The Canadian building was the next one on the list for a good destruction project. Got this done in 1922. So in 1925, a nearby fire of course raised concerns. They need to throw the fire into the narrative. All over the world. It's just incredible. It's in all of these buildings' narratives. And we have shown this so many times. They throw William Templeton Johnson right back into the narrative of yet another one of these old world buildings, using the same character to explain away these structures that do not fit into our current timeline. So 1932, they tell Templeton to get this job done, to build a building that lasts forever. Get it done. And make sure to give us 0 information about the actual construction process. How many men? Where are the materials coming from? 1932, they hire him, right in the middle of the Great Depression. So we can't leave that out. But of course, that's not going to stop William the Great. He gets this place done in the beginning of 1933, January, meaning from some point in 1932 to January 1933, this thing is done during the Great Depression, and it's here forever. I'll be the one to say it. That story is logistically impossible. We have, in my opinion, clear proof in episode 41 that this is complete nonsense. And a construction project like this would never get done in less than a year during this time period. So they go through like 10 buildings, destroying all of them and saying they're restoration projects, and then whip this masterpiece together in a year. It must have been nice back then. Unbelievable. I also mentioned that we went to the San Diego Zoo, which is also located on this site. And it was honestly the weirdest zoo I've ever been to in my life. This was definitely the coolest one overall, if you're just a fan of zoos, because you're just able to be right next to the animals, obviously in a safe way. But you would go down like 200 feet to see all these animals, down a bunch of steps. This is in my opinion and just my thoughts on it, but it felt like it was all built on top of a structure. And they were just putting these animals all around it, because the rest of the area was relatively flat. From all of my research and everything that we know about zoos and golf courses, hiding old world buildings and more, this is just my personal take on it. If anyone's ever been there, you'll know what I mean. But it was really cool. We were able to see the building that they now call the Museum of Us, which is the main attraction, San Diego, California. We went and saw the Museum of Us, which is the new name, since we all know that they have changed the names to all of these buildings many many times. It was originally called the California Tower. This is what they tell us, and most likely was named something before that. Because before it was called the Museum of Us, it was called the Museum of Man. And this was changed in August of 2020. So they are still changing these old world buildings' names, even to this day. And this is an attempt to make it extremely confusing for someone that is following the mainstream history to ever go all the way back and find the truth. Because once you find the original name of the building, you can then dig into the narrative. But when you throw the new name into the search box, it comes up with everything that's happened with its new name. The new history story, or his story. This building serves as the entrance to Balboa Park. It is 200 feet high with a bell that chimes every quarter hour. And this gets very interesting when we see that public access to the tower had been closed since 1935. You really can't make this stuff up. Locking the doors to the public in 1935. Because of course there's nothing to see here. And in 2015 they begin the process to allow this. But before I read this next part, remember, they supposedly built these entire buildings with perfection over 110 years ago in less than 24 months. And we showed this in our last episode. So here we go. The process began to allow us to all be able to look at the tower again because they wouldn't hide anything, right? So the process began in 2015, and they need to do some work on it first to make sure that it's all ready for us to see again. The work included making it wheelchair accessible. Okay, that's fine. But then there are, of course, additional things that they are going to do to the building. Architectural and engineering services to evaluate and restore. There's that word again. We know here that restoration is really destruction. This building was perfect, exactly like we have seen when we went to the Pasadena City Hall in episode 33, when it survived perfectly fine for decades. And then they randomly shut it down to make it earthquake proof. And the repair company got a golden ticket for their efforts. When Pasadena has recorded 6,943 earthquakes since 1931. So the building obviously didn't need our help. And I'm just gonna throw this in here before I forget, because this lines up with what we're saying perfectly. That everything was given back to us since 1776, including documenting the weather. So for thousands of years, we were told that no weather forecast was ever observed. Well, leave it to the 1860s. Donkey riding cowboys that were of course suffering in sheds, but also had castles to get this done no problem at all. Okay, now let's continue. To evaluate and restore the highly ornamental cast stone facades and complete re-roofing and repair of the tile domes. So in my eyes and in my opinion, based on everything that we know and have seen to this point, everything that they just listed in this paragraph that they supposedly fixed up before allowing us to see it for 80 years, having it locked away from us, the public, every single one of these things that they just named were destroyed or dramatically changed to fit into the mainstream narrative. There was something in here that we were not supposed to see. It was locked away. It would have totally changed the mainstream narrative of Balboa Park, or possibly the rest of the world, with this building being the main attraction and the entrance to the park. There was surely something important inside this building, and it was definitely not built to be a museum. So we know that these buildings were constructed in less than 24 months, like we have said and shown. So this whole fix-up project, from the point of deciding that it needs to be fixed up in 2015 to the completion date of the destruction, it better have been faster than the people of 110 years ago, since the 2015 people aren't building the entire building. And we are, of course, evolving in advance. Wait, no? What is this? It took them 60 months just to destroy this place? I mean, repair? It was completed in 2020, taking them a total of 5 years to complete the project. And they finish it off with a nice gesture, saying that they, of course, preserved the tower's exterior. So nice of them. All right, so at this point, we fully understand that they have destroyed anything at this site of Balboa Park that would have hands down given the old world away to us. Any depictions, any dates, all of that. And we know from our last episode, episode 55, that they defaced a plate on the front of this totally average, very easily constructed building. We also know that they are destroying and hiding things from the public for 80 years, which we have shown today. And this isn't sketchy at all. Well, actually it is. We are also told of the buildings that still remain at Balboa Park from the exposition. Of the buildings that still remain, so we also know that they have destroyed a lot of the buildings from Balboa Park, removed them completely from our timeline, because these types of masterpieces were very easily constructed in the 18 and the 1900s. This type of construction was very bland and was a simple upgrade from their shed homes that they would go home to after building with their horses and wagons. And of course, these buildings were nothing like the incredible Klesinski building, currently located in Chicago, that took our civilization 14 years to complete with its perfect 90-degree angles, its incredible stonework. Oh, there wasn't any stone? No? Okay. Well, then it's perfect marble. What? Wait, no marble either? No. It's a perfect box that took 14 years to build when we were all watching and real documentation was taking place. So what happened to all these buildings that they destroyed? Do you all remember when I said in episode 55 that zoos and golf courses hide buildings? They hide structures. Do you remember when I said that it felt like I was walking down something that was hidden and the animals were placed around something? Do you want to see what I'm talking about? Are you ready? The buildings were eventually absorbed by the San Diego Zoo. And this is coming straight from the San Diego History Center website. Absorbed by the zoo. Let's continue. Remember that in 1935, they shut the California Tower down, or the Museum of Us, and the public was no longer able to see inside. 2 years before that, buildings south of the El Prado were gone by 1933, besides 2. So there was, in my opinion, without a doubt, a clear operation at this time to hide this park from the public, to rewrite its history and make it fit into their mainstream narrative. Because in 1923, they knocked down the Sacramento Valley building, 8 years after the exposition. This building was outdated? No. And we all know about the fire stories by now. And if you haven't, get ready. The fire stories are the nod to the hidden group that these buildings are from the old world. They were built by a previous civilization. A house fire does not burn down stone, and it doesn't burn down marble or brick. It simply doesn't get hot enough, and we have shown this. The Southern California County's building burned down in 1925, right in the middle of all of these other buildings getting knocked down. So they just randomly have a fire? Of course they do. After what we know about the fires, this is normal and acceptable? No, it's not acceptable. So they give us the fire story, and then at the exact same time, rip all these other buildings down. And then at the same time, they make one off limits for 80 years to the public. And we're just supposed to trust this story? We all understand that the hidden past is that an extremely advanced previous civilization constructed these buildings very easily. A civilization that we are not being told about. A civilization that had all of the technology that we have today and much more. They had phones, TVs, planes, trains, artificial intelligence, and much more. All of these things are being given back to us since 1776, in my opinion. If you're interested in learning more about that, we have episode 10 and 38 that talk all about this. We are being lied to about these narratives with fake characters, fake construction companies that build 2 massive buildings and then never build anything ever again. With zero training, of course, changing buildings' names to attempt to trip us up in the research, and that's not going to work. They repeat names with the AI-generated stories, and on and on. So, 1933, 10 years after they tore down the Sacramento Valley building, 8 years after the fire story, they tear down 2 more buildings at Balboa Park, the San Joaquin Valley and the Karen Tulare County's building. So here we are given a construction photo of the Varied Industries building, which shows us the incredible construction process. Just look at those workers go. Look at all of the equipment, the dedication, never taking breaks, working by candlelight, no distractions. It shows us all of the men It shows us, it shows us a building that's done? This thing is done. This is a completion photo. But according to the city of San Diego, this is a construction photo. I mean, this is honestly equivalent to me going into the road right now and turning around and taking a picture of my house and telling everybody that it's a construction photo. This is not a construction photo. Where is the construction? And it gets even weirder when we look at the narrative, where in the beginning of its narrative, they named it the Agriculture and Horticulture Building. And then they switched it a year after the exhibition in 1916, which is normal. No. They switch it to the Foreign and Domestic Industries Building because it's a repurposed building. It's repurposed from the old world because the previous civilization did not build this building to have it changed purposes over and over. They built it for a reason, and it was not to be a foreign and domestic industries building. This is the same thing where the USA is the land of the free. Yeah. They got a lot of free buildings that were located on their land in 1776. So it's getting a lot clearer now. And of course, the next sentence proves what we're saying here, that all of these buildings located in Balboa Park were found and repurposed. All of the names were switched from the original name over and over, which I believe is the case with all old world buildings. None of them were originally a bank. They weren't post offices, they weren't Capitol buildings. This is a worldwide operation, and these stories are just that. They're stories. When the name of this building has changed many times since it was found, naming it the County Fair Building, the Food and Beverage Building, and on and on. And of course, this was just your average food and beverage building over 100 years ago, where we are told that the facade looked like the entrance to a church, and this church look was reinforced because it had the appearance of a bishop in a medallion above the central door, and a cross in the starburst medallion. Okay, so this place was obviously incredible, and its original purpose is much different than what it's used for today, just like all of these other buildings. So in 1970 to 1971, they destroyed this building in a reconstruction project. And of course, the new one did not replicate the original. Now remember, World War I was in 1914. This exposition was in 1915. People were not concentrating on the narrative and all of its lies. And even if they were, how were they going to tell thousands of people about it? It just wasn't possible. So what happened to this building? Well, the people of San Diego were at a crossroads. They were in a bind with what to do with such a pathetic, temporary building, because we're always told that these buildings were just temporary, right? But they last forever if they just left them alone. With incredible architecture. What would they possibly use it for? Well, 1 year after the exposition in 1916, they built this building, and now what? The military needed the space, so the building got to stick around, where they used it as a barracks and a post office. And what do you know? This building was also damaged. The money was, of course, not enough to fix it, so it continued to deteriorate. I wonder what a lot of these wars are actually used for. They wouldn't be an operation to destroy the old world, would they? Remember when we were told that they stopped allowing the public into the California Tower in 1935? Well, the mainstream history just can't put their finger on why the Farm Bureau discontinued the use of Balboa Park for its county fair in 1931, just 4 years before the public was no longer allowed to go inside these buildings. Well, I would say that we know exactly why they didn't want to hold any county fairs here anymore at Balboa Park. And this wouldn't be an operation without a second exposition at the exact same location of Balboa Park. This one being held at the exact same year of 1935. It's incredible. Clearly they have found something major that went against their narrative, and they needed to run it back a second time. So in 1914, we get World War I. 1 year later, 1915, we get Balboa Park Exposition number 1. 1935, we get Balboa Park Exposition number 2. 1 year later, 1936, we get World War II, where they now have yet another name for this building, Building 212, used now by Red Cross, while the Navy yet again modified the interior. Are you still on the fence? well, there wouldn't be another... No way. This is so clear at this point. The San Diego Aerospace Museum moved into the building, briefly, in September 1961, before transferring its exhibits across the street to the Electric Building in 1963, where they stayed until a fire in 1978 destroyed the building. Now, I have a lot to share, and I think we have a solid understanding at this point that the narrative surrounding Balboa Park has consistencies with what we've seen across the world. The narrative holds multiple fire stories. There are so many destroyed buildings within such a short time frame. The same years, basically. It is incredible when you know what to look for. So it's time to go to the east coast of the USA, Buffalo, New York, where we will find the Dennis Building, and yet another building that holds multiple names. The Dennis Building, the Glenny Store, or Crockery Store, the Glenny Building, and the Stanton Building, and yet another building that, of course, holds a fire story in 1905. And not only that, but we also get the reoccurring names. Yes, it is possible for him and his sons to have the exact same name. But when we have seen this in so many narratives about these old world buildings, where both brothers marry somebody named Alice, and their mom is also Alice, and their dog, and their cat, and their hamster that they found at Alice Pet Store. And the building is also named Alice. And this has happened hundreds of times, where the AI is generating these names over and over. And then it becomes so clear that these mainstream narratives surrounding these buildings are AI generated, and they are produced on a mass scale, which is why so many names are reoccurring. The fire story is in nearly every single one of them, and on and on. It also shows how these narratives could be completed so fast, and this really wouldn't be that difficult to produce in such a short time frame. You just throw in the parameters that they want covered in the narrative, and the ChatGPT can do it in 2 seconds. We all know here that the ChatGPT didn't just come out. It's not brand new. We know this. It's been here before for a very long time, and the hidden group has had it. We have shown this in previous episodes, and it's definitely something to point out and keep in mind for the future, because we have William H. Glenny, where he has a son with the same name, William H. Glenny. And like I said, it wouldn't be weird, but we have seen this so many times. Now, we are told that modernization of the ground floor has destroyed any identifying plaques, and it is not known if the building was the product of a local manufacturer. So, right here in the narrative, they are admitting that they have no idea who built this place, and they are also admitting that our civilization had destroyed the plaques that once said who constructed the building. This is incredible. So we get a very detailed construction story here. Oh wait, no we don't. We also get a construction team that's been shaved off the side of the building, and a history that tells us that it was built in 1873. Does this mean 12 months and it's done? With 0 details? But we are supposed to just trust it, right? And we also get the fire story in 1905. We're gonna stay in New York and go even deeper into this and just hammer it home. For anyone that's on the fence, I think this will help you get over. Our Lady of Victory Basilica, located in Lackawanna, New York, where the narrative begins, with 0 waiting around, with them just handing us the nod right now. Where in 1916, a fire seriously damaged St. Patrick's Parish Church in Lackawanna, New York. And they tell us that Father Baker just needed to replace that one. The one that has 0 documented evidence that it was ever even here. So in 1921, they knocked down a building that has no proof that it was ever even there. And 4 years later, this one that we see today is just there forever. It's very simple stuff 100 years ago. So we get the fire nod again. And in 1941, we of course get another destruction story, where a violent lightning storm causes significant damage to the new building's Twin Towers. More Twin Tower stories in New York. So they had to destroy that part of the building and use the powerful lightning of 1941 as an excuse. But of course, after 1941, they never had to worry about the lightning ever again, which is normal and acceptable. No. And I'm going to show you again that this building is from the old world, and they destroy it with these refurbished projects, restoration and the rest. Like we have talked about a lot today. They say that Baker died and Joseph takes over. The first thing that Joseph wants to do is take charge of a refurbished project where he has the marble towers replaced. What in the world is he doing taking marble towers off of this building? That is completely backwards. You would not take marble towers off of anything. You would put marble towers on a building if you could. This is a clear operation to diminish the work of the old world and replace it with copper. And what do you know? The copper that he put on there turns green and needs to be replaced with a new one. I love asking this because it really proves the point that these buildings are from the old world and these narratives are ridiculous. But do any of our towns, anywhere in the world, have any upcoming plans? Or ever in your life, have they ever had any plans to knock one of these out or anything close to it in just 4 years? My town did come close when they built a Dunkin' Donuts a few years ago. And let me tell you, it was a Dunkin' Donuts built by the gods of the 21st century. It is perfect. The detail in the stonework is incredible. The architecture, it's just perfect. And it only took them 5 years to plan it out and get the whole thing done. Do you remember when in episode 36, we went and saw the 132-foot tall Tower Castle, the Alt Guild Hall, located on the campus of the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, a castle that was constructed in less than a year, over 125 years ago, which we documented in episode 41, that this construction timeline is logistically impossible, especially in that time period. We also know that the building is going through a restoration project. Buildings from the old world, the previous civilization, were built to last lifetimes, hundreds of thousands of years. They definitely don't need our help, the way that our modern construction does, where our roads are falling apart after 5 years. And these mainstream stories have many hidden clues, just waiting for us to find them. And I believe that we just did. The Alt Guild Hall, with the name Alt Guild, this translating in German to old money, with a clear nod to the old world, that the name of the building is literally old money. And I believe that we just took this research to a whole nother level, where we now understand that they are using multiple languages to hide these codes within the narrative. And this is going to unlock so many doors for us. So we have the building that is named Old World Money, where there probably was old gold stashed inside when they founded it. And this, of course, isn't the first destruction project, because in 1956, only 59 years after they supposedly built this castle, it got its last big renovation. A big renovation, 59 years after it was built. I wonder what they removed from this castle that they did not want us to see in 1956. And this is when we read the title of the article, proving that we are correct, that there are things in these buildings that are hidden to us, that they are destroying with these renovation projects, where most of the public don't fully understand what's inside or outside of these buildings. That's just not revealed to us. These structures were not built in 1 year by the horse-and-wagon community. These structures expose the old world, a civilization that was so advanced that it would blow our minds. And they weren't here thousands of years ago. In my opinion, they were here only a few hundred years ago. And all of their buildings, their castles, all of their work is left behind for us to see. And of course, we're not allowed to go inside the old money hall and be a part of these revealings of the intricate decor and gold leafs. A gold leaf? Old money? Old gold? A hidden project? What did they find that triggered a renovation project? Revealing gold leaves. I think we know. If I ever find any new information, like we did today with the Old Money Hall, about any other buildings that we've covered, I'm definitely gonna share it with everyone here. Now, for anyone that watches darts, you're gonna know this building very well. The Alexandra Palace, or the Ali Pali. It is home to the World Darts Championship since 2008. If you've seen my first 56 episodes, you'll know that we've just located yet another old world building. The Alexandra Palace was built by John Johnson, another reoccurring AI-generated name, and Alfred Meeson, where it opened in 1873, but following a fire. 16 days after it opened. 16 days after it opened? Really? This is incredible, the amount of fire narratives, because we all know at this point, and have covered the Crystal Palace, that they just threw into this story, connecting the two buildings, saying that North London's counterpart to the Crystal Palace. And we know here that the Crystal Palace also burned down in a fire. The connections that are made within these narratives are incredible. So let's just follow this path of fires for a minute and see where they lead us. And we'll come back to the Alexandra Palace right after. The Crystal Palace had a reoccurring name because the AI says the daughter's name is also Crystal, and they were walking their dog. The dog was probably also named Crystal. And they just realized randomly that the massive crystal structure was burning down, where 89 fire engines and 400 firemen couldn't save the building. How long was the building burning down before they realized it? Nobody saw any smoke? Crystal and her dog were the only ones to realize it. So she walks her dog, finds the burning down Crystal Palace, and the true cause of the fire will forever be a mystery, where we are also told another clear lie, where 100,000 people came to watch the blaze. They told us that within a few hours, the fire was done and the palace was destroyed. So in a matter of a few hours, 100,000 people just hopped up out of bed in 1936, and they ran right over there in the middle of the night to go watch this fire. And this is clearly an AI-generated story, when it just throws another fire in the exact same paragraph for fun. In 1866, when the North Transept burnt down and didn't have proper insurance coverage from Geico to rebuild the building. No. This was from the old world, and our civilization today cannot rebuild it, especially in 1866. We still do have a ton of structures from the old world, like the York Cathedral, also located in the North Transept, where they tell us that construction began over 1,397 years ago. Well, actually, they tell us they found it, but the booming 627s. Can you believe that this is what we're being told? The year 627. Are you kidding me? And we're supposed to believe this. A time before paper. There were no phones. There were no power tools for another 1,268 years. Zero training needed, nothing. We are supposed to believe that they had nothing, but they had it covered. And they were master builders at the exact same time. We are told that there's no electricity, zero modern plumbing. All of these things were unnecessary in the 627s. But being able to construct massive cathedrals, that was just embedded in their DNA. Over 1,400 years later, today, we have classes that go into great detail, supposedly, learning architecture skills from the very best teachers of our time period. Yet, I don't see anybody constructing this type of structure for everybody to see. But yet they did this so many times, all over the world. And guess what? All of their work is still here for us to see. Could you imagine the buildings, the structures that were here before we were born, that have been destroyed by now? Just look at the size of the doorways. Everything was just massive and over the top to our civilization. But completely normal to the old world. And of course, in the year 741, they know all about this building. But 1,000 years later, as we've shown, that they have no idea who constructed anything. They don't tell us any details about the construction process, how many men, where the materials come from, none of that. But here we go. 741, not 742, 741 on the dot. The church was destroyed by a fire. So we get the nod. And how did we not see the fires before? This is insane, the amount of fires. How can every single one of these old world buildings hold a fire narrative and nobody noticed it until now? These fires are insane, and a very clear pattern that this narrative was just sitting here waiting for us to find it. Egbert's librarian got to work. He started the reconstruction, and thankfully, Ian Bald was there to take over and wrap this palace up, no problem. I couldn't be more thankful that we know the truth, that these stories are just that, they're stories. It is so much more fun knowing the truth, Understanding that no librarian just sits around waiting for a fire to then knock out palaces 1,400 years ago. Understanding that no damage took place in 1069. And what we see today is the original building. And there were no Thomases of the 1070s getting the repairs done in less than 5 years, for it then to be destroyed yet again. 5 years after that, getting rebuilt again, with perfection, of course, very easily, that they could just switch up the entire style of the cathedral. In 5 years, switching it now to the Norman style. Switching it up, no problem at all, 1,000 years ago. Just because the Norman style was just the style of the times 5 years later. The good old Norman style. Anyone switching their homes to the Norman style this year? Anyone know any librarians in the Norman style construction business? So after this gets done 1,000 years ago, during the day, at nighttime, they hop on their donkey and go to sleep in their sheds for another big day of construction. Freezing in the winters, of course. And you're not on the fence still, are you? I'll keep going. Where the new Norman style cathedral was damaged by fire in 1137. But don't worry, the 1100s had it covered because it was soon repaired. All remodeled in 1154. And this is all fully documented, of course? No. And there were many witnesses? No. Lots of evidence of all of these fires and reconstruction projects? There's none. But just trust them. They know what really happened, and you don't. Yeah, it's not working anymore. A new one was built, all in the Norman style, with ease 900 years ago. When in 1390, the Norman style goes out of style and needs to be demolished because they could be very picky in the 1300s. This was not up to their standards. Time for a new style. 15 years later, in 1405, fully documented, of course, no, this thing was all done and wrapped up with a brand new high altar. 2 years later, the central tower collapses. But don't worry. 13 years later, 1420, the tower is back in business. Oh my, you gotta be joking. In 1829, an arson attack, and in 1840, an accidental fire. And in 1984, York Minster suffered a serious fire in its south transept during the early morning hours, where they made the decision to deliberately collapse the roof of the south transept by pouring tens of thousands of gallons of water onto it. We get this very in-depth story in 1984 because we were all here to see it, and it actually happened. Remember, a fire is a great way to destroy the old world. There's nobody to blame, and they get to collect the insurance check at the exact same time. But the fires before the 1900s, in my opinion, they are nods. They never happened. They are simply throwing it into the narrative to show the hidden group which buildings are from the previous civilization. So for the fire that we actually saw in 1984, they have this incredible narrative and documented accounts with people putting the fire out and all of it. But for all of the other fires, there was nothing. It just burned down, and boom, it's back to normal. No problem over and over. Switching styles if they wanted to, which isn't logical at all. And of course, they have no idea what caused the massive fire. With these ridiculous stats, 80% chance it was caused by lightning. There's a 10% chance it was caused by yet another mysterious arson. But they got away without anyone knowing. And another 10% chance it was caused by an electrical fault, with a 100% chance that they know the truth and are lying. And can we just say one thing before we move on? How many times did we see the name Thomas and William in this story? I mean, I get it. It's a popular name in the 1000s. It was a trendy name back then, but come on. After what we've seen, not only do we get the AI fires, but we also get the reoccurring names. We get Thomas of Bayeux, Thomas Fairfax, Thomas Becket, then we get William the Conqueror of the 1066s. The drawing of the building by William Martin, the brother of the arsonist, which at this point is just rubbing it in our faces. And to top it off, I think this paragraph should be changed from shrines to Williams. Because are we talking about shrines or are we talking about Williams? With William Fitzherbert, St. William of York, which is perhaps associated with St. William's College. We get William DeWick-Wayne and William Markham. If you ask me, that's not normal or mathematically possible for a single paragraph about a true narrative. It is, on the other hand, 100% possible that an AI generated these narratives. Now, we got away from the original building of the Alexandra Palace. I think for good reason, but let's get back to it now. We know that it also holds the fire narrative, where the story begins with a company name that is definitely AI generated. The Great Northern Palace Company? How many Great Northern Palaces was this Great Northern Palace Company knocking out? In the mid-1800s. They apparently only built this palace and then decided that that was the end of the company, with 0 other buildings listed to their name. We have to just stop for a second and really look at what they're telling us. This guy named Owen Jones, who they used for the Crystal Palace as well, of course, started this project for the Alexandra Palace in 1859, supposedly. A year after that, this Great North Palace Company just comes out of nowhere. And we are told that the Palace Construction Company couldn't get the funds to build their first and only palace. Construction materials were acquired and recycled from the large 1862 International Exhibition Building. So they took all the pieces from this massive building that they just didn't want anymore. In my opinion, the buildings both have the exact same material. So they are trying to attempt to explain why this is the case by saying that they just went over to the other one, took the other one apart, and used it for this one, when in reality, they were built by the same old world civilization. So let's pretend it's 2024, and we make a new construction company called Your Everyday Palace Construction Company, and they have 0 money, and just start ripping apart the SoFi Stadium. And they build a little miniature version of it. And we all agree that this is a great idea and totally normal and acceptable. Are we all on the same page that that is ridiculous? Okay, good. Let's continue. In 1863, 3 years later, they begin to try and explain away why this palace sits on top of a hill, which is very interesting because we all know about the hills and how they most likely are just grass, covering bigger structures under what we can see, especially when this is installed into the narrative, that the palace sits on a site that stands on a ridge more than 300 feet high. So in 1865, they finally get this project started. They get the job done in 1873, and 16 days later, the whole thing burns down. And 4,700 items. In my opinion, these are old world items, especially when they tell us that they are items of historic value. These items, in my opinion, were never even in this building. They probably still have these items, but we're told they were all destroyed in this fire that happened 16 days after the palace is done. Here is where we find a massive logistical slip-up by the narrator. We were told that the entire building was supposedly destroyed on the inside, saying that only the outer walls survived. And we were told that the palace took 8 years to build. Well, in 1873, the fire took place. They had to clean the entire place up, plan out a new one, and get the job done somehow in the 1800s, before the power tool was invented, and get this reconstruction project done in less than 2 years. A massive slip up. This right here, in my opinion, proves that this entire story is all a lie. This is logistically impossible today in 2024. We would not be able to come close to getting this project done in that time frame. Yet, in 1873 to 1875, we are told, and we are supposed to believe, that they had no problem at all doing it, just giving us a quick sentence that the palace was quickly rebuilt and reopened in 1875. How many men did they need? Who constructed that one? Who cleaned the other one up? And this wasn't like a few basic drywall sheets that they just had to throw together and call it a day. No. They say the brand new Alexandra Palace, the one that took less than 2 years in the 1800s, before the power tool, contained a concert hall, art galleries, a museum, a lecture hall, a library, a banqueting room, and a large theater. Why are they leaving out massive details for this project? This is incredible. This place even had a horse racing course that they destroyed in 1970, a Japanese village, and other things. And do you also find it odd that these sports teams just started popping up in the late 1800s? There are none from the 1700s. Do you find that odd? This goes back to episode 10 and 38. That the timeline, in my opinion, begins in 1776. And I want to make this clear. I don't think that the USA is the reason for the kickstart. This isn't a USA versus the world topic. Every country, in my opinion, was also created to create borders and division. Passports, as we have talked about, have also just arrived in the 1800s, so that you are physically jailed within the walls that they have provided, unless you have papers to visit other lands. Which should be a given right, that we should just be able to visit wherever we want, since this is where we were born. I think that the world is operating together. The world is conducting this operation that planned out the USA in 1776. And that was the initial starting point to the new timeline that we are all presented. My point is that we are told that for millions of years, humans invented nothing, but were very capable of building the Milan Cathedral and all the incredible structures from thousands of years ago. And these civilizations that constructed these things, we are told, had nothing. They didn't have electricity, no cars, no planes, no trains, no phones to communicate. Yet we see star forts all over the world. They look exactly the same. With zero communication, we are told that only 500 years ago, Columbus found America. Yet there are star forts all over the USA that look exactly like the ones in Europe. We have nothing for millions of years, but so many so-called inventions have just come out of nowhere in the last 200 years. The probability of us having nothing, riding by feathers, riding on donkeys, no power tools, and living in sheds, that is simply, in my mind, mathematically impossible. Oh, did you think we were done with the Alexandra Palace? A fire happened, as we've shown, inside the Alexandra Palace. 16 days after the opening in 1873. They rebuilt the building, as we were told, in just 2 years. Completed in 1875. Now, as a reminder, these old fires, most likely in my opinion, never happened. And they are simply a nod to the hidden group that this specific building is from the old world, built by a previous civilization. Now, there's a big difference between a fire from the 1800s, or as we've shown from the 1300s, which is ridiculous, but there's a big difference from a fire in the 1800s that we cannot find any evidence that it ever took place, and a fire within the last 100 years that we were all around to see and document. And this is when things get interesting. When in 1980, a Haringey council took over the trusteeship of the Alexandra Palace, insuring it for $31 million. As we have explained, a fire from the last 100 years is not only a nod, it's also a great way to destroy one of these buildings from the previous civilization without anyone to blame. Not only do they get to destroy the building, but they also collect the insurance check. It is a win-win for them. And this Haringey Council is worth an investigation, because just 6 months after they insured it for $31 million, a fire started under the organ that completely spread. It destroyed half of the building. Again, the outer walls survived because these outer walls are from the old world and not by us. House fires also don't destroy stone, brick, or marble. It simply doesn't get hot enough, and we've shown this as well. The famous organ was destroyed, even though they were already dismantling it. What are the odds of that? And took our civilization, while we were all here to see it, 8 years to reopen. When in 1873, it took them 2 years. Are you seeing the lie very clearly now? Multiple fires, tons of destruction, and an incredible amount of lies, all just sitting here, waiting for us to pick it apart and expose it to the world every single week. 17 East Monroe Street, Chicago, Illinois. We have the Palmer House Hotel, where we are told that there have been multiple Palmer House hotels on this exact same site. When the first Palmer House was built as a wedding present in September of 1870, because we all know that building a massive hotel in downtown Chicago and giving it away as a wedding present in the 1800s was very normal. This was a common gesture back then, and you're gonna wanna stay around to the end when we tie this entire thing together and find something awesome that connects with this city and everything that we found. So this hotel present opens up in 1870, with no issues, of course. All of the horses pulled the stone to the site perfectly, and they all did their part. And the very next year, it of course burns down in the Great Chicago Bomb. Oh, did I say bomb? Well, they tell us that it was a fire, but I don't believe that these great fires were actually fires. This looks to me like these so-called great fires in every single city in the world, basically. You can go ahead and look it up. It happened in a city near you. These were actually bombs, in my opinion. The destruction was something that a fire alone could never accomplish, especially when we are given the fire story from the National Geographic Society that the Chicago fire bomb started by accidentally knocking over a lantern when running away from a card game. And this causes the entire city to burn down. Stone buildings that look like palaces. I think we all know that this is ridiculous at this point. Could you imagine if someone in your neighborhood's house started on fire and that fire burns down your entire neighborhood? No. And not to mention that all of the houses would have been built with brick and stone, materials that don't burn down to the ground from house fires. Let's take a look at the destruction again, where they tell us that this is the ruins of the first Palmer house. And for one, are we 100% sure that this photo is showing us the destruction of the first Palmer house? And for two, is this even Chicago? Could this be a random street in Germany right after they bombed it? And for three, take a look at those buildings in the background. This is from a tipped over lantern? Or is it more possible that we are being lied to? The buildings are just ripped apart. They're shredded and smashed. And we know you can't burn down stone and brick buildings from a simple house fire. They don't get anywhere near hot enough. This is exactly why you put stone around the fire pit. You make stone and brick fireplaces inside your house, right inside your living room, and nobody panics. It doesn't spread into your kitchen or into your neighbor's house. It doesn't crumble and look like it exploded. Are you seeing the lie very clearly now? Now let's go deeper. Now they tell us that this photo is the second Palmer house that was constructed on the same site as the first one. And before we go on, they tell us that this was completed just 4 years after the Chicago firebomb by Donkeys Incorporated with the help from their horse and wagon community. They just cleaned up that old one that was exploded all over the place. They moved all the broken stone and cleared off a solid, nice, and level spot for a brand new foundation. In just 4 years, no problem. They built this after the fire. Take a look at these horses and wagons right next to the completed palace. Built in less than 4 years? And honestly, it looks like it's been there for a long time. We had these wood planks set up that they would use to go from the paved sidewalk from the old world to these dirt roads. If this horse and wagon community built these sidewalks, they would have just built a ramp leading to the dirt with the same sidewalk material. But they didn't. They went and got a wood plank because that was what they were capable of in that time period. They were capable of a wood plank as their ramp to walk from the sidewalk to the dirt road. They found these buildings and they were occupying the old world civilization's work. And we're still doing this today, all over the world. In 1870, the first Palmer house was completed. In 1871, a year later, a tipped over lantern and tons of bombs go off and destroy the whole city. To clean up 2 buildings. So in 1871, how long do you think it would take those horse and wagons, realistically, without massive equipment? How long would it take them to clean this up? Not 8 months. I can guarantee you that. It would have taken them years. So now knowing this information, here we go. We are told that they cleaned up this entire site. They planned out a new one with perfection. They made sure they had the right construction team picked out. They planned out the materials. They had enough horses and wagons to pull the stone and marble. Everything else they needed to do, permits and everything. And get this second building done in 1875. Completed in 1875. From the point of the fire to the completion date, only taking 4 years. With Chicago winters being brutal, we know that this is logistically impossible, and they give us this nice photo of it, when today, we don't build any 7-story palaces in less than 4 years. And that's not including the entire cleanup project, from the fire bombs going off in 1871, all over downtown Chicago. Oh, did I forget to mention that this AI-generated story just couldn't help itself but throw another fire into this paragraph, saying that this was the world's only fireproof hotel and built with perfection and with rapid speeds in the 1800s. And get this, 1920 hits. So this building is supposedly only 45 years old at this point. We have supposedly the world's first and only fireproof building. And please just look at this thing again. We can see for ourselves. Does this look like a building that's going to go out of date in 45 years? No, of course it doesn't. Well, they demolished it and make the third Palmer House on the exact same site. Unbelievable. This time, it only took them 2 years to get done. They tell us that this is the first one and that this is the second one. And now with everything that we know that the narrative is ridiculous and a total lie at this point. So let's ask a massive question here. Do you think it's possible that these photos of these two buildings were just photos of other buildings around Chicago or even in different cities that they just knocked down and threw them into this story? It seems like it to me. They had a lot of buildings to get rid of to start this reset. And this seems like the most logical explanation in my opinion. Use one building to explain away all of these other old world buildings that are no longer here. And this third Palmer House hotel is just built on top of an old world structure. You can see the difference between the old world construction on the bottom and our bland brick style where it almost looks like they threw a layer of brick over the top of the old world's work. There were a lot of buildings in Chicago that needed to be destroyed. So this Palmer House hotel all happened because of this Potter Palmer guy, supposedly. And this guy is pinned as the guy that developed Lakeshore Drive and worked with another character that got a lot of old world buildings pinned to his name. As we have shown, Marshall Field, where this guy got the Field Museum, where they also got to share the department store chain, the Marshall Field Company, along with this other guy, Levi Leiter, which we can look into in another episode. I'm sure he's got the exact same kind of stuff going on. My point for coming back to this Potter Palmer was because he got to live in this castle mansion. And it's an obvious old world castle that was once located on North Lakeshore Drive, Chicago. Did you know Chicago had castles? And this one was supposedly constructed in just 3 years, from 1882 to 1885, by the Cobb and Frost firm, which we have gone over. We know that they are characters as well. The castle in Chicago, destroyed in 1950. The thing was only 65 years old. I'm gonna ask you guys, do castles go out of date in 65 years? The last time I checked, they don't. I mean, even the houses that we build today with their vinyl siding that fall off once a year when the wind blows. These houses don't even go out of date in just 65 years. Yet, a massive castle thrown together in 3 years in the 1800s that looks like it's straight out of a Disney movie. That one goes out of style in just 65 years. They must have looked at it with disgust in that time period. Their standards were just so high while riding around on their donkeys, located in Chicago, Illinois. While they're also over there, just a couple blocks down, gifting old world hotels, all pinned to this Potter Palmer guy. It's amazing. What a time to be alive in the 1800s. You get free hotels and castles everywhere. You know what? I was thinking about it. Let's just go see what this Levi Leiter guy was all about. He also got to live in an old world mansion. They tell us that this one was constructed in 1891. That's the only construction details that they give us on this mansion, where we have seen in previous episodes that they know all about the year -300, over 2,300 years ago. They give us these ridiculous stories about construction, but in 1891, there's nothing. The 55-room marble stairway with a great hall mansion was, of course, taken over by the US government and then demolished just 56 years after it was built because there was nothing to see there. No. And this whole project, we are told, started in 1891, where the old world building that had white marble ceilings, an elaborate fireplace, carved woodwork, because this was very normal stuff in the 1800s. Anybody could have done that. They don't even care to mention who that would have been. They knocked out that hand-carved woodwork that they only needed for 56 years. They start the project in 1891, where he buys the land on June 12th. We are being told that they still haven't started the construction because they finally get the permit. We already know this thing is done in 1893, so they better get going on it. We only got 18 months to work with now. So they get this Theo guy picked out, where they give us a list of other buildings to investigate, because this St. Thomas Church is also destroyed. So we get stained glass windows, a marble stairway, hand-carved woodwork, marble ceilings with zero information as to where all of this material even came from. We are told, and we are supposed to believe, that this 55-room masterpiece is done in less than 18 months. When they tell us it was done at some point in 1893, where they decide that it's just not cutting it anymore, and they all agree to knock it down just 56 years later. In a realistic world where everybody is thinking logically, this is a story for a baby. We don't build places today in 18 months and then knock them down in just 56 years. And they didn't do that in the 1800s either. This building was here much longer than we were being told. And this very wealthy individual was clearly a part of a group that allowed him to occupy this old world mansion. And then this is where they give us a clue for us to dig deeper. The clue is Theo Chandler, where they tell us that he designed this castle that got destroyed after just 56 years of use. Well, he also had a few other things attached to his name that should open a few eyes. First of all, he is off supposedly designing a brand new castle in Newcastle County, and they name it the Courthouse. A new castle located in a county called Newcastle in the USA, where it only got to stand for 40 years. At this point, alarms should be going off. A very clear pattern with these specific characters, where they are pinned to these old world buildings that hold narratives of incredible construction projects that are being destroyed after such a short amount of time. If we are advancing and times are easier now, we are better at construction now versus the 1800s. Why would they be knocking these type of structures down after just 40 years when we are clearly more advanced in the 1800s in nearly every single aspect, including training processes? We have established construction teams. We have incredible equipment, tools, and resources. And we would never do this. We would never knock this building down after just 40 years. Our towns build the ugliest buildings with basic materials and basic boring 90-degree angles. They look like boxes. Yet when the 1800s supposedly build a courthouse, it's a masterpiece that they could afford to and all agree to knock down. It's completely backwards and it isn't logical. Something much deeper is going on. And we know here that these are destruction projects to remove buildings that were previously here, built by a much more advanced civilization, and not built by Theo, while he's over there directing the project from inside his wagon carriage behind his horse on the dirt road. So let's take a look at what's really being said here. The building stood for just 40 years, which we know here that is not true. It was here much longer than that, and I need to make that clear. But they say that this was the best known building in the city, adding to the point that nobody would ever knock this thing down. The best known building in the city? After just 40 years, that's the time to blow it up? And this part of the paragraph is very interesting in my opinion, where they say, even if very few people now know what used to stand there, and this goes for the whole world, we really don't know what was knocked down before we were born. How long have they been knocking down buildings? 200 years? 300 years? We know, and we have documented many times, that they are still destroying these buildings today. But in the 1800s, there was no way to communicate this to thousands and millions of people, to let everybody know that this is happening in their town, and so that everyone could share that it was also happening in their town at the exact same time. They didn't have internet. I believe this was all taken away before 1776 and slowly given back to us. From that point on, the only news that anyone had that was being shared with the population was all controlled. And it seems like our ancestors from the 1800s were all just under their spell, and nobody could see what was going on around them and what the controllers were doing. And it also seems like up until just a few years ago, this was still going on, just destroying a lot of the old world's work, with nobody really realizing it. So here we have a destruction photo from 1919, where we are told, and are being made to believe, that only 39 years after its construction, the basically brand new, incredible stone structure was out of date and needed to be torn down. We know that this thing was much older, and as we've said, nobody is knocking this thing down after just 39 years. We are also told that the writer of this article thinks that many people who watched it get knocked down also watched it get built, which is simply not the case. And this is a demolition, a planned demolition. It was torn down. There was no fire. Take a look at the structure. And now let's look at the Palmer House from earlier. They look exactly the same. They both look like they've been destroyed on purpose, proving my point that no fire took down these buildings. Either it was a planned bomb in all of these cities with the Great Fire bombs, or they were just going door to door using high velocity explosives. And this brings up something that I've been thinking a lot about. We have all of these stories about these buildings that were knocked down, but it does make you think about how many buildings were destroyed before 1800 that we don't have any narratives or photos of, and they were just wiped out. Buildings that weren't classified as courthouses, but just regular stores, to create a new timeline and new narratives, just based on these incredible mansions, hotels, castles, and courthouses in the USA that were demolished. It makes you really think and wonder if Budapest, the way that every single building basically looks like it's straight out of the old world, it makes you think, did nearly every single city in the world at one point before their Great Fire date look exactly like Budapest? And the buildings that made it through the main destruction on that Great Fire date, these were the structures that needed to be explained away in a false narrative and fit into our timeline for a 39-year gap and tossed out before anyone really noticed it. We have the Symphony Center, a music complex located at 220 South Michigan Avenue, a building that is here for everyone to see. In Chicago, Illinois, a building that holds a 2,522-seat orchestra hall, a rehearsal hall and performance space, a ballroom, an event space that overlooks Michigan Avenue, and the Art Institute of Chicago that holds a multi-story rotunda. And for the best part of the story and the clear giveaway, this building, we are told, had its construction begin in May of 1904 and held its first concert that same exact year in December of 1904, over 120 years ago. All of this getting done in 7 months. That would be incredible if it was true. And we don't get the fire narrative here, but we do get an architect with the name Daniel Burnham. Burn. Really. It's just unbelievable. The amount of times that the narrative just throws something about burning or fires or destruction into these narratives. Burnham. Now, with a name like that attached to this kind of building, built in 7 months, 120 years ago, I think that qualifies for an investigation of Mr. Burnham, where he is pinned as a repeated failure. And I know I've seen this movie before, when they tell us that Abe Lincoln failed at everything and then became a hero. It has been used many, many times by the narrator. They pin this Byrne guy as the creator of the tallest building in Chicago in 1881, the Montauk Building, where in 1881, forget about sleep, forget about freezing winters, get your horses to the site and get this building done. Built in a year, from 1882 to 1883. This thing is done. The tallest building in Chicago. And you know what they gotta do? They gotta knock it down in 1902. That is literally 19 years later. Is anybody on the fence at this point? Well, if you are, this is gonna help you get off the fence and over to our side. Let's have some fun. The guy with fire in his name, Burnham, went on to build more of the first American skyscrapers, such as the Masonic Temple Building in Chicago, measuring 21 stories, 302 feet. This character knocked this thing out from 1891 to 1892. This was simple stuff back then. And knocking it down in 1939. But they could knock that one down because they had a new location and opened that one up in 1926, supposedly. And this new one holds the deadliest theater fire and the deadliest single building fire in U.S. history. After this fire killed 600 people. So we get the fire and the destruction of lives, where they say that this doubled the death toll of the Chicago Great Fire, which is weird because according to the National Geographic Society, the Chicago Great Fire destroyed 17,500 buildings. Only 120 bodies were recovered and 300 people died. Where we can all do the math and see that this does not add up for one building to hold more deaths than 17,500 buildings, and that there is a massive, massive lie just waiting for all of us to uncover it. What would happen if today we proved to the world that the Great Fire narratives all over the world are a massive, massive cover-up, proving that they were actually huge demolition projects, removing buildings that were built prior to 1776, and that the population of these massive cities were basically zero? What if I told you that today, after this episode, you will never think about the Great Fires the same way ever again? What if I told you that after this episode, you will never trust the mainstream history ever again? I've been waiting a long time to share this episode with the world. Are you ready to have your mind blown? Are you ready to see what we found today? Chicago, Illinois. We have the 1871 Great Fire, a fire that destroyed everything, over 17,500 buildings, and only left 6 buildings supposedly, killing basically nobody. 0.0008% of people died. Humans cannot inhale smoke. Not only do we have to keep the fire physically burning the individuals in mind, but also just as dangerous and a major cause of death from fires are actually inhaling smoke, taking only 2 to 10 minutes to pass out or even die. Fire burns oxygen, so as a fire continues to be active, more oxygen gets removed from the room. Keep this in mind as we continue. Here we have photos of all of the buildings. The whole city was supposedly destroyed by a fire. If this is true, then more than 300 people of the 334,000 people would have died. Today, in my opinion, will be the end of the mainstream history narrative.
There's a YouTube channel called My Lunch Break. It's called My Lunch Break YouTube channel. You will get addicted to that shit.
One of two things is more likely than what they're telling us, and more probable mathematically, where all of the buildings are destroyed, yet nobody had an issue getting away. So either there were more people that died than just 0.008% of the population, when all of the 17,500 buildings were in flames, than we're actually being told about, which would make a lot more sense. But this is not the narrative that we're told. And to clear this up, and to give this a much clearer perspective, 1871, where people didn't even have cars yet. They had to ride their horses or run around in order to escape this fire. So that is option number one. The other option is that the population simply wasn't 300,000 people like we're being told. And these cities were actually empty. and the previous civilization was erased. And it was time, more specifically, a planned time, to demolish most of their work. And they just absolutely shredded these 17,500 buildings with massive bombs and explosives to destroy the old world civilization's construction. Buildings that would have given this entire false narrative away decades ago. Destroying 17,500 buildings before anyone really even started living in Shalaga again. And this option, in my opinion, seems like the most logical answer. Because why would only 300,000 people already have 17,500 buildings in the first place? I think this point alone proves that we are being lied to, that the mainstream history is not truthful. Right after this 1871 fire, they tell us that they just cleaned the whole thing up, and all these other brand new buildings are magically here again. For example, like we discussed, the second Palmer House was completed just 4 years after the 1871 Great Fire. So we can see that the mainstream narrative has a ton of issues and flaws. It is becoming story hour. It's not factual information like we deserve at this point. And these questions that we're asking are just opening the floodgates for the truth to come through. We also have the Temple building to compare the Great Fire information to. The Temple building was the tallest building in Chicago. You know, the building that was owned by the Orient, which still meets today. And it also holds the narrative where the primary designer of the building and the primary representative, both of them, not one, both, died during the construction, which we have seen so many times, that they moved to the new in 1926, where it's time to take this up a notch and really start to put this whole thing into perspective, and also go even deeper than we did in our last episode, because there is so much more to this story that we didn't cover yet. When the new building supposedly replaced an even earlier venue on the exact same site. So what happened to the first one? It opened in November of 1903, when the fire broke out 1 month later. In December of 1903, 1 month later, during a performance and caused 602 deaths, and ranks as the #1 worst theater fire in the United States, even to this day. For nearly 100 years, this fire was the deadliest fire in one building in U.S. history, now being #1. And get this theater was supposedly fireproof. 1 month after being opened, it burns down. This is incredible. And we have seen this exact story before from our St. Louis episodes, when they say that the fire started due to lighting the curtain on fire. So this curtain starts on fire, and the fire exits were locked or hidden, which sounds like a plan, opinion. Even if this wasn't a event, let's think logically here. In 1871, during the Chicago fire, when 17,500 stone and brick buildings were magically burned to the ground, even though we know that stone and brick does not burn to the ground from house fires, which is why you have stone and brick fireplaces inside your living room. And everyone all over the world remains extremely calm, and your neighbors don't seem to mind either. It doesn't and never will spread to their house or to the basement. It won't make your house look like a bomb went off. And I guess I should say don't try this at home. But come on, you get the point. Do you think that it's possible that they possibly by chance might not have been able to escape their homes? Or they were maybe up too high in one of the buildings to escape? Do you think that a group of people may have had some trouble escaping their building? Do you think that it's possible that more than one of the 17,500 buildings somewhere in Chicago that look like they were exploded might have crumbled on top of someone? Or is it even possible that maybe a single issue might have came up anywhere, like this theater did, where the door was jammed? They say that the Chicago fire started at 8:30 p.m. Do you think that maybe some people were sleeping and didn't realize there was a fire until it was too late? Were there possibly some individuals that had a broken leg or were disabled? Was there not a hospital with people in it that possibly couldn't escape the smoke? And if they did, where did everybody go? The fire was supposedly engulfing the roads and spreading to the next building. All 300,000 people would have been burnt to a crisp if the mainstream history tale was true. It would have been one massive bonfire, yet basically everybody survived. My point is, how is it mathematically possible that one building kills 600 people, yet 17,500 buildings kill 300 people? At which point does everyone understand that we are being lied to, and the mainstream history from only 150 years ago is a lie? So how can you believe something that the same people are telling us about from over 1,000 years ago? And how can we believe anything that we're being told by this group of people that lie constantly? Nearly every single one of these great fires happened in the 1800s, right after the 1776 date, which was when the USA began. The main Great Fire that predates this 1776 date falls on 1/6, which is the London Great Fire, which is where the USA originally came from. And I'm guessing, based on all of my research, that this date of 1/6 is a code and not a real event. Because I'm about to take this thing to a whole nother level from this point until the end of the episode. And we are going to destroy their narrative. So I hope you all have your popcorn ready. It's time to make our own history. Here we go. The Great Fire of London in 1/6 destroyed 13,200 houses, 87 parish churches, the Royal Exchange, Guildhall, and St. Paul's Cathedral. 13,200 houses. So there must have been thousands of casualties, right? 6 people died in the Great Fire of London. And this is when we know we have found something huge. When we go to New York, where they had the Great Fire of New York, destroying 700 buildings. And which year was that in again? I forget. Can somebody clear this up for me? Am I right? Or am I definitely right? That this operation worldwide began in 1776. The Great Fire of New York happened in 1776, holding only 2 deaths, covering 700 buildings. 2 people died in the entire Great Fire of New York. 700 buildings, and only 2 people in 1776? So what's the total at? We have 1 building in Chicago holding 600 deaths. I have shown 3 great fires so far: Chicago, New York, and London, with a total of 308 deaths that have a total of 31,490 buildings destroyed. This is impossible for 31,490 buildings to be engulfed in flames, with basically nobody dying. 308 deaths, to be exact. If you trusted the narrative before today, this day will be the final day that it is trusted ever again. Because in 1916, Paris, Texas also had a great fire where it destroyed everything in its path besides people. Because it destroyed 1,440 old world buildings where only 3 people died, moving the total old world buildings that were destroyed up to 32,930. 32,930 buildings gone. And could you imagine what these buildings, what these cities looked like with the mainstream narrative admitting that these buildings were all here? And now they're gone. So again, 32,930 buildings are gone, with a total of now only 311 deaths, making this extremely clear that we are being lied to about something. Either the death totals were actually way higher than what we're being told, or these cities were basically empty. I've had a lot of people comment that they want me to include Canada and incorporate it into my research, and I can't wait to do that right now. Toronto, Canada, you're up. You had a great fire in 1904, destroying over 100 old world buildings. We know these were built by a much more advanced previous civilization. Buildings that would make 0 sense in our fabricated mainstream historical timeline, where we are given a massive fire, destroying everything in its path with a total of 0 deaths. Nobody, not a single person, not one person inhaled too much smoke for 2 to 10 minutes. In a great fire that took down over 100 buildings. In 1852, we are given the Great Fire of Montreal, Canada, where it left 10,000 people homeless. when 57,000 people in 1852 had hundreds of buildings, which isn't logical at all, or isn't mathematically probable in itself. If you think that Donkeys Incorporated saddled up in the early half of the 1800s and knocked out massive cities for only 57,000 people, I think it's time to reconsider what you've been told. When within a few hours, 1/4 of Montreal was destroyed. And yet again, nobody died. Nobody. Destroying almost half of the city's houses. In 1852, they all evacuated perfectly and ran to safety. Everybody? Not a single person had an issue? Do you understand what it would take for a fire to spread from house to house rapidly? We all understand that this fire would be massive. I know I'm being brutally honest, but a lot of people would have died. This would have been extremely catastrophic. This would not be a case of 0 deaths. In fact, it would have been nowhere near 0 deaths, and we all know this. This narrative of 0 casualties is simply not the true history of our past, where we are also told that 1,100 houses burned down. Nobody had an issue getting away from these fires. Not a single person. Fires that supposedly swept the streets to spread to the next house over and over in 1852. How were they just escaping the situation? You would think that somebody would have died from inhaling too much smoke. Now, this tells us 1,100 houses burned down, but leaves out the buildings. So let's just estimate that it was around the same as Toronto, adding another 100 buildings to that 1,100, moving the total buildings destroyed from these great fires to 34,230 buildings destroyed, and only 311 casualties. And remember, there are hundreds of great fire narratives that happen in a city near you. The mainstream history is suggesting that we are supposed to believe at this point that 110 buildings have to go down in flames for us to record 1 death. If this was 1 death per 22 buildings destroyed in these great fires, we would be at a much more realistic death total of 1,555 deaths, which is 1/5 the amount that we're being told. When realistically, it should be flipped. We should realistically have less death today per building than they would in the 1800s, since we have cars, phones, proper firefighters, and the rest. To say that 0 people in the 1800s died from a great fire that swept through the entire city, leaving the end result looking like massive bombs went off multiple times, is mathematically impossible. This is not a realistic narrative at all. And now that we have looked into this, compared it to other situations, shown factual evidence that they are lying in all of this, I want to give my opinion on what happened. I think that the population worldwide was basically 0 in the early 1800s. And I'm going to go into great detail on this in an upcoming episode. And this episode is basically a setup to lean into this topic of the population lie. But I think the previous civilization's population around the world before 1776, I would say 100 years prior to 1776, based on the condition that these buildings were in, it would put it at around 100 years, realistically. It couldn't have been thousands of years. These buildings would have just been a mess, just from the nature growing all over it and inside. But I believe the worldwide population in what we call the 15 or 1600s was massive. I believe that the technology was much more advanced than what we have today. And we are given back a very small percentage of this technology and told that it's brand new. And we all get excited and believe it. We are told that we are advancing when really we're just going around and around, getting the same exact technology as last time, or less than the previous civilization. And this is all based on control. The fact that they wrote these fake stories and made it so blatantly obvious that they are fake, saying that 0 people in massive fires, destroying all of their homes, all of their buildings, over and over and over. It really makes me think that they were just waiting for somebody to find this information, like it's some sort of test or some strange game, because it really is just so obvious once you see the lie. Now knowing what we know about the Great Fires, I'm going to cover a few more things that should just completely hammer it home for everyone here. Here we have the Great Fire of Detroit in 1805, which was 29 years after the USA came around, and also 29 years after the New York Great Fire in 1776. Notice, nearly all of these great fires are happening after that date, and they tell us that nearly everything was destroyed. But yet again, nobody died. Where it starts in the stable again, and yet again, not a single death. Everything is destroyed. Nobody died. And this reminds me of the repeating narrative, where they tell us that everything was built in a year perfectly, over and over and over, all over the world, by a guy and his donkey riding team, with no power tools, no machines, no training. The stone shipping company coordinate the delivery right on time. The mud trails in the rain were never an issue. The freezing winters, they just told them to get over it and toughen up. And they get the whole building, or cathedral, done with no issues, done in 7 months. This kind of stuff is so repetitive in just a different way. These narratives hold patterns, and this is one of them. These fire narratives are all connected, and I don't personally think that they were fires. I think they were bombs and explosives. They were deliberate attacks on the old world buildings to hide our true past, our true history, which is exactly why we are all so confused as to where we are and what we're doing here. I really hope you all enjoyed learning about these great... Oh wait, what is this? Detroit only had 600 people during this massive Great Fire? What did 600 people need hundreds of buildings for in 1805? Well, the math doesn't lie, and it never will. These 600 people did not build these buildings. And I was gonna end this episode right there, but I just wanna make sure this is not a debate at all, and an episode that everyone can remember. 1916 Phoenix Great Fire, 80 buildings destroyed, 1 death. Miami, Florida, 1901, 2,368 buildings gone to the fire. Only 7 deaths from thousands of buildings. Only 7 deaths. Houston, Great Fire of 1912. The fire claimed 0 lives, but caused an estimated $7 million in damage to property, equating to $237 million today. And nobody died. Located over 2,200 miles off the coast of Chile, one of the most isolated places in the world, we have Easter Island, where the mainstream history tells us that the island has over 1,000 stone-carved massive heads, averaging 13 feet in height, that we are told were probably carved to commemorate important ancestors from around 1,000 years ago. Probably. Maybe. And I probably have some questions, and we're probably gonna shred this narrative. When self-proclaimed experts, people that were not there, just like you and me, these experts disagree with each other on when the island inhabitants first reached the island, while many in the research community think that they arrived in the year 800, 1,200 years ago. But the 2007 people think that they arrived in the year 1,200, 800 years ago, when those people in the 800s were, of course, master stone carvers out in the middle of the ocean, just to show appreciation to their ancestors, which we all do today, of course. So then the mainstream just skips hundreds of years ahead to the year 1722, leaving out a 900 to 500 year timeline gap, because nothing important happened for 900 years. And we have this fully documented. No. When 1722 hits, the Europeans arrive, of course, and find these 2,000 to 3,000 people living in the middle of the ocean. And this is when they basically kill them all and rewrite the mainstream history to what we read today. In my opinion, this 1722 date that we are given was more realistically closer to this 1877 date down here at the bottom, because literally 11 years later, in 1888, Chile annexed Easter Island by forcible acquisition over one's territory. So we have some very trustworthy things happening here. Lots of nice meetings, some great discussions, some murder, and some land takeovers. We have a group of people that now have complete and total control of the narrative. That seemed like a great bunch. a group that we should fully trust and go the extra mile for. And giving this answer would give you an A on your college social studies exam. It would also be ridiculous in the real world when we can clearly see that they have 100% drilled a lie regarding Easter Island into our heads since 1888. And this is when we take it up a notch. When in 2020 until 2022, for 2 years, they shut this place down to the public. Nobody could go in there for 2 years. And then from August to October, just 2 months after the island was reopened to the public, a forest fire burned nearly 148 acres of the island, causing irreparable damage to the stone statues, where a random arson is suspected, but will forever be a mystery. 2 months after they opened it back up, some random individual lights the whole island on fire. Really? And we have no idea who did this? What are the odds of that? Also, how much of this place is really something that can be ignited? These stone structures that are most likely bigger than we can see and just buried under the ground. And this fire doesn't make any sense at all when thinking logically, because they tell us that the fire was in an area where several hundred of these stone structures were, as well as the stone quarry where the stone used to carve the sculptures is extracted, lighting a bunch of stone on fire. Are we all following what is being said here? They're telling us that this random individual somehow ignited a bunch of stone. Do you understand how hard this would be? To go to this island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean and light the place on fire and get away with it. And is anybody surprised that there is now a fire narrative attached to these incredible statues? Yet another fire. And we know that stone is one of the worst options to throw into your bonfire. Have any of us successfully started a fire using just stone, grass, and dirt? There really aren't any trees on this island. In fact, I don't see one. It's basically grass and stone. So they destroy the main site, where these massive stone structures came from. And then we can't forget that these people from the 800s were also able to carry these 1,000 replicas that weigh over 10 metric tons right on over to their ultimate resting place. Oh, did I say replicas? Do I think that this was an island filled with giants that were possibly killed off in 1888? Where we have clear evidence of the mud flood, even on a random island in the middle of the ocean, where it seems like a layer of dirt was thrown over the top of the entire map that we live on. Like the oceans rose up and brought mud with it, with the waters then going back down, but leaving the mud behind. And we have seen this all over, including in our Boots on the Ground playlist. Speaking of maps, are you ready to see this map that I found? A map from the Chilean government in 1870, with additions and corrections 16 years later, when we all know about Tartaria at this point. A land that none of us were taught about in our mainstream history classes growing up. Right here on Easter Island, right next to this bay, we have Tatara. Has there ever been a bigger time in history that we have wanted to zoom in on a location on Google Earth and see what is there? I threw these two maps over the top of each other to line up the exact location for us. I lined up this bottom corner, this circular spot with each other, and then went from there. And it looks like we have located Tatara Easter Island, and it's time to have some fun, where we have just located the crowned statues and two massive mounds, where we all know about the mounds from our St. Louis episodes, where we have found the Monk's Mound that has a temple 2 feet under the dirt. Could these be massive temples under the grass, located in Tatara Easter Island, next to the line of crowned statues? If I was allowed to dig for treasure anywhere in the world, I think I know where I would go. And it's also so clear and obvious that since 1888, the mainstream history is 100% lying to us, manipulating us with false stories, because we all know and can see the original map from the 1800s. It says Tatara. And now, of course, it's no longer named that. In fact, they changed the names of every single one of these locations in the last 150 years. What was wrong with the original names? Well, they gave away too many clues. Where we also have Matu Tantara. And we know that this is where Tatara Easter Island is located. We just saw this spot on Google Earth. Well, 150 years later. Let the mainstream narrative get their hands on a story. And now it's called Anakenna Beach. So we have proof of history being rewritten in the last 150 years. Total manipulation, where they tell us that this was the first replica to be raised back into place by using those incredible wooden levers in 1955. Back into place. What do you think they did with possibly the most important part of Easter Island before 1955, where they have 7 of these replicas and 2 of which have deteriorated? Or in other words, and in my opinion, 2 have been destroyed. It's an unusual location for Easter Island, where it is one of 2 locations where there is a sandy beach. This is a clear indication that this location of Tatara was the main location of the island, a port, where these individuals were able to come and go to and from the island. The rest of the island is a rocky coastline, meaning that these were most likely man-made beaches. And this sentence is a clue for us to dig deeper, where they say that islanders read from these rongorongo boards, where we have located possibly something incredible. These were seized, and most of these tablets were lost or destroyed in the 1860s. Unbelievable. And at this point, the mainstream narrative is on the ropes. This is so in your face that we have been manipulated and completely lied to. Our mainstream history is 100% fabricated and controlled, destroying the writings in the 1860s, when at the exact same time, we are told that in the 1860s, this was when the population of Easter Island was depleted and the Chilean government annexed the island 20 years later. Incredible. Where we get a tale of their destruction. And remember, this story is most likely complete nonsense, but it says in 1868 that the Bishop of Tahiti was given the wooden boards covered in this hieroglyphic writing, and none of the natives were capable of translating the writing. Well, they weren't capable because they were all dead from the Europeans. So of course they couldn't translate anything. And this is when we're told that they say they had hundreds of tablets 4 years prior and now couldn't find them. And the locals were dead. So they burned them as firewood. Could you even imagine the information that was destroyed and hidden from us in just the last 150 years? From the writings that we do have, they prove that the wood that had writings on it that were supposedly found at Easter Island weren't originally from Easter Island. In 2007, Catherine Orliak, through examination, proved that the wood wasn't from native land. It wasn't from Easter Island, showing that the wood was actually from South Africa, yellow wood, and therefore that the wood had arrived with Western contact. And this means, in my opinion, that these are just fakes. They are literally a bunch of children's scribbles to try and trick us into thinking that they were primitive cavemen that accidentally made some massive stone carvings and then go over in the corner and draw like a 2-year-old. When I guarantee you that the originals that were burned in yet another fire were elaborate and gave away a history, a lot of knowledge that isn't being shared with us or with our future generations. I think that in the future, whenever you are told this tale of hieroglyphs from an ancient civilization that look like they drew it with their left hand and with their eyes closed and blindfolded, you should be very careful believing that as factual information. Being able to carve massive stone structures perfectly over and over, but they can't draw it on a piece of paper. We all understand in architecture, before a building is created, even a small house, before it's here physically, we have to first draw it up. If you can't draw, the building or the house isn't going to turn out any better. Drawing like this and then knocking out 1,000 of these is not logical thinking. That does not add up. So we know at this point that the real Rongorongo texts, the true ones, are not being shown to us. And I bet they didn't actually burn them in a fire. I bet you they still have them. Oh, and one more thing about the 1860s. After they wiped these people out, they took one of these replicas back to London, where it has been described as a masterpiece. Yet they supposedly draw like 2-year-olds, where the name was given to it by the British crew that took it, translating to stolen friend. Incredible. And it's time for possibly the best part. And to tie this whole thing together, here we go. I have located an article from the 1964 Oregon State Daily Barometer, uncovering some information that should make this episode one to remember, where we know that the Tartarian Empire was located in Central Asia. And we also see this on many maps, where we also know that Easter Island holds possibly the most important part of the island, named Tatara. And then we have this article from 1964, where it reads that Easter Island has caused worldwide disagreements over its origins of people. Some experts believe they came from Asia, which would tie them directly to Tartaria, which I normally don't agree with what the self-proclaimed experts have to say. But the article goes on to give us a second option of where these people came from, where the others claimed that South America was where they came from 1,000 years before them. And we all know which narrative was chosen to be taught to us today, and it wasn't the Tartaria connection one. Now, both may be false, but one connects the story, and that's the same option that was left out of the storybooks that we are all taught today. And we're about to expose something that is 100% not shown to us in the mainstream history. A place that 99% of us have never heard of. That's in an article from over 100 years ago. That when these were first discovered, they appeared to be heads above the ground. However, after excavation, some were found to measure 40 to 50 feet long, or taller than a 4-story building. And somebody was asking the right questions in 1964. When they ask, how were these carved, transported, and erected on a secluded island without metal or trees? And I think we know now that there was a much more advanced, most likely, much bigger group of people that were here before us. And I don't believe it was that long ago. 50-foot tall giant statues, over 1,000 of them, and in my opinion, replicas. Absolutely incredible stuff. And this goes even deeper, where a 1925 article from the Courier Journal gives us a map of a massive land called Mu. Where have any of us heard or seen a land called Mu? And it says the map is showing the supposed position and extent of Mu after Hawaii and Easter Island had been separated from it, where people migrated to Mexico and over to Asia. It also goes on to say the crosses on the map are the locations of stone monumental remains of the land of Mu. Okay, so we definitely know that there was more land here. And this is about to get really interesting. When it reads, in this land of Mu, according to Colonel Churchward, this was the Garden of Eden, the spot where Adam and Eve of mankind's beginnings lived. Now it tells us that this information is coming from ancient tablets, where he and an East Indian temple custodian have succeeded in translating, and this all coming to us in 1925. So 7 years later, in 1932, we have the San Francisco Examiner also mentioning this continent of Mu, giving us another map. Now, whether we believe that this continent was real or not, this is still information. When I find something that could give us clues for the future, I am not going to withhold it from everyone. That being said, this would make a lot of sense, since there is a massive amount of space between the Americas and Asia, Australia, in the Pacific Ocean. If this land was there, I don't believe that it was 13,000 years ago like they're telling us. I would say it's much closer to our timeline, and possibly sank when the mud flood worldwide took place. And this would definitely explain why they are finding these massive stone structures and pyramids under the water, and would explain where the Mayans came from and why they have stories regarding the destruction of Mu. And in this article, it goes even deeper into this narrative, where it tells us that this colonel went to central India and met with a high priest in a temple school monastery, where the priest in the 1800s showed him some extremely ancient tablets, which had been hidden for thousands of years in the temple vaults, proving, in my opinion, that these groups of people hold the knowledge. They know our true history. and are 100% hiding it from us. The mainstream history that we are all told today, in my opinion, is a totally different narrative than what really took place here. And within this same article, we are told that an American archaeologist discovered in Mexico the ruins of 3 great cities. The city was covered with a foot of earth. And at the bottom of the article, saying that it was destroyed by a flood, showing more evidence of a worldwide mud flood, like we have mentioned. And we all know about Plato and how he mentioned the land of Atlantis, an article that may give us a much clearer idea of where Atlantis really was and what it was really called. An 1899 article predating the 1925 article by 26 years from the St. Louis Globe. As we zoom in on this paragraph, we can see that it says that a doctor has spent 12 years in Yucatan studying the Maya language and digging among the ruins, where he has made some famous finds, where he says that the Mayans had the original Isis, the original Osiris, and the original Sphinx. They had a highly developed language before Sanskrit, where the Mayans lived in splendor, long before and long after that strange land, the land of Mu, which Plato has called Atlantis. We all want to know who built these massive cathedrals, right? We all want to know who had the knowledge before we were all born. We want to know why we're being told that they were built with hammers and chisels. Today, I think we take a step closer to finding out where this incredible knowledge of construction truly came from, where we are all aware of the massive continent that was completely left out of our mainstream textbooks, the land of Mu. So let's go even deeper. When we go back to this article from the Courier Journal from 1925, nearly 100 years ago, where it reads, according to the records from Colonel Churchward and the East Indian High Priest, the records state that some people were brought by flying machines to India from the land of Mu in the Pacific Ocean. The records say that Mu was the motherland of man. In Mu was the Garden of Eden, where they had cities, where they learned to build palaces of marble. They acquired the skill to quarry gigantic blocks of stone and to transport them long distances and to carve them into human faces. Like we saw in episode 60 in Easter Island, where the records say that the people of Mu navigated the air and had ships where they sailed to far distant lands with rich cargo. And now that we know all of this, I want to show a few things. First of all, this is showing that the technology of flight has been here before, where the Wright brothers' story, creating the first plane in the 1800s, would be a massive lie, where they have this information stored and giving it back to us slowly, as we have discussed. Secondly, they mention in the tablets that the land of Mu was in the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean has been named the Pacific Ocean for 13,000 years? Or was the land of Mu here much closer to our timeline? Or is there more land? Not the entire continent, obviously, but are there other lands, possibly bigger than Easter Island and possibly bigger than Hawaii, left over from that cataclysmic event that are still here today and simply hidden from our maps and our flight paths, where our current day planes could simply just be flying around that area, where these hidden islands could be, hidden knowledge, where our flight paths are just circling it, the Garden of Eden, the place where humans had cities, where they learned to build palaces of marble, and learning all of the construction skills that we are all asking questions about worldwide today. We are all wondering who built these cathedrals. We all know at this point that the horse-and-wagon community did not hire Donkeys Incorporated in the 17 and 1800s to chisel away at some stone and marble and knock out the Cologne Cathedral. We know this. We know that they didn't hit the stone with a hammer, a little harder and with a little more precision than we do today. And their work just lasts forever, and ours doesn't. It's not about effort. There's knowledge involved here. The Gloucester Cathedral, located in England, we are told was constructed by the people of the 1100s, 900 years ago. And of course, the narrative holds a major fire in the year of 1088, because the narrative knows all about the year 1088. And this is fully documented, of course. No. The interior ceiling of the Gloucester Cathedral is incredible. And I am at the point where I believe that this knowledge to construct this way, architecture that doesn't fit into our mainstream history at all, of primitive people in huts, no power tools, and zero background on their training processes all over the world. This incredible architecture and construction in every single continent may have come from this continent of Mu, where they seem to have had communication with a higher power, where we are told that this is the Garden of Eden. And it shows through the construction. We have the physical evidence that they were able to construct the massive stone heads at Easter Island. And then we have this, Nan Madol, located on an island called Micronesia, a location that is connected to the land of Mu, connected to Hawaii, and connected to Easter Island. Also located in the Pacific Ocean, a once great city of man-made stone islands. The construction of the artificial islets probably started 1,300 years ago. Probably. Maybe. When in reality, in my opinion, it wasn't 1,300 years ago and was much closer to our current timeline, where they go on to say that this was built at the exact same time as the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris, where they just eyeballed it, gave it a solid, educated guess. The experts really nailed these dates, where the 12th to the 13th century seems like the winner. So it's very clear that these dates are attempts to fit this place right into their timeline of thousands of years. And what is with these maps? Throwing a layer of static right over the top of this location with a perfect 90-degree angle. It's interesting to say the least. Nan Madol has confused the mainstream narrative, and they simply don't understand how to fit this place in, where this location holds construction of megalithic architecture, where the so-called experts cannot explain it, where they say little can be verified about the megalithic construction, where we already know at this point that this land was connected to the continent of Mu, where they were given the knowledge to build palaces of marble. They learned to quarry gigantic blocks of stone and learned how to transport them long distances, and also learned how to carve stone, where we are told that they built huge stone buildings. And then they show us these depictions of it in the mainstream history, like it was actually constructed in the water, like this. When we know that it was built on land, built on the continent of Mu, it wasn't originally in the water like this. In legend, we are told that the builders lifted the huge stones with the aid of a flying dragon. So we definitely have something very interesting going on here in the Pacific Ocean, where Colonel Churchward claimed that the civilization of Mu was technologically more advanced than we are today. And is this not exactly what we're saying today? A civilization that was here before us, that we are not being told about in our mainstream history classes, that was much more advanced, with so much more technology than we have today, where we are being given all of this technology back slowly after 1776, where Columbus didn't discover anything and was a fictional character in my opinion, when the previous civilization before us didn't know of less land than we do today. Instead, they knew about more land than we do today. It's a complete opposite, where Churchward goes on to say that this advanced civilization, this group in Mu, was known as the Nakals. The dates and the years are all over the place, and it's the one thing that's impossible to translate. This is in my opinion, but this is because the year 2024 is not really the true year. I think the calendar that we use today is fabricated to completely confuse us. And the further you get away from the creation date, the further you get away from the creator. I'm not entirely sure which year we are really in. And this is why it's impossible for James Churchward to know how long ago the continent of Mu was really here. I don't believe it was thousands of years ago, like I've said before. He also goes on to say the ancient civilizations of India, which would explain why these tablets would be in an Indian temple. Babylon, Persia, Egypt, and the Mayans were built by the people of Mu. And if there was one place in the world that would be hidden from our maps today, one specific location that holds all of this technology, flying crafts, marble structures, everything, who's to say that the group of people that found this location, or the remains that were at this location and are in control today, who's to say that this group wouldn't hide this location that is the stem of all information from all of us? Is it just a coincidence that the Pacific Ocean is basically empty on our map that we are shown? And don't forget that being in control of the map is a key part of the game. What if we are playing the game with a false map? Is it possible that a part of this incredible land of Mu is still here? Is it possible that the Garden of Eden is hidden to us? Is this why we have no idea where we are, or what we're doing here, or why we're finding massive structures that make no sense in our timeline? Hiding massive continents, hiding technology, giving us a false history, giving us a false map. Is this why we are distracted with Egypt, where they tell us to look to Egypt and the pyramids, while the real location is over in the Pacific Ocean, where Church Ward claimed that the ancient Egyptian sun god Ra originated with the Mu, where Ra was the word which the Nacals used for sun, as well as for their god and rulers. Now, again, this is all information that we can hold on to for the future while we go further into this research. Finding a continent that's conveniently no longer on our map, where they were able to construct massive structures, had incredible technology, and would explain the pyramids in Egypt, is something that I cannot keep to myself. Church Ward had two major critics, and neither of them actually ever read the tablets that Church Ward did at the Indian Temple, where we have Curtis Wilgus, a historian who taught at George Washington University, where he organized and directed the Center for Latin American Affairs and also organized the school's annual Caribbean conferences. So this guy was locked in and knew all about these tablets, where the Caribbean conference organizer guy tells everybody that Church Ward's research was the strangest of fiction. It was pure imagination, based on everything that he learned over at the annual Caribbean conferences. And that's exactly how Curtis aced his college exams, by asking 0 questions and receiving 3 mainstream college history degrees, 3 of them. So we have a very open-minded individual in Curtis. Now, who is this other critic? Engineer and writer L. Sprague de Camp, where he simply dismissed the idea of the Nacal in an article in 1946. Just dismissed it. De Camp spent 10 years attending Snyder School in North Carolina, in a military-style institution where his parents were heavy-handed disciplinarians to cure him of intellectual arrogance. All right, so we have 2 critics that spent their entire life being told what to think, and they were very good at it. And those were Church Ward's critics, people that were never there, people that never spent the time in India at the temple, and had 0 proof that Church Ward was incorrect. By simply just saying that Church Ward's work is insane or mythical does not prove anything. It proves that their minds are so manipulated to the point that they can't ask any questions and can't let go of the lies that they've been told. By admitting that Church Ward's work is a possibility, it would mean that these 2 individuals would have to agree that all of their time spent learning one way of thinking and feeling like they knew more than everybody else about human history, everything that they thought was the truth, may have been a waste of time. And for some people, this is extremely difficult, and I can't fully blame them. But at the same time, they need to start asking some questions, and not towards us. We owe them nothing. We have taken a total of $0 from them. We are simply asking questions about our past. These questions should be directed towards the people, the institutions that have taken thousands of dollars from them. We are simply trying to find the truth at all costs. If a massive continent of Mu is truly out there, or even parts of it, hidden within the information that is provided, a place with marble structures and hidden technology, a hidden past, and possibly an explanation as to why these massive structures all over the world, in all of our cities, and possibly the location of the Garden of Eden. I want to know about it. Now that we know that there are basically 0 critics of James Church Ward's work, and we have records from 1925 that James Church Ward learned more than just hidden history. He also learned, in my opinion, hidden technology from the previous civilization, where James Church Ward owned over 100 patents. Now, I want to go even deeper. James was a soldier. He was stationed in India, where he became close friends with an elderly monk from a nearby temple, where these documents were in a secret archive in the temple. The priest or monk taught Church Ward the language called Nacal, by which the tablets were written. And we know that according to Church Ward's work, these were the people that lived in the continent of Mu. And the part that I find interesting is that the location of where James was stationed, the location of where this temple is located is wiped out from our database. The fact that we cannot look up where he was based, hiding his location as colonel, proves to me that they want this information gone and hidden. As if the British government doesn't know or has lost the records of where they stationed one of their soldiers. He was stationed in India for decades, and this location of this temple is now hidden from us. Finding a continent in the middle of the Pacific Ocean was not a part of the plan. I believe that James Churchward messed up the mainstream narrative when he spoke to that elder. Having an advanced civilization that was here before us does not at all fit into the narrative that we created the first plane, the first train, the first car, the first phone, TV, the light bulb, and the rest. All in the 1800s. It would make sense that all of our worldwide technological information would all stem from the Garden of Eden, or in other words, the beginning place. A branch off to Egypt, India, Mexico, Asia, and the rest of the world. Having an advanced civilization that was here before us does not fit into the narrative that today we have the best construction processes. And it honestly disproves the evolution theory. It shows that we are not evolving and advancing. We are simply growing as we are allowed to grow. We are as advanced as we are allowed to be. And this is what James Churchward proved. This article clears up a lot for us. When James did not go to India with the intentions of learning any of this information, he was stationed in India and was in charge of the old priest. James was in charge of the priest. This was his role. This priest was one of the three most highly learned priests of India. Secretly stored in the archives of the temple were hundreds of clay tablets. The old rishi, or priest, became highly attached to James Churchward and taught him the key to the ancient alphabet. So this priest or rishi taught James this information and then showed him secret tablets. And then we actually have these massive heads at Easter Island. We actually have the structures at Nan Madol. We have physical proof that backs James Churchward's narrative up. You can physically go there and see it for yourself. So the location of this temple in India, where James was based for years, is wiped out from our knowledge. But we all know that if there is a temple out there in India with hundreds of hidden tablets that hold incredible knowledge, then there most likely is more than one. Who else has hidden knowledge that holds our true history, just waiting for us all to find it? Nicholas J. Clayton, an 1800s master architect who is pinned to 47 buildings, mainly located in the state of Texas, that are under investigation today. 11 of the 47 buildings have been demolished, 3 more burning to the ground, including the electric pavilion that we are being told was constructed in 1882 and burned down the very next year. While he is also pinned to the Masonic Lodge building, which was also demolished, pinned to the temple, located on 816 22nd Street, which later became the Masonic Temple, with his father having the exact same name, Nicholas J. Clayton, which we have seen so many times, reoccurring names constantly, where the mainstream narrative is no longer able to hide and make flaws that nobody cares about anymore. When we are told that Clayton knocked out the St. Mary's Infirmary in Galveston, Texas in 1874, and it's demolished in 1865, knocking a building down 9 years before it was constructed. Clayton was born in 1839 and moved to the USA as a small child from Ireland. And I think this is going to show us how these people, like Clayton, were inserted into these roles, pinned as the architect of old world buildings. Clayton went into the United States Navy, where he was now planted in Galveston, Texas in the 1800s, and was destined to be a master architect in our history books, where he became one of the first professional architects in Texas. And of course, the very first architect in Texas would be the best to ever live in Texas, with 0 mistakes ever, and his buildings built to last lifetimes, knocking out the Sacred Heart Catholic Church in 1905, where in 1888, the Jesuits took over the responsibilities of the parish. Clayton was also pinned to the main building at St. Edward's University, located in Austin, Texas, where we are told that the first one was completed in 1888, the same exact year that the Jesuits took over the other Clayton church. And they tell us that the one we see today is the second one, when they rebuilt it no problem at all in 1903 after a fire. Where it gets very interesting when they tell us that they hired Clayton to design the structure. But when we go back to his works, this building is not listed, adding to the fire total that we mentioned earlier. Clayton also is said to have designed the Beach Hotel in Galveston, Texas. Construction began in 1882, and they just wrapped that thing right up in 1883. 1 year later. Not a problem in the 1800s, where it was destroyed by a mysterious fire. Just 15 years later, where the cause of the fire was never determined. A 25-minute fire in 1898, and the whole thing is gone. A mysterious fire. Yeah, okay. And apparently, the Harmony Hall is another Masonic temple that Clayton was pinned to, where we are about to turn this thing up a notch. The Masonic temple had its cornerstone laid in 1882, after they just upgraded their chisels over at Donkeys Incorporated Home Depot. This building was done in 2 years by Clayton and his horse and wagon team. Completed in 1884. All of this is done before the power tool was even invented in 1895. So we all know who gets the old world building. Taken over in 1884 with Gothic detail engrafted on classic forms in the Italian Renaissance. It was a masterpiece where they tell us that the building was later destroyed by a fire in 1928. Just take a look at the building and tell me if this is something that looks like it would be built in 2 years today in 2024. I mean, I would say it's possible if we had the very best tools, the most incredible equipment, the best workers that were fully trained, a shipping company that was right on time, and all the rest. But for us to believe that this took 24 months in 1884 before the power tool and then randomly burns down is, in my opinion, is complete nonsense. Back then, many of the Masons worked downtown, and even as the building burned, they saved the books, said Abby Hughes, a master Mason and member of the Scottish Rite for 56 years. They moved almost everything, even the grandfather clock, where we are told this building also held an elaborate Italian marble staircase, and they saved that as well. I'm gonna ask you guys, does this sound like a fire? Or does this sound like a demolition after they removed everything? Let me know what you think in the comments. Do we all trust what Master Abby has to say? Her story seems a little odd if you ask me. When they go on to say, during this fire that burned down the incredible building, with the flames ripping through it, they were able to remove piece by piece this Italian marble staircase. They cleaned it up and gave it a brand new home, making it the centerpiece for the current cathedral. And this was an acceptable narrative for nearly 100 years, until now, where we all know, after everything we've seen to this point, we know that this is complete nonsense and was a destruction process on a building that they did not build. They found it, they repurposed it, and they took all the valuable books and items out of it that belonged to the previous civilization and destroyed the building. What else they pinned to this Clayton guy? Ball High School in Galveston, Texas, where Ball High tells us that in 1884, Ball High became the second ever high school in the state of Texas. And this was their high school. I mean, do I even have to say anything? Does it get any more incredible than that? This was built in the 1800s as a high school. The cornerstone is said to have been laid in February of 1884. That same year that Clayton wrapped up this building that had a demon fire that licked its way through the rich furnishings, gutted the building, and cracked the walls, sending debris flying into the streets, where thousands of people watched. Another quote from Abby Hughes, the master mason of the Scottish Rite for 56 years, when I'm sure nobody was watching them do anything. Ball High started its construction in 1884 and wrapped it right up in 1886. 2 years, done. So Clayton was just knocking these things out, no problem at all. And could you imagine him today? Just ripping through these things in our towns today. And could you imagine if this guy actually had power tools? What kind of buildings would he be building today? I mean, I think he would be the Picasso of our time. Just imagine if Clayton had one cordless drill. Imagine him having a saw or a shipping company that had the trucks that we have today. I think this building would have gotten done in like a week. Why do we not have statues of this Clayton guy? We would have a total of 0 houses with vinyl siding. I can guarantee you that. There's no way Clayton would have allowed that. Our town halls, our high schools, they would have been palaces. And we know that there was a much more advanced previous civilization that is definitely being hidden from our timeline. A civilization that had incredible knowledge, had proper training, had all the tools, and understood how to get these buildings done all over the world. And they did not do it while riding around like a cowboy, while in their wagon. When we are told that in 1955, this building just wasn't cutting it anymore, and they felt like they needed to upgrade it, where according to GalvestonMonthly.com, they say that this was the oldest public school in Texas. They say there is a letter that was beneath the cornerstone, buried in a time capsule that contained the items related to the school's incarnation. And I would love to know what they found in 1955 in that time capsule. And here we're gonna see how incredibly well built these old world buildings really were. In 1900, a Category 4 hurricane devastated this location, killing around 8,000 people, which remains the worst weather-related disaster in US history in terms of loss of life. Yet, a year later, in 1901, this school was back in service, as if nothing happened. In 1954, they had a new school built, as we have mentioned. And soon after, they tore down the structure. And since they just can't leave it out of the story, of course, they had built a new building, which was later sold to the United Fire and Casualty Company, located on the exact same site. Now, we were also given the synagogue in Texas that has incredible architecture and a very strange past, where we are told that this is one of the oldest standing synagogues in Texas. And all of these buildings that we've mentioned are all attached to the same exact character, Nicholas Clayton. The synagogue was supposedly designed by local architect Fred Stewart, designed and built in the same year of 1870. And then they sell it the same year that Ball High School was demolished in 1955. And they sold it to the Masonic Lodge, with this building, of course, also surviving the 1900s Category 4 hurricane. No problem at all. Now, I'm gonna be honest, I'm shocked they didn't just name this town of Galveston the town of Clayton, because he's pinned to everything here. He's pinned to the temples. He's pinned to the high schools, the courthouses, where he knocked out the town's 4th courthouse, 3-story stone structure, completed in 1892, when it just wasn't cutting it anymore. And they knocked it down to build a new one 6 years later, in 1898. And I'll tell you what, Galveston, your historical narrative is one of the sketchiest narratives that I've ever heard. The first courthouse was done in 1838, 186 years ago, built by nobody. And what happened to it? They tell us nothing. We're just supposed to believe them. And guess what? A brand new one is on the way. In 1857, it's here. Who built that one? It will forever be a mystery, just the way the mainstream narrative likes it. Second courthouse? Get out of the way. A third one is coming in, a 3-story stone structure, exactly like the 4th one. This one is designed by Eugene Thomas Heiner in 1882. And this one was, of course, not up to the 1800 standards, a time period where we had nothing better to do besides build 3-story stone palaces and then knock them down 10 years later, only to build a brand new 3-story stone structure in 1892. And just get rid of that one 6 years later, where that one is partially destroyed by the 1900s hurricane. And the 6th and present courthouse was completed, where this gets strange. The current building was built in 2006. It says that according to multiple sources, but the main source leaves out this other building, where they say that another building was built in 1966, which we aren't being told about in the official narrative. So this is the current day courthouse, and it's actually the 7th courthouse on this site. We are all understanding that they were not building massive courthouses and knocking them down over and over and over. And we've shown this many times throughout all of the episodes. The first courthouse was a masterpiece from the old world, where the first courthouse is always a masterpiece from the old world. And they replace it with this thing and give us these insane stories where they knock down 10 buildings and only need them for a few years. Where I have gone even deeper and found that there were actually 7 courthouses, not 6. With this box being the replacement in 1966, our modern construction in the last 60 years is pathetic. This box, the one that they tell us, was highly regarded for its modern architecture. The governor proclaimed it the most beautiful courthouse in the state of Texas. This guy must have been blind as a bat. This box, built in the architecture style called your basic box style, he called that a modern masterpiece of the 20th century. And that replaced this courthouse. And we all understand that this was the original courthouse, where in any of their 7 courthouses, this story would not hold up. Where they have zero information on the 1838, 1856, 1875, or 1892 courthouses. They don't even have a fake drawing to show us. Nothing. Because this 1898 building was built long before 1898 and long before 1838. This building was here and built by the previous civilization that once lived in this location. They can't just say they had 7 courthouses and give the public zero information about them. That is nonsense. It's not true. And this nonsense may have worked for a century, but it does not work anymore. And now we have possibly the most incredible building that is pinned to Clayton's name, the Ashbel Smith Building, also located in Galveston, Texas. And it still stands here today. This is the oldest medical school building west of the Mississippi River, according to the mainstream narrative, where we have photos before 1900. And we have nothing. We have dirt roads. And then we have this palace. And then we have a photo from September in 1900, right after the hurricane. And the building held up pretty well, where only the roof took some damage. But the rest of the building looks fine, especially when you compare it to the 1900s construction, where a house we built was completely destroyed. Here are some more houses that we built that are just gone. We have 4 blocks of our houses that we built completely wiped out. And then we have the old world building, just needing a little roof work. And there are a lot of photos of the 8,000 casualties that I'm not going to show here, obviously. But for a storm this big to hit, and the building really doesn't look affected at all, shows how impressive these structures from the old world really are. And it's interesting to see the comparisons of our construction at the exact same time, totally wiped out. Oh, and did I mention that this building we are supposed to believe was built in 1 year, over 130 years ago? And where is this thing located? Was it like 5 miles away from the ocean? And that's why it wasn't really affected by this massive hurricane? Of course not. It was right on the front lines, taking a direct hit from the 1900s hurricane. And not only did it survive the 1900s hurricane, no problem at all, it also, of course, was a survivor of Hurricane Ike after being flooded by 6 feet of water in 2008. These buildings are incredible and built with perfection, and not in a year with zero backstory. These buildings hold a hidden past, one that we are working to uncover and show to the world every single week. Today, we are going to show mathematically that the population worldwide in the last 1,400 years was basically zero. When the mainstream history tells us that at the exact same time period, where basically nobody was here, they were building palaces, castles, and cathedrals. And before we expose the population lie today, we have to get an understanding of how this all works, from the bottom up. Welcome to Reims, France, where we hold one of the most incredible structures in the world, and it's under investigation today. The Reims Cathedral. where we are being told that the construction of this cathedral started in the year 1211, where this is 813 years ago. Now, in the USA, they can tell us that these type of cathedrals were built in the 1800s. So they're at least trying to fit this type of construction into this mainstream timeline that we're given today. But when we go over to Europe, they just don't seem to care one bit. They throw dates around and everyone just accepted it for years. Could you imagine that next week, any city in the world tells us that one of these are going to be thrown together? I think the world would be shocked. Yet, when we are told that this was built 813 years ago, in the year 1211, we all just said, yeah, that sounds like a good year. Until now. Because we have patterns to look for, especially when a building holds the fire narrative, where we have found over 100 buildings to this point that hold a fire narrative, which is no longer mathematically possible. I'm in the middle of counting them all up throughout the first 62 episodes, and I'm already over 100 old world buildings that have caught fire that we have found on this channel. And we have found this fire pattern on this channel. And we will soon have a running tally on the screen every time we find a new one. And this one's going to be added to the group when we are told that this cathedral in France wasn't even the first one. They had an even earlier church that was destroyed by a fire a year before construction began on this new one. And this one lasts forever. So they knocked this thing out in 80 years when, let's be honest, if we didn't have a power tool or a car or a shipping company or any architectural training processes today, do any of us actually believe that our civilization would just knock this thing out in 80 years? Realistically, I'd love to know in the comments below how long you think this building would take today. I'm interested to see what you all think, especially because we're being told that this building was built over 800 years ago. The fact that we can see these buildings all over the world, they're still here. It's not like I'm talking about something that's a hidden mystery. We can all go there and look at it, and then compare it to the buildings that we produce today, which is supposedly over 800 years of evolving and advancing, and it's not even close. So let's think about this for a second. We are supposed to believe that they had construction down, and it was perfect since the beginning of time, yet nothing else advanced. Only construction, building palaces, was the only thing the 1200s were good for, apparently. The problem is that the buildings are the only thing that are left from the 1200s, which is exactly why they're forced to make these dates up in order to try to explain them into our fabricated timeline. Whereas a car, or a watch, a phone, a plane, and a helicopter, they've all been here before as well. They just aren't built into the ground all over the world for all of us to see, when the buildings are. We are told that the designer of this cathedral was Jean de Orbais. And who exactly was this master designer? Starting at point guard, making his debut for the France National Historians. Jean constructed the Abbey Church, or did he find it? Where they tell us that the Abbey was found at the end of the 7th century. And don't worry, they had construction down, of course. Still there in the town center today. When they go on to say 600 years later, Jean debuts building the St. Pierre St. Paul Church, where it was built between the end of the 12th century and early 13th century. And we have all of this documented, of course. No. Today, we are going to show that there were mathematically, basically, no people here in the 12th and the 13th century. A time that the mainstream history likes to tell us was knocking out palaces. So they were just throwing dates around, telling us that they constructed the St. Paul Church between the end of the 12th and beginning of the 13th century, from 800 years ago. And we were all just nodding in acceptance for 200 years, with zero documentation proving this. This is all based on trust. And this group that we're supposed to be trusting has proven to be pretty shady, where they tell us that the architecture is superb, particularly the facade with its 2 towers, the choir with ambulatory, with 5 radiating chapels. Interesting. And telling us that in 1835, that the population of this location was only 1,000 people. And the population of England since 1801, the exact timeline that we're talking about here worldwide, from the beginning point of this fabricated mainstream timeline, beginning around 1776, was at around 9 million people. It has grown to over 56 million in just the last 220 years. So if we do the math on this, the population is decreasing at a rate of 83.92% in just the last 220 years. And this fact alone should get everyone thinking. This stat shows that in the year 1141, the time period that they're talking about here, according to the math, based on data that they're providing, the population of England would sit at 37,898 people. In the entire country, having only 37,000 people in the year 1141 and knocking out palaces is not mathematically probable at all. You would think that there would be a single argument that goes the mainstream history's way. You would think that if their tales were true, this type of stuff would not happen. Yet, every single time you go deeper, there is yet another flaw. The worldwide population mathematically was basically zero based on everything that we know and have seen. In my opinion, I believe that anything before 1776 is basically fabricated and an attempt to fit into this timeline that we are all in. And this is when we take it a step further and we go to Spain. And according to the worldometers.info, Spain's population sits at roughly 47 million people, growing around 18 million people in the last 69 years. This drop off of people is so dramatic worldwide that, in my opinion, proves that the beginning of our timeline, our batch of people, was simply not that long ago. This is according to their math, their numbers, that anyone in the world can go look at. These people of the 12 and 1300s were supposedly also without shipping companies. They were without power tools, no light bulbs, and suffering. Again, they give us these stories of the past and tell us that there were events. They tell us all of these things where the population was this and that. But at the end of the day, we are not 100% sure that these stories from the 1300s are true. So the only math we can go off of is what we are provided from when we are actually here and documenting it. And now we can do the same thing with the worldwide population, where the population is decreasing at a rate of 66.1765% every 69 years. The rate of the population worldwide should not be increasing or decreasing by 66%. This is obviously showing that there's something going on. At this rate, 1886 would have realistically only had 928 million people, and 1817 worldwide would mathematically already have been down to 314 million people. And this is information that is provided to us, sitting right here in front of our faces, where they, in my opinion, were just waiting for us to find this. At this point, I think this is a game to this group to see who can figure this out. All of this information is all here provided with clues. All we have to do is simply look. The math doesn't lie. The worldwide population would mathematically drop down to only 106 million people in 1748, which was only 31 years after we are told that this group began. In 1679, according to this math, there were only 35 million people here. Worldwide, the population in 1610 would have only been 11.8 million. 3.9 million people in 1541, and if we bring it all the way back to the year 1200, 800 years ago, the exact same year that the mainstream history is telling us all about, like they were there and saw it happening themselves. They saw those 1200s and 1300s people just smacking those stones right into place, and they're there forever. They are telling us that it was built at the end, not the beginning, but at the end of the 12th century at this rate, every 69 years, decreasing by 66% overall. Nobody is even here. Only 17,700 people worldwide, and this is all based on basic math and numbers that are provided to us. And if this is true, this completely disproves these stories, these tales that people in the 13th century We're building massive cathedrals. It basically puts an end to all historical narratives suggesting that a population of basically nobody, more specifically 17,000 people worldwide, were as advanced or more advanced than we are today in terms of construction that we can still see today, yet being primitive, wearing knight outfits, and fighting with swords, having zero power tools, no light bulbs, riding around on horses, and not having a single truck to ship millions of pounds of stone. No form of communication, other than using their local raven to send messages to far lands. Having provided zero factual evidence that they were ever even transporting stones, and zero mention of any training processes ever, leaving this part of the story out every single time, or ever explaining how these shipping routes were all figured out. Where is the evidence that we need to show that their stories are true? Where is it? That civilization of nobody with nothing had the capabilities to construct castles, cathedrals, basilicas, and the rest. No. Once you actually stop and think about it for 2 seconds, it simply doesn't add up. The 1200s, riding by feathers and sleeping in huts, suffering in winters, yet knocking out massive cathedrals, faster and in most cases much better than we do today. And they last for thousands of years, and they survive floods, hurricanes, and the rest. And their population was mathematically proven to be basically nobody. This tale that we are told is nonsense at this point. Now that we all have an understanding that the worldwide population, the math, is on our side, that this is not probable, let's continue to our bonus today. An ancient cathedral located in Athens, Greece. A photo that was taken in 1860, 164 years ago, where we have shown that the worldwide population was just over 300 million, nowhere near the 8 billion mark that we are told that we have today. A cathedral that was sitting on dirt. We're gonna zoom in on this thing and find something incredible. The detail on the front of this building is unbelievable. We know that Tartaria's flag was a griffin. We've seen this logo on buildings all over the world, which we have even seen in episode 40. When we went to Wisconsin, a civilization that I believe most likely originated in the Pacific Ocean, in a no-fly zone today, and spread out to the rest of the world from that point on. As we have shown in episodes 60 and 61, as we get closer to the front of this building in Greece, we have a logo of the previous civilization. And again, these photos were taken in the 1800s in a collection by Nicholas Katsimpoulas. And here we have the Acropolis in Athens, Greece. And I was just looking at this area on Google Earth, where there is another hill next to the Acropolis. I saw these stairs on the side of this hill. And it's weird because they won't let you drop the view down on them and get a closer look at them. It seems to me like this grass and dirt is covering a much larger structure that we can't see, with the stairs being exposed on the side. It looks like it's been melted and they've just built on top of it. It's very strange. So here at the top, that's where these stairs are. And down here at the bottom is the Acropolis. So you can see how close they are to each other. And before we even look at the mainstream narrative surrounding it, it should just show anyone in a split second that this site was clearly constructed by an advanced civilization. We have detailed columns all over the place. We have some sort of stage here, and we have a mainstream story that should be a lot of fun for us today. And now that we have unlocked the advanced civilization of Mu in episodes 60 and 61 that I think a lot of us enjoyed, we understand where these buildings and people most likely originated from, where Lemuria holds the name Mu inside of it, putting it right in our faces. The Hill of Mu, where Mu is also right in the name, meaning a type of goddess in Greek mythology. Another connection to Mu. It's very interesting. And before we go on with this mainstream narrative, I have to point this out. We all understand that these scaffolding that they have here for decades are put here to make us believe that our civilization is somehow helping the ancient structure survive, repairing it, when we all know that it doesn't need our help at all. This site was obviously destroyed on purpose. It is not crumbling and falling apart over time. The scaffolding is, in a sense, a magic trick. It's there to make 99% of people think that our civilization is giving this place an upgrade, making our civilization think that we are more advanced and that it needs our help when it doesn't need our help at all. When we construct our buildings like this, and then you have the previous civilization's work towering over it, we are not evolving and we are not advancing. We have a side-by-side comparison right here. Now that we have a solid understanding of this area and what it looks like a little bit, let's all take this thing up a notch and have some fun. We know that the population mathematically was basically nothing in the 1200s. We've calculated it to around 17,700 people worldwide. Now, could you imagine the 600s based on the math and the data that we've been given at a decreasing population rate of 66.17% every 69 years, where we saw that there would have only been 11.8 million people in 1610 and 17,000 people in the year 1196. Well, I did the math, and based on the numbers that they have provided us, and based on a 66.1765% population decrease rate per 69 years, in the year 600, the population worldwide would have been 3 people, meaning that either the beginning of human existence was in or around the year 644, based on math, or something massive happened and reset the population very recent. Either way, something massive is going on here that's just been uncovered, especially when the mainstream history tells us that the Acropolis of Athens, Greece, was constructed on a massive hill around the year -1300 to -1200, which we know the population worldwide would have been 0. Even if the population hasn't always decreased at 66%, the simple fact is that going back in time, the population decreases. This is proven through the data that they provided us. The population in -1300, however you want to go about it, would have been 0. If you are going off the mainstream story, their data, you can say that there were plagues. You can say that there were these stories, when we know that these stories have massive flaws at this point. Anything provided hundreds of years ago can easily be picked apart. We have done this hundreds of times at this point, based on facts, things that we can prove, things that we have here right in front of us, data. It proves to me that we aren't wrong. The population data was always a massive key for us, a key that proves that there was a previous civilization here before us, and something massive happened in this place that we all live, right around the year 1776, worldwide. This information, this data, that 3 people were here worldwide in the year 644. This math, it's been here. It's always been here. It's just been waiting for us to see it. And now that we all do, we can all go much, much deeper. It's been a while since we've investigated my personal favorite location for the old world research. A place that by just being there will put you right back into the old world instantly. And that place is Budapest, where we have Buda Castle, where they have broken the rooms of this palace into 6 different things, including a national gallery, a historical museum, and a library. A palace library in Budapest, where we know this isn't the only library in Budapest, where they also have the Metropolitan Urban Library, located right down the road, housing Budapest's largest public collection of books, over 1.1 million volumes. And Budapest must like their books, since we also have the Americana Public Library of Budapest. And we've seen this one before, which is right next to the Parliament building. Have you ever seen a library like this in your life? Do any of our towns have any future plans to knock any libraries out that look anything like this in the upcoming months? No. So these libraries are all right next to each other. Let's go back to the first one, within the walls of Buda Castle. And this is very interesting. When they do the same thing that we've seen all over the world, and they name it something else. If you're just reading through this very quickly, they act like this thing was built in 1802, and they try to trip people up with the constant name-changing game. When we know this isn't true. We know that it wasn't originally a library. We know that this is a part of Buddha Castle, where Buddha Castle, we are told, and according to their story, was built between 1247 and 1265, 777 years ago. Not even close to this 1802 date. And they have these dates down. Everything is documented. No mistakes were ever made because these 1200s people were just hard workers. They weren't distracted and they were just very dedicated to their craft. They worked by candlelight and touched up that stone with their lucky duck feathers. And it's here forever. They pretend to have these dates pinned down, 1247 and not 1246, and King Bela IV of Hungary, him and his crew, wrapped this thing up in 1265 on the dot. They know all of the information. The whole story is documented, but they give us zero details on the construction every single time. They don't tell us who these master builders were. They don't tell us where they learned this technology to build massive palaces. The king just got it done, and that's that. And we're supposed to just believe that. They give us these drawings of it, with two guys in a canoe, just taking it all in, from 1490 on the dot. When we all know that this could have been easily drawn last night. And 3 years later, they found some colored pencils and got this one done for us. It's very nice of them. 30 years later, the color is gone, and we are back to black and white. And two more people waving down here at the bottom. And Budapest had a very nice community in the 1530s, 100 years later, according to the mainstream narrative. 100 years later, we're back to color. Cannons firing at each other, where we all know that firing cannons into your own buildings is completely normal and realistic. Now, on September 1526, 498 years ago, Buddha was sacked and burned, and the royal palace was not damaged, of course. The statues were destroyed a few years later. This is all documented and the paperwork is in hand. No. So many times, they have zero documented information about the 1800s. So many times, they don't know who the architect was or who the construction company was. You can see this for yourself when we emailed these buildings in episode 33. But they can pin down a date in 1526, and they know all about the story. Now, we also know that they tell us that Buddha Castle was constructed in 1247 to 1265. Mathematically, according to the data that they provided us, that the world population is decreasing every 69 years, going back in time, at a rate of 66.1765%. And this is according to what we are being told, where we have shown that the population in 1265 was only 52,000 people worldwide, not just in Budapest. The size of a town today was the size of the world population in the year that they're telling us that they knocked out a palace that lasts forever. Now, we all know that this was constructed by a very powerful, very intelligent civilization, and the population worldwide definitely took a massive hit at some point before the 1700s, where humans, I believe, repopulate back to billions of people relatively fast. I think the real population chart looks much different than what we're shown. I think that there are many times that the population worldwide is in the billions. Based on what they're telling us, you can look at this chart for yourself, showing that basically nobody was even here in the 1200s, according to the mainstream narrative. This shows that nobody could build massive palaces with no power tools, zero equipment, no training processes. The 25 people that lived in Budapest, their only edge against our civilization today was having a little better work ethic. And that's not working anymore. These charts are nonsense. They show how fast humans truly do recreate to the population that we're at today, which is why they are able to reset the population so often, in my opinion, using the same ridiculous narratives over and over for the exact same buildings, using the same technology that was here before, and just pretending like it's all brand new. Where this place that we live is much different than we're being told. where everything is reused. Everything is given back to us. Everything is one big cycle. Everything. The years go from January to December. Every year. Seasons, days, technology, and civilizations. Everything is one big cycle. Everything. And I wouldn't be shocked at all if we do too. I wonder if they know this. This all feels like some sort of treasure hunt, like some sort of game. To see who can find this information, where we have all heard the saying that they have to tell us like it's a rule, where I'm starting to think it's not that they have to tell us, it's that they want to tell us, like it's fun to them. To see who can crack the code, that nearly everything in our so-called reality is complete nonsense. And our true reality is much deeper than what we're told, where one of the only things that is free in this world is an indoctrination program that comes to your house in the morning and picks you up every single day as a small kid. And you don't know any different because your parents did the same thing too. Until now. So the last time we looked into Budapest, we saw this courtyard where they have this library, and it's right next to the Parliament building that we have talked about. It also has the Chocolate Museum and so much more, where today I want to show you all why Budapest is my #1 location worldwide. And it's because nearly every single building is a palace. If there's one place in the world I would want to visit, this is it. And I would love to go inside these buildings and see if there's basements and see if these basements had tunnels, windows, and doors that lead to dirt. I wouldn't be shocked at all. We see this kind of stuff in the USA, so seeing it in Budapest, I'm sure these tunnels would be incredible. I wouldn't be shocked at all if these buildings are bigger than we can see under the ground. So here we have another museum where they have taken the true meaning of this building right off the front. Where this gets interesting. They tell us that the past 150 years of this building's history have been largely determined by a struggle to maintain its facilities and keep its collection safe. Struggling to keep its collection safe? From who? Is there a reason that Budapest is still filled with palaces and the rest of the world has had thousands of fires in individual buildings that we have located, thousands of buildings destroyed in so-called great fires, carpet bombed in wars, like we have seen in Dresden, Germany, where in my opinion, every single one of these major cities worldwide looked like Budapest. Budapest has survived all of these things, the great fires, the wars, and the rest. Is there something protecting this location? It's very interesting. And remember, this is the location that Nikola Tesla went and worked in 1881, where he was the chief electrician, and then went to the USA and had all of these incredible inventions. Now, were they inventions, or did he learn a few things while over in Budapest? Now, we have seen the exact same narrative before, where we go back to our Balboa Park episodes, where they say that they moved from building to building over and over and over, before finally settling on a palace. And it lasts forever and looks like it was built by the gods. We are told that they moved into its first home in 1892. 1 year later, inadequate conditions forced them to move again into an apartment building. 1898, their permanent location was born. Well, no, because 1906 they moved again to the Millennial Exhibition's empty Hall of Industry. But in 1924, storm damage, of course, prompted yet another relocation over to a school building, where 5 years later they reopened, using 30 schoolrooms, until 1975 rolls around and they get the Palace of Justice building. So they just throw all of these locations into the story to distract us all from the point. And the point is that this is a palace, and we want to know the true history of the building. We don't care about this random group that is occupying the palace. At least not today, we don't. It's literally throwing a bunch of nonsense out there and hoping we give up by the time we get to the end of the story. That has nothing to do with what we want to know. The good thing is we found the building and we have gotten through the nonsense. The Palace of Justice was designed by Alois Hausmann And we're definitely going to get back to this guy later in the episode. In 1891, knocking this building out in 3 years in the 1800s, before the power tool was invented. In 1895, where it has a lobby with marble columns and an impressive staircase. And this is just your everyday museum in Budapest. If you want to feel like you're back in the previous civilization, all you got to do is go to Budapest. It is by far the most incredible place that I've seen to this point. And I honestly don't think that we've even covered 1% of it, where they also tell us that this building is under renovation. And I was honestly disappointed to see that last sentence, because we all know that restoration really means destruction. So I found some really cool pictures of this place that I thought you'd all want to see. And then, like I mentioned earlier, we have the best part, in my opinion, where we are given the individual that is pinned as the man that got this palace done, Mr. Hausman, where we know that when they pin a guy to one building, they pin him to a lot more. They give us this list where they pin this character to 39 palaces, where the first one was destroyed by a fire. So we can add that one to our running tally. And they even pin him as a contest winner of the Parliament building, but they just didn't want to use his design because they have so many more contest winners out there in the 1800s. It's ridiculous. They destroy 6 of his buildings, including his first 4 buildings. And they tell us that this guy was knocking these palaces out all over Budapest in the 1800s before power tools, in like 1 or 2 years each. All of them coming back to back to back. When he starts building in 1870 and gets both buildings done that year, 71 to 72, another one done. Between 1874 and 1893, just 19 years, this guy is pinned to getting 33 palaces done. When we know that in modern times, realistic times, when we are all here to see it, the Kleksinski building in Chicago takes 14 years. One building, not 33 buildings, and it's a box, not a palace. And we have power tools, and this guy doesn't. Where it's time to see some of these buildings that this guy is pinned to. Let's start at the top. The first one that they didn't destroy, Church of the Sacred Heart, where this is a worldwide agenda, a worldwide narrative key. And we unlocked it right here on this channel in the 8th of April, 1848. A huge fire burst out and the Catholic Church burnt down to the ground, where the Savior, the man, the myth, and the legend builds them a new one. When we know that this church, the one we're looking at, it is the original building. Finding a fire narrative never gets old to me. It actually surprises me more and more every single time. It's really shocking that this information, this clue, was just sitting here and we never saw it until now. They tell us that this building was done in a year, and then the next one was done in 2 years, where we clearly have technology on the roof of this thing. And it's very odd when you look at their Facebook page, where we know that they tell us that it was constructed in 1878. These gravestones are dated 1792 to 1869 and 1796 to 1834. This is not even close to the construction date that they're telling us of 1878, and would predate this master builder character, where we are told that he was born in 1847, which is 13 years after this person passed away that lived there. So we know at this point that something major is off with this narrative and this character, and this character is beginning to look sketchy. Not only is that all strange, but we also have this guy off building like 6 other palaces at the same exact time. The City Hall Amphitheater, which was destroyed. And then we have this, his 11th building in his young career, where he was only 23 years old when he began knocking out palaces without a power tool, just using his local donkey to pull the stone. We now are given the Austro-Hungarian Bank, which I believe is definitely helping us pin down where our timeline begins. We know about the population. We know about the Great Fires. We know about the inventions. And now we need to see when the money all begins, where they tell us where it started issuing banknotes in 1762, where we also know that this group started in 1717. And for the first time in this timeline's history, the Austrian government issues paper money and caused inflation, where we're just getting started. So we know this group began in 1717. We know that all of these inventions, the car, the train, the plane, all of it, came within the last 200 years. We know that these great fires all over the world happened in the 1800s and took basically nobody's life. We know that the population spiked around the 1800s from basically nobody to billions of people in just the last 200 years, where we are starting to pin the start date of our current timeline down, because today we're taking this research a step further. Today, we are looking into the money. On April 2nd, 1792, the U.S. Congress passed the Mint Act, which was the beginning of the dollar. It was also the first country in the world to adopt the decimal system for currency. And now when we go over to the UK and see that they also started to use the British pound in 1707, making it the official currency of the UK. When England and Scotland united to form a single country. Even China making a brand new currency in 1948. This new currency was introduced in 1948, taking over the previous currency, which was introduced in 1889. All of these currencies, all starting within the last 300 years, worldwide, where we can go to Russia and see that their currency also begins in 1704. So apparently, in the 1600s, nobody had any money. And yet, we are told that they were knocking out palaces all over the world. I think we're seeing that our timeline really began right around 1700. I think this is when all of the structural things, like governments, banks, the foundation of our civilization, I think this is when it all began. And this is all based on what we're being told, the dates that they provide us, the information that we are given using their data. So we have the top 10 banks in the world based on market cap, with JP Morgan at number 1, with a start date of 1871. Bank of America, starting in 1922. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, started in 1984. Now we have shown that so much has started within the last 300 years. Everything that we have today that is a part of our civilization has been introduced within the last 300 years. And at the exact same time, right when we get the USA, right when we get these banks, these currencies, right when all this happens, this is the exact point in time that our civilization sees a massive spike in population. At no other point in time have humans repopulated at this rate of 66% increase every 69 years. Billions of people at a rapid pace. According to the mainstream narrative, we are told that we're at our peak right now. We are the most advanced civilization ever. We have the most technology. We have the most amount of people, when this is simply not true in my opinion. I believe that we have been given all of this technology back. I've said this before, but it is so true. I believe that our civilization is as advanced as we're allowed to be. We see these inventions just flying at us in the 1800s. Cars, phones, TVs, electricity, planes, you name it. When you're in charge of controlling an entire civilization, 300 years is nothing. To us, the 1800s were a long time ago, but in reality, this is nothing. We are being told that AI is a brand new thing, when it has, in my opinion, been here a very long time. And if we're being shown AI, could you imagine what else is not being shown to us? Thinking logically and using the information that we're provided, in my opinion, we are pinning this narrative down. We are finding our civilization's beginning point. And the more people that see this, the more people that understand this information, the more people that we have researching and looking for the truth, the probability of us finding the truth about our past becomes more and more eminent. All of this explains why we have buildings sitting in all of our cities and most of our towns that don't fit into our timeline. They don't look anything like the way we build today. And the only way to explain it logically is that an advanced civilization was here before us that fully understood how to create massive palaces. And it was a civilization that was worldwide. We see these cathedrals and basilicas in every single continent. It's not like it was just limited to a single location. This was a worldwide understanding, and something massive happened to them. And right around 1700, our civilization began occupying this land, with their work looking us straight in the face. We were looking into Budapest, and we found this character that was building palaces at 23 years old, winning contests for massive parliament buildings, where Budapest had so many master palace architects that they didn't even need to use the winner's design. Mr. Haussmann was pinned to a lot of buildings, like we have shown. But we need to officially close the book on this guy. We've covered the New York Palace in Budapest, which is now a 185-room palace hotel and cafe. They tell us that this building opened up in 1894 as the headquarters for the New York Life Insurance Company, where life insurance is yet another thing that starts right up in 1706. The first company to ever offer life insurance was founded in London, 1706, 1 year before the British pound became the official currency of the UK. At this point, it is becoming incredibly evident that something massive happened at this point in time. It's just one thing after the next. And if all of this wasn't true, then the mainstream narrative would have given us something major that was created in the 1500s by now. A single company from the 1400s. You would think that there would be some sort of progression over time, that something would still be here from the 1500s. It's not mathematically probable that every single invention, all the money, billions of people, all of it, comes in a matter of 300 years. And before this, basically nobody rode around on donkeys and lived by candlelight, riding with duck feathers, yet knocked out massive castles and basilicas. It doesn't add up at all. Everything was given back to us, starting around this date of 1700, where in my opinion, they were laying the groundwork, the foundation of our new civilization, and our new civilization was being formed. And then after it was all situated and they had control over all the major things that a controller would want to be in control of, governments and laws, financial institutions, insurance companies, taxes, and the rest. After this was done, the okay was given to start repopulating this place again. And 300 years later, here we all are. And this is becoming clearer and clearer by the episode. When we take a look at inflation, where it basically follows the exact same chart that the world population does when we have nothing going on before the 1700s, and then just takes off. I think we have located the beginning point of our current civilization based on math and information that they have provided us, where there's nothing, and out of nowhere in 1700, everything is created and billions of people just come out of nowhere. Inventions all over the place, with wars to confuse people, demoralize the ones involved, and destroy massive cities that give it all away. Where, according to the data provided, people reproduce at basically 66% growth every 69 years. And this is documented. So what was going on in the 1200s? Well, according to the mainstream narrative, everybody stayed away from each other. Nobody wanted kids apparently. For hundreds and thousands of years, the population was basically nobody. And then the 1700s hit, and all of a sudden humans want to repopulate at a rate that's never been seen before. And it's not even close, where it goes from nobody to billions of people in just a few hundred years, when we know that this is the rate in which humans repopulate. And they know this as well. And when you wipe the population out, humans will repopulate at this rate yet again. We have so many different things that show that this is the case, basically proving that there have been previous civilizations. And at this point, it wouldn't be shocking at all if it was over 100 billion people and they were extremely advanced. A community that can't see until the savior, Benjamin, comes around, where 63.7% of people need glasses today. And I'm just gonna take a guess and say that the 1200s people didn't have 20/20 vision either, meaning that they also needed glasses, but we are told they didn't have them. And they also didn't have a light bulb. So no lights, no glasses. Could you imagine this group of people in the 1200s, where we are told that they built Buddha Castle, stumbling around at night with no glasses and no lights, yet getting palaces done no problem at all, and not a single mistake anywhere. Over 100 feet in the air, perfectly put together by people that can't see. A community that supposedly didn't even create the pencil for another 500 years. But Buddha castles are no problem at all, where in the future, we can even show that the oldest prison in the USA was built in 1720, where you might say, yeah, that's because the USA was formed in 1776. And then we go over to England, and the first state prison in England was the Millbank Prison, established in 1816. And 8 years later, in 1824, 54 other prisons had formed and adopted this system. The St. Paul St. Louis, which is a church located in Paris, France, with construction beginning in 1627. Beginning in 1627. 397 years ago, in a time period that we have shown, according to the mainstream narrative, had just a little over no people, yet able to knock out the Buddha Castle and massive palaces. It was the booming 1600s, before all currencies. They just decided they would just go trade a donkey or two for some limestone. They would give the architect a pineapple for his skills. And this was completed in 1641, perfectly. They give us this story that we have seen so often, where the first church on the exact same site was built around 1125, 899 years ago. And they give us a story of a chemist that gets guillotined just to make us think that they know all about the backstory of these buildings, where we have shown in episode 33, when you just email them about a building that was built in the 1900s, they have no clue who built it. These narratives are story hour, in my opinion. They hold zero truth. They are as trustworthy as a child's bedtime story, where we are told that there was a cemetery connected to this first church, the one that was built 900 years ago. And then the cemetery just disappeared, and the old church was demolished in 1799 because they just needed an upgrade in 1799. And here's another one of those situations where we have these reoccurring names with these stories, where we've seen all the Fredericks in episode 43. But here they give the reoccurring names in a different way. When they say Louis the Ninth and Louis the Eighth, where I understand that this is possible, but we've seen it so many times. The reoccurring names are, in my opinion, exposing that these stories were created by an AI generator. It throws the same name right into the story over and over. It's a pattern, and the AI works on patterns, where if a human wrote this story, they would just make up a new name. And I think this is why we see so many people named Henry the Ninth in these narratives from hundreds of years ago. I think it's a code. They could just say Henry the 30th, and nobody would ever question it. Just accepting this narrative for years, when I think it's clearly a key to look deeper into these stories, these buildings and castles surrounding these characters. So the city supposedly grew too big, and the chapel was replaced, where they know that Louis VIII laid the cornerstone. And when you know, you know. The building's original name holds Mason, Jesuits. The architect of the new church was the Jesuit priest. So now we are made to believe that the 1600s priests were also master architects. This was the first church in Paris to stop using the Gothic style and now use the Baroque style, when the famous Jesuit preacher preached some of his memorable sermons in the church. All documented, of course? No. So my question is, who is this Jesuit priest architect that just knocks out palaces in the 1600s that last forever? We are told that he was born in 1569 and had two brothers who both became Jesuits as well. Almost nothing is known about his early life. Nothing. It's a big mystery, just like the mainstream narrative likes it. But don't worry, they know all about every other detail of the rest of his life. Joining the Jesuit order in 1590, when he was 21, this group, the Jesuits, established themselves in France in the 1560s, but were banned in 1595 after attempting to kill Henry IX. But that's okay, because they let him back in 8 years later. So this master architect, he wasn't even the best one, where he would supposedly draw up all these kinds of buildings, no problem at all, and send them back to a superior general that would have to approve them. So we're supposed to believe a time period where we're told that the population was like 10 people. They also had all kinds of people just waiting around to draw up palaces. And some guy was sitting in his chair throwing master designs in the no pile. How ridiculous does this sound? Now, of course, when they pin a guy to one building, there are always so many more. Here's the first one, which is still in use today. Built this one, and then he also supposedly built the Balboa Cathedral, a cathedral that also had multiple buildings. The first one started in the 1100s. However, nothing is left of the original structure. It's just gone. And the next one starts 450 years later. Of course it does. When this one is destroyed by a storm, they get back to work in the 1680s. And then the Americans' bombardment during World War II destroys most of the glasswork in the cathedral. When we know that this sounds like there was something on the glass that told a story, possibly things that would give something away about our past, things that we're not supposed to see. Thinking logically, why would the glass be broken and everything else is fine? It sounds to me like these people just went in there and broke the glass and replaced it with the new narrative. What better way to do this than to just chalk it up to a war? Today, I'm going to introduce an alternative conclusion as to why these palaces are all over the world today. I'm going to attempt to take our thought process a little deeper. And we're also going to see a palace in Russia that we are told has a painter that died years before the construction was even close to being done. Because we all paint our house before it's built. No. Right here on stpetersburg.com, we are given a panoramic shot of St. Petersburg, Russia, with perfect dirt roads where I don't see a single person. Massive buildings everywhere, yet not one person. These photos are from 1861, only 3 years after they say that this was constructed. You can see this palace in the fourth shot in the panoramic view, where it's becoming clearer and clearer that these cities all over the world, palaces, were constructed by a massive civilization, one that was here before us, a civilization that had incredible technology, and a civilization that was here only a few hundred years ago, a civilization that is clearly being hidden to us. Yet their construction sits here looking at us straight in the face. These photos are alarming in my opinion. Everyone should be asking questions at this point. One question should be, who paved all of this dirt? Like it's all perfectly prepared for these photos. And I'm going to suggest an alternative, much less likely idea, an idea that should just be out there for people to think about. And possibly not just an alternative idea, but something that could definitely be an addition to what we have already known. That there was a previous civilization here before us. But after doing countless hours of this research on this topic, after looking at these photos, where these cities look like they were on display for all of us, almost like they were prepared for us, cleaned up perfectly, and ready for us all to come into the picture in the late 1700s. An idea that I'm just going to throw out there into the world for everyone to think about, instead of being just stuck in my head, is, are there two groups? One that actually cared about us, possibly created us, and set this stage for us, and one that does not care about us, with the corrupt group still being here, and the other group that built our incredible stage and felt that we deserve the greatest palaces to live in and use. The group that fully understood this type of incredible construction, possibly no longer here, with a corrupt group that ended up wanting to control an entire population, us. Changing the narrative to all of these buildings, hijacking all of the buildings, calling them Capitol buildings, banks. Buildings for them now, and no longer for us. Buildings that were always and originally meant for us, where they are now used as this group's offices to control us. Destroying the rest of the buildings with wars, great fires that weren't so great, tricking us for 200 plus years, giving us a ridiculous story that a group of people that had a population of basically nobody, that rode around on donkeys with no technology, were the master builders of stone-carved and marble basilicas that stand the test of time all over the world, when in reality it was a much more powerful group that is no longer here, or maybe they are, and watching from a distance. A group that set the stage for all of us, built all of these incredible buildings that we have been talking about this entire time. Temples, cathedrals, basilicas, capitol buildings, houses that are white, and no, not the vinyl siding ones. Is it possible that we are so much more important, so much more powerful than we are told, and completely tricked and manipulated into thinking that we are just these lazy pawns to these corrupt individuals that stole our buildings, our land, our lives, making us feel like we're born just to work and sleep, just to struggle over and over, when in reality, our lives are so much more important and incredibly valuable. In reality, they have stolen our buildings, taken them from us, and giving us these depressing, ugly boxes in return, which are demoralizing to look at. We know that the historical narrative that we are currently given is complete nonsense. We have proven this, in my opinion. We have shown massive flaws, including the population lie, where supposedly we are being told that nobody wants to have kids with anyone for thousands of years. And then in the 1700s, out of nowhere, conveniently, right when all the financial institutions begin, the human mind changes for the first time ever. Just a random fluke, we are told. And people finally enjoy each other's company and finally want to have kids with each other. And this narrative was accepted for far too long. Believing this narrative, this chart, is borderline insanity. What we don't know, and what we all want to know, is where we are. What is the truth? Who actually built these buildings? They are incredible, and nothing like the buildings that we build today. It's built by a different mindset. They're built with much more technology, much more information that we do not have. We are not taught these skills in our highest architecture classes. Which class shows us how to knock out a palace in a year with no power tools, no light bulbs, no shipping companies, nothing? That chapter was left out of the college architecture book. We all know this. These buildings that we all see in every single one of our cities, they tell a much different story than what we've all been told by the mainstream narrative. And this narrative, this lie, it only helps one group, and the group is not us. There was a previous civilization that was here before us, a civilization that was massive and held incredible technology. But there is a very real possibility in my mind that there are also higher powers that are possibly still here that set this current stage for us, and the game has now been corrupted. We don't advance our overall thought process by simply being quiet. Who maintained all of this dirt? We're being told that a civilization of no people had the capabilities to construct an entire palace city. And this city will last forever. Yet when you look at the finished product, there isn't a single person anywhere. It's empty. And here we have St. Isaac's Cathedral, located in St. Petersburg, Russia. And the inside just blows your mind, with massive doors, incredible detail, with a height of over 330 feet. And we are told the exact same story that we've seen all over the world, that this wasn't even the first structure. This one was the replacement. In fact, it was the fourth consecutive church standing at this place. The exact same location has had 4 churches here. This is what we're being told. I'm shocked that this pattern, that 4 buildings have been on the same site. How has this pattern not been identified before? We see the exact same thing, even over in Texas, when they have 7 courthouses on the exact same site. We've seen it all over. It's a repeating pattern. All of these narratives all over the world are, in my opinion, created by the same source. And in my opinion, based on everything that we've seen, it's an AI, very similar to ChatGPT. This palace has bronze doors, internal columns, statues on the inside, and of course, the interior was originally decorated with paintings that have been since painted over. And supposedly they reproduced them. They had to get rid of the originals because they deteriorated because of the cold and damp conditions inside. This is incredible how they get away with destroying the originals over and over. We are told that this building was constructed between 1818 and 1858. When we can easily catch this narrative in a lie, when we go to Vatican City and take a look at Sistine Chapel, where Michelangelo painted this in 1508 to 1512, supposedly, predating this Russian painting by over 300 years, and it's holding up just fine, unless, of course, Michelangelo had a better paint set. It's ridiculous. So the paintings should have been just fine in Russia. And this is when the story gets even weirder, when they tell us that during World War II, the dome was also painted over, making it gray to avoid attention from enemy aircraft. So I hope we're all seeing very clearly at this point what these wars, seeing what their true purpose was, clearly destroying these buildings, removing the inside because it was too cold. Give me a break. And they say the work was never completed. But when you take a look at the inside, it looks pretty completed to me. It doesn't even look like they missed one spot. And they tell us that the original paintings were done by this Karl guy and other random Russian masters of the day. And of course, no need to name these Russian masters of the day, but here is Karl. It was the pose of the day. Could you imagine if we gave information the way the mainstream narrative did? Just saying they were the flavor of the day, painted by the painters of the day, like it's some sort of special on the menu. It's incredible how this was accepted as fact for so long. It's shocking. And Karl died before the construction was done. Do we all paint our houses before the construction is done? Or is this the last step in the process? It is the last step. You don't paint your house years before it's done. He died in 1852. We are told that the building is done in 1858. So this guy that put the finishing touches on the palace is dead 6 years before the building is done. So we know we don't paint our house 6 years before it's done. Oh, and if we go down here at the bottom, we can see that this was his self-portrait. Very nice choice, Karl. Let's take a look at the technologies of this palace, where William Handyside is the engineer. So Handyside is the guy where they get 10,000 tree trunks and throw them into the marshy banks. So they want us to believe that there's just a bunch of tree trunks under this palace. And I know they are a bunch of liars at this point. So when we see something like this, I know to go deeper. This statement makes me think that there is something under this palace that has significant value. When we can see that this building has artwork and exhibits from a museum that were hidden away in the cathedral's basement. So now we know that this palace has a basement with valuables in it, and all chalked up to this war again. So they lay down these 10,000 tree trunks on a marshy bank, and then knock out a massive basement on top of all that, and then build a palace, and paint it before it's done, and then get rid of those paintings because it's a little too cold, but never finish those paintings, of course. Oh. And this is the fourth palace on the same site. It sounds like a lie. I wonder how much bigger this palace is underground, like we have seen in episode 44, when we caught a tunnel on camera from the Illinois State Capitol building while they were in the middle of destroying something and just call it a renovation project. So here's the construction photo that they give us. A photo from expresstoroussia.com. There's a big problem though with this picture. It's a drawing. And we know that they had cameras in 1816, so why give us a drawing? I've said this before, but it's so true. For all we know, they just drew this last night. It's a drawing. It's obviously not proof of construction, not even close. Here we are told we have a view of the cathedral surrounded by wood scaffolding from another drawing, drawn 3 years ago by a master drawer of the day, as the mainstream narrative likes to say. It's incredible. So in 1931, they turned this cathedral into a museum when, under the Soviet government, the building was stripped of religious trappings. In 1931, it was turned into the Museum of the History of Religion and Atheism. So the complete opposite of a cathedral. Going back to my suggestion that there's possibly a group that wants to take these buildings that were originally meant for us in a positive manner and turn them into the complete opposite, removing everything that was once given to all of us, a cathedral, changed to a museum of history and atheism, where the original dove structure was removed and replaced by a Foucault pendulum, which we all know at this point is some weird symbol for this group. A group that's clearly addicted to symbols. Let's check this palace out, now that we know that this building's narrative is forever in shreds. So here we have the St. Isaac's Cathedral, and right over here we have another building that'll no longer be hidden in plain sight, the Mariinsky Palace. Now let's have some fun, and make sure you don't confuse it with the theater. And thank you for letting us know about this masterpiece. Is there a more entertaining topic? Finding buildings, palaces, that make no sense in the fabricated timeline that we're given. Palaces that we can actually go and visit, especially when we're told that this was built in a year. And unfortunately, the original building was destroyed by a fire in 1859. Adding to our fire total. Is your mind blown yet? Should we go deeper? The new one, the one that's here today, the palace opened up the very next year. So the theater's narrative is clearly a mess. So let's go back to this palace, where in 1839, they were building palaces as wedding presents. This is incredible. Built in 5 years, from 1839, and wrapped it right up in 1844. And then, of course, taken over by the Russian government and off limits to the public. Were these buildings built for them? It's definitely an interesting thought that these narratives are thrown together by this group as a successful attempt to steal these buildings from us and clearly getting away with it, and then create the passport so that if we want to go visit these lands that were once all ours, you need to make sure you have your papers. I don't think this was the world that was created for all of us. I think it was the complete opposite. And it's been 100% infiltrated worldwide. And it's beginning to feel more and more like everyone's starting to realize that. And I was looking at this area and saw these two buildings in the background that clearly look out of place. So let's check this one out first. A building that was taken over by the Russian Navy, where they tell us that an earlier wooden church sat on the exact same site. And then we have the other palace that we just saw. And remember, all of these buildings, they're all right next to each other. This is the Trinity Cathedral, where let's just close this episode off properly. Let's show the world that the lie is over. It's game over for the mainstream narrative. And there is no going back. We will all never forget this. The more and more people that see the lies, the faster the truth is going to be shown to us, where we are told that the Trinity Cathedral was constructed in 1828 to 1835. And in 2006, the blaze apparently started on scaffolding on the outside of the church, which was undergoing restoration. And we all know that restoration really means destruction. I was gonna wait until I went back to this incredible location to cover this city again. But there are so many buildings here in this location that we're just gonna start in on this place right now. Welcome back to Edinburgh, Scotland, where we know about the Scots Monument. We've talked about it a little, but today we are gonna be going even deeper into the narrative and the buildings surrounding it, including the Caledonian, a 5-star hotel in Edinburgh, Scotland, that holds a narrative that will show the world how childish and beyond immature the mainstream narrative really is. A narrative that, if it was ever trusted in your mind, should be done being trusted after what I show you next. A hotel that had a master architect by the name of John Moore Dick. If you can believe that one, where we have seen these ridiculous names so many times before. In my opinion, they are just total jokes, where they were probably laughing while entering that name into the story. And this whole thing was just supposedly constructed in 4 years. And of course, they have to throw the fire narrative right into the story, where the hotel was built on top of the stone, V-shaped station building that had recently been built as a replacement for the previous wooden station, which was of course damaged in a fire in June of 1890. And right next to this building, we have the Scots Monument. That's now a monument that you can't miss while walking around Edinburgh. All supposedly dedicated to a writer, Sir Walter Scott, because we just whip these things together for writers nowadays. No, we don't. One of the largest monuments dedicated to a writer in the world, in my personal opinion, based on everything that we've seen. This was not created for a writer. This was here much longer than we are told, especially when we are told that Scott died in 1832, and 4 years later, 188 years ago. They just had so many master architects just hanging around the city that they were able to hold a competition, and the winner drew this up and knocked it out no problem, all for a writer that we only have a painting of. Now, we have a massive flaw in the narrative when we see that there is a monument of Sir Walter himself, a marble statue, fashioned from a single piece of marble. Now, the sculptor took 6 years just to sculpt this little tiny statue. And it's not even the same material or color as the rest of the structure, which is odd in itself. In my opinion, it was put there by our civilization. Yet, the entire monument supposedly took 8 years. Yet, in all of the construction photos, the thing is done, as we have seen all over the world. And when we take a look at this photo, you can see the bottom of the photo is showing something in the dirt. Is this thing bigger than we can see under the ground? Let me know what you think in the comments below. And we have a few more photos that are very interesting, with none of it looking like it was brand new at all. Here's another photo from the area where we can clearly see an obelisk and the Edinburgh Castle in the background, which we have gone inside of in episode 8. Now, this entire city is insane. If you've gone to Harry Potter Land at Universal Studios, you are getting ripped off. All you gotta do is go to Edinburgh for the real thing. I'm just gonna show you this city on Google Earth for a minute. All right, so if we go over here, right across the road, we have the museum on the mound, which we are told has an extensive basement area where we know that these buildings most likely are all connected underground. We have shown this in Wisconsin. And if they're connected in Wisconsin, then they are definitely connected here in Scotland. Built over 220 years ago and completed in just 5 years. And this is what we're told. Even faster than the Scots Monument little statue. It's incredible. And the owner of this building is the Bank of Scotland. Another bank that gets an old world building. And we continue over here. We have what looks like a church, but they had so many of these structures that they just called this one a meeting place of the General Assembly. And they admit it. It looks like a church, but it's never actually been a church. And now, well, it's called the Hub, where they hold events. Just a nice place to hold events. So that's a first for me. I've never seen where they just have so many church-looking buildings that they just need to use it for something else. And this one was constructed in just 5 years. Also taking less time than that little statue at Scott's Monument. And the clock was, of course, built by a guy and his son, which we've seen all over the world. The sons of the 1800s just knew how to get the job done. These buildings, this city, it is incredible. So right over here, right next to all of this, we have this massive castle where the mainstream narrative now just gets wild. Predating Donkeys Incorporated. Predating the 1800s masterminds. When the story's beginnings are from 931 years ago. When they know that the Queen died there in the year 1093. And then they had to wait 418 years to get anything else done when the Great Hall was finally completed for King James IV, where the king had little time to enjoy his new addition because he died 2 years later. And this is all documented. We have the paperwork on all of this. No. 1566, James VI comes around. And we've talked about the reoccurring names. And this is, in my opinion, another example of this, with brother-in-laws that are also named Henry VIII. And then we get a 13-month-old king when 1603 rolls around. Now, the mainstream narrative is very entertaining if you really believe it. It's like a good sitcom. So James VI, the 13-month-old king that we are told about from 400 years ago, born in a castle and loved witchcraft. So we can see how close this all is to the Scots Monument. And right down the street, we just have palace after palace after palace. Have we found a place that is a better example of the old world that's possibly taking over my number one spot over Budapest? This place is incredible. Located at 1 Prince's Street, we have the Balmoral, or originally the North British Station Hotel, a 167-room palace hotel where they needed another competition to knock out another palace. Can you believe this? They had so many master architects in the 1800s, while people were riding around on donkeys, saddling up to ride around town, with wagons attached to the back. They hold these competitions to construct massive palaces that last forever. Palaces that you don't see being constructed today in any of our towns. Yet, they were just supposedly throwing them together all over the place, over and over and over, built in just 6 years, from 1896 to 1902. So the exact same amount of time that it took to build the statue over at Scots Monument. I definitely want to stay here in this hotel one day, in the near future. And if I do, I'll make sure to share all about it. I want to see the inside and hopefully take a tour and see if these places have a basement. All right, and then we're gonna zoom out on Google Earth and see that they have multiple golf courses. Now, I know this is where we were told that golf originated in Scotland, but we also know that golf courses cover a lot of land. And we've seen multiple times how golf courses are most likely covering something up from the old world, like we have shown in our Balboa Park episodes, episode 55 and episode 56. As well as episode 33. There's something interesting going on here for sure. Now, we showed the obelisk, which is located at Kelton Hill, right next to everything that we've shown today. And this is when we get the connection, where we get the Robert Burns Memorial, where there is a life-size statue of Burns himself. Burns himself. Burns himself? Really? Is this not another fire narrative, throwing it right into his name, like we've seen with F.L. Ames or Flames? And then the monument is, of course, no longer publicly accessible. And we all know this story revolves around Robert Burns. Yet the name Robert is thrown in a few more times, just to make sure that the clue has been given. When we see Robert Ferguson and Robert Louis Stevenson, what are the odds that we get like 5 people's names in a short story, yet 3 of the 5 names are the exact same name over and over, all over the world? In my opinion, that is not possible, that this would happen over and over and over. There is without a doubt in my mind something to these repeating names. And what is with all these dates of construction? I thought we were told that everything in Europe was built hundreds of years ago. That is the narrative that we are told. Yet, these construction dates, all in the 17 and 1800s, are all at the exact same time as all of the construction that is going on over in the USA. Besides for this massive castle that had a story about a 13-month-old baby king. That sounds a lot like a tale if you ask me. It's very interesting that we get palaces in Europe, all over Edinburgh, that look so much older than the buildings in the USA, and so many more of them in such a confined area, literally walking distances, yet they are supposedly built at the exact same time as the ones in the USA, like we've been told today. So let's just keep this in mind as we continue. So then we go over to the assembly rooms, located on 54 George Street, also in Edinburgh. And it's just building after building in this city, where they tell us that the building was designed by a guy named John Henderson. And this guy won a competition in 1781. So we have another contest between all of the master architects of the 1700s. Not only that, but we are also told that Henderson died before the building was done, which we have also seen over and over and over. And you can't leave the fire narrative out of it. When they extend the building in 1818 and William Byrne is chosen. So they didn't burn this one down, but they made sure to throw a burn in there. And of course, the government has taken over this building as well. And I'm just gonna show you all another example of this so that you understand what I'm talking about And you know it's not just a one-off when we click on a random castle in Dalmeny, Scotland, and they throw this sentence in here, which overlook the grazings around the mouth of the Cockle Burn. Or we go over to the Bute House, the official residence of the First Minister of Scotland. We're in the middle of this AI-generated story, in my opinion, of course. They throw in this hotel switch-up where Ullman died in 1826, but the hotel continued to operate under the new ownership of his widow, Mrs. Grace Ullman, where her maiden name is, you guessed it, Burns. The Dalmeny House, where they have commissioned Robert Adam to design a new house. And in 1788, Robert Byrne helped out. They throw this in, where the son of the third Earl, repeating names, and further plans were commissioned in 1805 with 2 more Williams and another Byrne. So we get Robert and William Byrne and 2 Williams, a 3rd Earl, and a 4th Earl. Oh, and of course, another William Wilkins down here. And you can't forget about Robert Adam and Robert Byrne as well. And this is all one paragraph, like we've seen all over the world with these buildings narratives. I'm surprised they didn't throw a 5th Earl in there, just for fun. And the interiors section, that section holds some names for everyone, if you'd like to find those in there yourself. And let's have some fun today. Let's show how insane this all really is. When we stay in Scotland for all of this, we're still in Edinburgh. We have the Kirk of the Canongate, where in 1863, fire damaged the church and probably destroyed the Canongate's records. Probably. Maybe. But the mainstream narrative is forever unsure when we know that they probably still have these records, and we are probably not being shown these records. We can even go to the Craig House, located at Craig House Road, also in Edinburgh, where the original house, we are told, burned down in a fire in 1544 on the dot. They have all of the documents for that. No, the Cuthbert's Church, Edinburgh, which I'm gonna tie this whole thing back in, where it is located right next to the hotel that we talked about at the start of this episode, the Caledonian. And we know that that hotel held a fire story in 1890. Well, St. Cuthbert's Church had some conflicts, we are told, where there was a fire set to the church in 1573. And not only did they have this fire, we are also told that in 1689, the church was damaged again by cannon fire from the castle. Now, I was really under the impression that the narrative was that in Europe, these buildings were all constructed in the 1500s or earlier. So it's really interesting to see that they were also, so we are told, being thrown together at the exact same time as the ones in the USA. Yet they are all so incredible and all so close to each other. Whereas in the USA, they are spread out across all the states. So here we have the Drum, which we are told had previous houses on the exact same site. And this will be my closing statements for this episode. You are all free to think what you like, as always, but the repetition is overwhelming in my opinion. Once you see the truth, there is no going back. So here we go. In 1584, he commissioned the mason architect to build a new house. The house was built in 1 year, with it being damaged by fire some years later, and again in 1629. But of course, we are told that it was rebuilt each and every time. Hundreds of years ago, no problem at all.